to Learfield, presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The game before the game is here. The game provides Michigan an opportunity to make the most out of a lost season from a national standpoint and keep Ohio State lost in the greatest rivalry in sports. This game, a senior day clash with Northwestern, provides Michigan a chance to seal bowl eligibility and allow Sharon Moore and company a chance to start the journey to 2025 with one extra game and many extra practices. No, when you win 3 straight Big Ten titles, when you are the reigning national champion, reaching the 6-win mark in your second-to-last regular season game is not cause for celebration, but it would lock in the 2025 jumpstart before one more opportunity for Team 145 to make its mark. A chance at bowl eligibility, a trophy game, and one more home game at the Big House for 2024. The Wolverines welcome the Northwestern Wildcats to Ann Arbor this afternoon, and we're live to get you ready for the 3:35 kickoff right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Now, with former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
We call it Senior Day, but hey, in this unique era of college football, especially still with the COVID seniors, the 5th, the 6th-year guys running down, there will be a ton of players who will run down that Lloyd Carr tunnel on the east side of Michigan Stadium for the last time. We're talking 3rd-year guys, 4th, 5th, 6th. And so many of them, Jack Miller, will leave here as champions, even if this season hasn't been as successful.
Yeah, that's true. It's been remarkable to watch what a lot of these classes have done over the last couple years, and it's special. I mean, even just today, for a guy like me walking down the tunnel before I came up here to the press box to do the show, you try to soak it in as much as you can. This is the last opportunity in the Big House for 2024, and it's just, the aura in this place is special, and you try to soak it in as best as you can. And to your point, it's funny, you got 30-year guys all the way to 6-year guys that this is their last experience in the Big House today, and I think they're going to relish it. They should cherish it. They should embrace what they've had and truly are champions over what's happened the last couple of years. Obviously, this year, not where it should be, but the history of what these guys have done over the last couple seasons is nothing but special.
No doubt. Here's the head coach, Sharon Moore, on those who will play in their final home game here at the Big House.
Pretty special to be a part of that, to be a part of a college career of that magnitude. So they mean the world to me. They mean the world to this program. They've done so much for this program, and when they come back, they're always welcome with open arms, and love them to death.
And I also mentioned that this is a trophy game. It's the second time Michigan and Northwestern play for the George Jewett Trophy, the first trophy named for an African-American player in FBS history. Jewett, the first black player to play for a team currently in the Big Ten, and he was the first black player at both Michigan and Northwestern. I wonder if he termed the words transfer portal. I don't think so. But this was announced heading into the 2021 matchup. Michigan won it 33-7. It's a really well-done trophy and a cool new tradition between teams that won't play every season, but we do know Michigan will go to Northwestern either next to the lake or at Wrigley Field next year.
Well, and it's special, too, because, in today's college football landscape with transfer portal and NIL and all the madness that's created. People love college football because of the pageantry. They love the rivalries. They love trophy games, things that matter that you don't see in professional sports. That's what makes college sports and college football so special. And so to have that and to honor Jewett that way, and to your point, put him in the transfer portal years and years ago, it's fun. That's what makes college football what it is. Get to celebrate some of that tradition and that pageantry.
So we talked about bowl eligibility. Now, the game itself, it's fun because you get a chance to see your team play one more time. But ultimately, with where this program is at and with how much fluidity is likely to come within the roster, the chance for younger guys to play and the fact that there's going to be a ton of practices, it's massive for this team.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, it's no secret that everyone's really excited about what comes next. You know, this season wasn't what we all hoped for and anticipated, and you're going to have that in sports. There's highs, there's lows, there's peaks and valleys, and you know, right now it's on a downtrend. The good news, to your point, is what can you do these next couple weeks, this next month or so, to get ready to revamp and to get ready for the new landscape of college football. And we'll talk about this as the show goes on, all the exciting things that are going on right now for Michigan football. This is an opportunity over the next couple months, get bowl eligible today, try to knock off Ohio State next week down in Columbus, get to a bowl game, get practice for those young players, get some repetition, start to really form what this is going to look like. Obviously, you know, coming off of last year, you know, Coach Harbaugh leaves, all these players leave, and you're left with, okay, we got to piece this thing together a little bit. Obviously, we hoped it would have gone better. It didn't. But they were trying to figure it out. It took too long, right? We would have wished the season went a little differently. But you finally feel a little juice right now. Like, okay, you know, it's weird how this has gone with Oregon, Indiana, a bye. They've actually been playing better as a team over the last couple weeks. It hasn't felt that way. The scores haven't indicated that. The bye week, it just kind of feels like, oh, geez, we're still playing football at this point in time. But things are going the right way, and we'll talk about the recruiting trail and all that. I mean, things are trending, and you got an opportunity the next couple weeks to a month here to continue to ascend that and get ready for the offseason and get ready for 2025.
The reality is the schedule looked difficult in the spring, in the summer, before week one. It's looking even more difficult now that we see it on the back burner. And that, hey, it's Michigan. You want to play the best. Michigan hasn't lived up to it, no doubt. But you didn't expect Illinois to be ranked when you played them. You didn't expect Indiana to be unbeaten when you played them. So it has aged in a way to where, yeah, it was a real challenge. And we'll see if this is something that sets Michigan up to try to get bowl eligible here and then beat Ohio State next week.
Yeah, and, you know, Texas comes in week 2, and we've seen what they've done this year. Oregon, the way they're playing. We got to go to Columbus next weekend, an Illinois team, an Indiana team, right? Things like that this has not been an easy road when, after last year, the shadow of last year was very big. Too big to you know, the way that they've responded to it. But you're excited. I think I share that excitement about where we're going and what things look like right now.
Plenty to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield Michigan Tailgate Show. We will scout the Northwestern Wildcats coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll have Rob Joyce keeping tabs on the out-of-town scoreboard, including the game in Columbus, Ohio State, and Indiana. The Hoosiers an early 7-0 lead. They scored on their first touchdown, their first offensive drive after a 3-and-out. Now the Buckeyes are driving with 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. We'll hear from Michigan running back Ben Hall a little bit after 1:20. John Jansen joins the show at 1:30. And then in the final hour before kickoff, we'll hear from freshman defensive back Mason Curtis and the head coach Sharon Moore. For those coming into town, due to the rain overnight, the Michigan Golf Course closed for parking today, other than those with green lot passes off the Stadium Boulevard entrance. So Main and State Street entrances closed. Michigan Golf Course, no parking today. Full details, mgoblue.com/parking. For traffic, weather updates, we'll have it for you all throughout the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. And our first check is right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Less than 3 hours from Michigan and Northwestern, the home finale here for the Maize and Blue at the Big House. We'll update you on everything that has happened since that narrow loss for the Wolverines in Bloomington 2 weeks ago in our Week That Was segment. As we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Missed opportunities, especially in that Indiana game that I want back, and it made the bye week sting a little bit more because you're constantly thinking about them. Don't get a chance to get that taste out of your mouth of those plays and feeling like you let the team down. So just kind of getting back to that, being really focused on that, and then just kind of refocusing as a whole unit on offense. How can we, the sense of urgency, how can we attack these last 2 weeks?
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That is QB1 for Michigan, Davis Warren, talking about this second bye week. First one at the midpoint of the regular season. Second one here, if you're wondering, this second bye week comes around when Labor Day is really early. That means Thanksgiving, based on how the calendar falls, is very late. This is the latest that Thanksgiving can be, coming up on the 28th. So there will be one more of these types of deals next year before reverting back to the one bye week. And it felt kind of odd, but I do feel probably helpful for Michigan in a number of ways. Recruiting, which we can't really discuss right now. Advanced prep. No, we cannot.
Oh.
No, we can't.
I was really looking forward to talking about that.
Yeah, we have to keep it kind of under the radar. Advanced prep on Ohio State and just getting healthier. All of those things very important here.
It did. It came at a good time. And like we talked about before the break, the team obviously not where they should be, but on the rise, playing better. Defense has really started to figure some things out. The offense, certainly not lighting it up, but not making mistakes that are putting them behind the six or staying on schedule. They found a little rhythm at times. And then to your point, you get – so it doesn't feel that way. And then you get this bye week, and you get to recruit. You get to get healthy again. It feels like another reset. I love the way that the calendar fell this year where you get these 2 bye weeks because it's a chance to kind of breathe, right?
And it makes the football season longer.
It makes it longer. It makes it more.
2 bye weeks.
I totally agree. It makes it more fun, and it's an opportunity for teams to really take stock in where they're at and how they want to move forward. And I think Michigan's done that fairly well to this point. So excited to see what they do now coming off of kind of the back half, maybe third quarter of the season, so to speak, and see what they can do the next couple games.
So during that bye week, I'm sure there was a little bit of looking ahead to Ohio State, but players and coaches have maintained the laser-focused approach this week to Northwestern, as defensive back Zeke Berry explains.
We're never going to look past the team. That's not how we are. And, every week we just pay attention to the team that's in front of us. and just doing everything that we can to make sure that we're ready and prepared for Saturday and just keep going every day.
All right, Jack. If I asked you this, and,
I don't know if I've ever heard that tone from you.
Know,
all right.
Just between you and me here. I know in 2011 to 2014, Jack Miller wouldn't give me this answer, but is it tough, and is it 100% true what Zeke said?
So, I think that you don't really look past teams because that's the mission, and you get trained that way in football and in sports. That's like, okay, what's the next goal? What's the next objective? So the goal right now is to beat Northwestern. I do think that there's some, the truth in maybe you don't give 100% intensity to those types of weeks the same way that you would to a big rivalry game, right? So it's not necessarily looking past what's happening this week. It's just if this week meant a little more, would you give a little more? Would you care? Would you lock into it?
This week was the 40-hour week. Next week's the overtime week.
100%.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Or just kind of hang out and put in some good work and clock in for 40. Right. So that's the point. It's the matter of intensity that you bring into a week like this versus obviously with the big rivalry games that mean a lot. You're going to get everyone's best then. So that's the difference. I don't think you really ever look past opponents. It's just a matter of how much you lock into the opponent you're facing.
I think over recent weeks we've seen the type of evolution from the Michigan defense that, if you look at the context of the season, it needed to happen sooner for the Wolverines to make true noise in the Big Ten. But this group, I think, has done really good work, and that's without Will Johnson, who, we don't know for sure, but certainly momentum, again, shifting toward no Will Johnson again today. The defense is at a point now where I think it needed to get to sooner, but its trajectory is a lot better than any other unit on this group.
I would agree. They've played well over the last couple of weeks. There's been moments that it looks out of sync and it's not working. And then there's been moments where it looks incredible, really. And to your point, without probably one of the best players in all of college football with Will Johnson, who, as you said, it was kind of quiet what's happened with him this year. We don't really know. We won't speculate on that. And maybe, obviously it's injury, and maybe part of that is the guy's got a bright future ahead, and this is a season that we wish we could get back a little bit. All of those things. But the defense has trended the right way. And honestly, that's the only thing you can look for from any team, no matter if you're number one in the country or you're not ranked, is are we getting better week to week? Are we making strides? The things that are hurting us, are we correcting those? Are we getting better at the things we should be? And are we fixing our errors? And the defense has certainly lived up to that so far.
Yeah, I think that's been a staple of this team during this run that obviously is coming to an end this year. But I think it bodes well for the future that we've seen some of that. Obviously, offensively, it's at times felt broken. At times, it's felt inconsistent. We've seen some glimmers here and there. But, yeah, it's good to know that defensively, like last year, it was kind of on the up.
And to your point about the offense, it is broken. It's not working. It's not where it should be. We don't have a passing game that can complement the rest of what this team is able to do this year. That's just the sad reality of it. It is what it is. Let's call a spade a spade. But you just, again, it is where it is. And so you look for the things that, okay, are we doing our part to get better? And I will say this team is not where it should be right now. But again, offensively, they were shooting themselves in the foot early in the year with making critical mistakes that were putting them backwards. It's certainly not a great offense. I'm not defending what the offense has done at all. But they at least got to a point where it's like, okay, we're either not doing what we should, but we're not giving the other team opportunities, right? And so you've seen progress, and you've seen guys fight throughout the course of the season. They have not lost hope. They are playing hard. They care. And for that, there's something to be said.
If the Wolverines defense can record 2 or more sacks here today against Northwestern, our friends at Big Boy will give Michigan fans 50% off appetizers all day on Monday. They're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy at participating locations only. Our self-scouts coming up in about 4 minutes, but first, another traffic and weather check.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan coming up against Northwestern here from the Big House. We will do our self-scout as we continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Go Michigan!
Rave Associates, importer and distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Family owned since 1974, Rave Associates has distributed some of the most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers and wines available through Washtenaw County and Southeast Michigan. Whether you're enjoying a craft beer or RTD at the Big House or watching at home, elevate your football experience with the finest beers and wine Michigan has to offer. Think local, drink local.
High five, Wolverine Nation. We asked you to recycle, and you recycled a ton. In fact, it was 22 tons that were collected as part of the Recycle Bowl, a number that exceeds last year's Recycle Bowl. Well done, Michigan fans. Now that's talking trash. Thank you to our partners, AbsoPure, Amcor Rigid Packaging, CleanTech, Husky Technologies, Pencolor, Plastipack, and the National Association for PET Container Resources. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
It's a Michigan game day.
Jacob Bowden, he's been a guy that he's played in the last 3 games who's definitely had a big impact. He's played corner, he's played kickoff return, he's played kickoff, made the tackle against Oregon on the kickoff. Did a phenomenal job for us. He's been filling in on some different roles, probably even different roles that he didn't even expect that he would play at this point. But he's done a great job of accepting those roles and making sure that he's doing really well. Micah Kapana has been practicing great. Amarion Stewart has been practicing great. Those are all guys that have a lot of potential, a lot of ability that we're excited to get on the field here at some point.
That is the special teams coordinator for the Wolverines, J.B. Brown. On a few guys who have pressed for more opportunities, that's oftentimes how you do it, is you get on the field first via special teams, and then you go from there. Not talking guys just trying to elevate the special teams, but as you look at the foundation for 2025 and maybe beyond in some cases, who are a few names of players who, again, with the way college football works, anyone and everyone can potentially leave. Right. We all know that. Right. But of the individuals you saw, let's assume that, yes, I think Colson Loveland and Mason Graham, et cetera, they're probably not coming back for their senior seasons.
No, they're probably gone.
But the guys that have caught your eye who could be the next group of stars for this program?
A couple guys. I'm really excited to see Jordan Marshall. I'd really like to see what he does, and maybe he gets some touches today depending on how the game goes. I know that they're going to try to get some of those running backs in the game and get a feel for that. And then Amarion Walker. We obviously have had a really hard time throwing the ball this year to anybody other than Colston Loveland. But I think in the future, if we get the kind of quarterbacks we should get and have the kind of offense we should have, the wide receiver group is really going to open up. And I do think, Brian, to your point, it's going to look so different. It's really hard to pinpoint that right now because when we get to the 2025 season, this team is going to look and feel a whole lot different. But those are two guys that I really am looking forward to maybe seeing over the next couple weeks. Hope they build themselves up in the offseason and get ready for big 2025. Very talented guys that have a bright future.
We talked about in the last segment that, staying as focused as you can on Northwestern with Ohio State looming. We can put this performance today, coming up at 3:35, into context for next week against Ohio State. So how can the Wolverines offense take some of those strides that would give you faith it can make enough noise to allow that defense to kind of flex its muscle next week in Columbus?
Well, look, Michigan football, the way this has always been, people are probably tired of me talking about it. You run the ball. Yep. You own the line of scrimmage, right? So that's where it starts, and it always will, no matter what, no matter who you're playing. Part of that doing that allows you to stay on schedule. So you're not 2nd and 8, you're not 3rd and 9, you're 2nd and 5, you're 3rd and 3, right? Things like that when you control the line of scrimmage, you can do. And then it opens up the offense. Then you can play action. Then you can find, then you can run screens. Then you can do all these things that make the defense have to guess versus just we're going to run downhill at this offense because they can't throw the ball. And then when they're in 3rd and 10, they have to throw the ball. And it becomes so predictable. It becomes so easy to defend. So staying on schedule, owning the line of scrimmage, and then use that running game to open up play action. We obviously have struggled throwing the ball this year. But if you're able to run and stay on schedule, it makes the offense much more unpredictable, and you can do different things. And then all of a sudden you find a little rhythm. The defense starts guessing. They get on their heels, and that's when you go down the score.
Certainly an area of intrigue from 2 weeks ago was the running back rotation. In about 30 minutes, we'll hear from Ben Hall. He got a season-high 4 carries in Bloomington last time out. Kalel Mullings, 10 carries, 1 in the first half. Here was the head coach, Sharon Moore, on that rotation heading into this week.
Yeah, for sure. He'll for sure get more carries, and he didn't get as many in the first half, and want to get Dono practice well, Ben practice well, Kalel practice well too, but really was working those guys in, and then in the second half, Kalel got more.
So saying Kalel will get more, definitely an odd situation, something that was talked about in the 2 weeks since, but yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, the running game has to be important. And Kalel, I thought we all know that he hasn't quite been as productive as in September. That was his peak. I'll be really fascinated how this looks today.
Well, Coach Morris talked about getting a bunch of guys reps back there. And, I thought Kalel earned the right to kind of be running back 1, even as good as, Dono can be at times. Kalel showed, we won that USC game because he just decided he was going to run over the defense and get things done. I thought that probably bought him enough of a rope to do what he had to do. That has been a weird situation, why they haven't gone back to him as much as they want. I think that there's a lot of talent in that backfield, a young talent, like we talked about. I think we're going to see some of that today, and they're trying to expose that a little bit. But we're going to need that running game to get going, no doubt. But he's the main guy that can do that, right? He's the every down back. He's the guy that, you get hit at the line of scrimmage, you get hit a couple yards, and you fall forward. Instead of 2, it's 4. Instead of 4, it's 6. And those are, people don't recognize that when you're watching the course of a game because the big sexy plays are, big passes downfield and sacks and things like that. The ability for running backs to get hit at the line of scrimmage and still fall forward for another couple yards, that makes every bit of difference. That's the part about football that people don't see enough of. He's a guy that does that, and I'm looking forward to seeing what those other running backs can help with today.
Quickly, defensive thoughts on this game that you can carry over to next week.
Well, I think they've been on the rise. I think they've done a lot of good things over the last couple of weeks. And again, like we talked about, it feels strange. It's been a long time since we played in the big house. We had the bye. We had Indiana, which his defense played great in. I think they just have to keep doing what they've been doing. They seem to be gelling throughout the course of the year, and that's what you love to see in a team. Unfortunately, Michigan's just not in a spot where these November games matter the way they should. But they're kind of moving in the direction that you always hope, is that as November comes, you get better, you're figuring it out. The defense has done that. A good opportunity with a Northwestern team that, let's just face it, is not that great, not that talented compared to what we should be able to do. And so you get an opportunity to practice that because you're going to need it against the Buckeyes in Columbus next week.
First matchup between the Wolverines and Northwestern since 2021 coming your way here at 3:35. Right now, traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Michigan and Northwestern coming up. We'll scout the Wildcats. Next, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Rake in the riches every Saturday in November with the Fall Harvest at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. From 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., join us to win a share of over $300,000 in cash and premium play, plus grand prize bonus entries that could boost your chances of winning. Then, on November 30th at 11 p.m., one lucky player will harvest the biggest win of all, the grand prize of $150,000 cash. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
I know the run stats that you look at as sheet post-game is not where we want it to be. If you look at like design called runs against Ohio State, I think we were averaging like 3.8 yards per carry, which is an indication that this group has it within them to establish a run game. You know, if you can do that against an operation like Ohio State, Michigan will present a lot of the same issues in terms of their personnel and their multiple looks. But we're going to have to find a way to have a balanced attack against a team like this, especially on the road.
That is the second-year head coach of the Wildcats, David Braun, who joined the Northwestern program as the defensive coordinator last January, and then the hazing allegations came to light. That prompted Northwestern to fire their former head coach, Pat Fitzgerald. Braun took over as the interim in mid-July and led the Wildcats to an 8-5 season. No first-year Northwestern head coach had won 8 games in their first season, or 7, or 6, or 5 since 1903. This year, not as much success, 4-6. Their wins certainly not exactly awe-inspiring. Miami University, a contender in the MAC. Eastern Illinois, an FCS team. Maryland on the road, probably their best one, and then in overtime against Purdue last week, losing 31-7 to Ohio State at Wrigley Field. Though, you know, it was interesting early, and Northwestern did score first.
I'm going to tell you what, with that Ohio State game, when I was watching that last week, they were up 7-0 Ohio State. I think it was it was like 3rd and 15 or something like that. And they were a millisecond away from a sack that could have transformed that game. And I've seen this with the Buckeyes.
It could have been 28-10, yeah.
I've seen this with the Buckeyes before, right? That they run away with stuff. But to your point, Northwestern looked good. A lot of talent out there. Mm-hmm. And typical Northwestern, smart kids, well-coached, disciplined, accountable, play really, really hard. You know, it's no secret. It's always the thing with Northwestern. It's just, do they have enough talent to keep up? And a team like Ohio State that's got plenty of it, they run away late with it.
Offensively, Jack Lausch took over as the starting quarterback in Week 2. It was Mississippi State transfer Mike Wright who got the call in the opener, and Lausch has been able to keep the job since. He's a redshirt sophomore who's a dual threat, certainly trying to continue to refine himself as a passer. 55%, 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, 226 rush yards, and 2 scores on the ground. Their leading rusher is Cam Porter, 4 yards a carry with 6 touchdowns. Top 2 receiving threats, Bryce Kurtz, who has a team-high 506 yards, but he hasn't caught a touchdown. And the former Wolverine, A.J. Henning, team-high 45 grabs, 468 yards, 3 touchdowns. Henning in his second season in Evanston after 3 in Ann Arbor. Do you know the interesting trivia question that can be answered with A.J. Henning? The Michigan trivia question.
I think he was number 3. That's all I got for you. Was he number 3? Doug, you would know.
So, all right, we're gonna do some multitasking here.
Doug's good at this stuff.
Did he score the first touchdown against Ohio State?
He scored the only non-Hassan Haskins touchdowns. Yes, the first touchdown as well. Yes.
Right down here.
Yep, the end around.
All right, you're done, Doug. We're done.
Talk to you at 3:28. No, exactly. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. He had the first touchdown to make it 7-0, and then from there, Hassan Haskins. So, we heard from Sharon Moore earlier in the week that they're very close. They can't talk right now because the whole transfer stuff. But cool to see Henning come back, and I think there'll be a lot of hugs and fist bumps and high fives with him.
It is, and it's a different era in college football. Where back in the day, if a guy transferred, it was a little bit kind of you felt a little betrayed by that. It's just not the case anymore, right? Guys are making business.
Now they're transferring together.
Yeah, right. Well,
a lot of people are doing that.
But now it's a business decision, right? I mean, that's just the reality where the sport's at. And so a guy like A.J. Henning who comes back, and that's a great stat. I forgot about that. The only non-Hassan Haskins touchdown of that infamous game, one of the best games ever to be played in the stadium. He was a contributor to that. And, of course, he should be welcomed when he's back, and the coaches and players that were able to recruit him, coach him, play with him, all that, should embrace him and welcome back to the big house. There's no doubt about that.
Defensively, Kirk Campbell compared Northwestern to Iowa in terms of their desire defensively to make you earn everything. They'll give you a little to avoid you getting a lot. Some names to watch. Number 91 is Aiden Hubbard. He leads the team with 4 sacks. Mac Uline, number 37, team-high 64 tackles. And Theron Johnson, a team-high 10 PBUs, couple of interceptions as well. This is far from the best defense Michigan has encountered. Wolverines certainly have a chance to find an offensive rhythm here in the game before the game.
So, the interesting, it's funny, Kirk Campbell compares them to an Iowa team. I would agree with that. There's nothing super exotic about this team. And I think the interesting part about playing a unit like this is if you play your style of football and you play it well and you execute at a good level, this is like, I don't want to say it's like practice, but it feels that way where it's like, look, we're going to do our thing. We know what they're going to do. There's no, we got caught off guard by this, right? There's none of that.
That's a great point, yep.
So it's very black and white. It's very vanilla in the sense of, we're either playing well, we're executing at a high level, or we're not. It's pretty straightforward. We're not probably going to get caught off guard with, oh, geez, they sent a corner blitz we've never seen all year. They ran this trick play. That's just not who Northwestern is. That's never who they've been. So it's an opportunity today to get ready for the game in Columbus. We are the better team. We are the more talented team. Certainly not where we should be. There are things to refine. This is a great program to come in here, senior day, in the big house, get some exposure, feel good about yourself going into to next week. And like we talked about, it hasn't felt great. But over the last couple weeks, it has been trending in the right direction. This is a chance to extend that and get ready for Columbus.
Really, the only chaos agent from a football standpoint is Lausch because he can run and throw. That's the one aspect of Northwestern that can really – there's a wide range of possibilities of how this could look.
But given the teams we've played to this point in the year, that's okay. You know what I mean? I mean, the talent we've seen, the players, the schemes, the coaches. I mean, it's been a tidal wave of talent.
No doubt.
And so this is an opportunity today to feel good about where you're at, focus on the things you want to do good, go execute it, and like I said, get ready for Columbus.
No doubt. Speaking of Columbus, we will update you on Ohio State's matchup with Indiana, top 5 clash in Columbus as we continue, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Hoosiers, that's the big matchup in the Big Ten. Wolverines and Buckeyes, the big matchup. Wolverines and Wildcats coming up. We will talk about that Ohio State-Indiana matchup and what else is going on in college football. Second to last week of the regular season. Boy, does it fly by. Rob Joyce along next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan Football from Learfield.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right, we'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports, made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Basketball season is here, and both Michigan programs just launched some exclusive promotional ticket packs that include a game ticket at a special item or experience. We're talking holiday mugs, themed sweaters, a sneakerhead t-shirt, and a whole lot more. Head over to mgoblue.com/tickets for full promotional, pricing, and availability details. That's mgoblue.com/tickets for your Wolverine basketball tickets and promotions during another exciting season at Chrysler Center.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
As we get ready for Michigan and Northwestern, a reminder, due to the rain overnight, the Michigan Golf Course closed for parking today, other than those who have green lot passes for the Stadium Boulevard entrance. So the Main Street, State Street entrance is closed. Again, no parking today, Michigan Golf Course. Full parking details, mgoblue.com/parking. A scoring change in Columbus after Indiana took the early lead. Rob Joyce, what have we seen since then in the Horseshoe?
Largely all Buckeyes, but Ohio State got stopped at 4th and goal on its last drive, but Will Howard just found Emeka Obuga for 11 yards on its ensuing possession, so midway through the second, tied at 7. Will Howard 14 of 14, 116 yards. And a touchdown. Ohio State doubling up Indiana in total yardage, but tie game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the punt happened. Indiana, I think, got one first down after getting the stop at the 2, so Ohio State took advantage of the better field position, kind of delaying the inevitable. We've been watching it here. Your impressions on what you've seen from that game so far?
I've seen this movie before. I've seen this with Ohio State. They'll let Indiana hang around, and we'll see what happens here until halftime. And then Ohio State will figure some things out. They're very well coached. They're very, very talented offensively in particular. And if you want my prediction, they're going to run. They're going to run away with it late in the third quarter, and I bet you they win this game by more than 14 points.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. They're just too talented, and we saw it with Indiana. We did not play our best game, and we should have found a way to win that game. And we obviously are not, firing on all cylinders, particularly offensively. The defense kept us in that game, certainly against Indiana. But, I've seen this with Ohio State before. It's very, very typical. I've seen it before. I grew up in Ohio. I've seen it my whole life. I know how this goes.
Jack's posture is as bad right now as it's been all season. He is slouched in his chair.
At this point in the season, it's like
you look like a bouncer just kicked you out of a bar.
I'm happy to be here. We're talking ball. We're talking ball. I'm just happy to be here, Brian. This is a blessing for me, man.
So defeated. Well, we shall see. I thought coming in.
What do you think? It's 7-7. There's 6 minutes left. What do you think?
I thought from the start, I said Ohio State would win, but that they would not cover. That was my. I felt like, and maybe that would be up 17. Indiana scores late. I think if Indiana had anything other than, they just got sacked. So actually, I think Ohio State's going to roll. No, they're going to have to punt. Yeah, I should have held my prediction a little bit longer before that 3rd and 7. if Indiana wore other jerseys, I think people would go in there and think that they were a 3 or 4 point.
Look, I got a lot of respect for Indiana. I think they've done an awesome job this season. Coach Cignetti and what he's been able to do, the culture he's been able to create there, and he's got a bunch of guys who, and we saw it, against when we played them, playing really, really hard, playing at the best of their ability. The thing is, it's still, and I don't mean any disrespect by this, it's still Indiana. They still don't have enough guys to get them through big boy football. We should have found a way to win that game. We didn't. We played bad, and we still should have found a way to win that game. Ohio State playing really good. They'll probably let them hang around for a little bit. It's a crummy day in Columbus, just trying to feel each other out. And then my guess is that in the third quarter they find a way.
And it was a sack fumble, so yeah, I really should have waited another 30 seconds.
Well, you heard it here. If one of us took the spread and the other one didn't, you know who it was.
Rob, other Big Ten games you got on the radar, ongoing or coming up?
Careful, Jack. Don't make Brian break out his stern dad voice again.
Oh,
10-3 Rutgers
Your posture's bad.
Leads Illinois midway through the second. Though the Illini in the red zone face a 3rd and 9 trying to tie things up. Iowa 10-0 lead at Maryland. They're about to go to halftime there, although the Hawkeyes have it in field goal range. 3:30, Penn State at Minnesota. A couple of then Nebraska and Wisconsin, a couple of 5-5 teams needing a win for bowl eligibility. And then 10:30 tonight, UCLA-USC, rivalry game to round out the day in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think it's even weirder to look at bowl eligibility elsewhere. Obviously, we care here about Michigan, but yeah, when you're talking about bowl eligibility for other teams, it's just when you got an 18-team league, normally that means bowl eligibility. You're fighting for like 11th place. It's just odd with the big standings.
It's funny you say that, Brian. I was thinking that to myself the other day. It's honestly hard to keep track of. It really is, right? I mean, this is what we do is try to keep track and comment on these things. And it's just really, really difficult. It's become so broad, so vast. There's so many moving pieces all the time with transfers and NIL and this and that. And now the 12-team playoff, right? I mean, trying to sort that through. If you watch College Game Day, they literally spend half of College Game Day now trying to get the fans to understand how it's going to work with, if you win the conference.
Why is this team the 5 seed?
100%. Right? I mean, they literally are spending half of their time making sure Lee Corso doesn't come on air and then making sure that they tell people where people are seated and how it's going to work. There's just so much going on right now. And, the last few years, you talk about bowl eligibility, the last few years, I think people really struggled with, these bowl games don't mean as much anymore. You got guys opting out, sitting out, making business decisions. I think this is probably going to be the first year that I think just from a psychological standpoint, people are past that. People are really willing to just say, look, we know what these bowl games are now. Like when we go to a bowl game, knock on wood, we, win one more out of the last 2. When we go to a bowl game, we know that people are sitting out, and you start to just kind of make peace with that and go, all right, it's a practice, opportunity for the next group of guys, and you get a preview into what next year looks like.
Like I said, Indiana's going to win and cover. Deflected interception in the red zone. My posture got nice and.
I tell you what, that was hard for me. Everyone here in the booth jumped up when Indiana picked that ball off, but I stayed smooth, didn't I?
Questionable posture. Excellent verbal execution.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Outstanding work. Rob, real quick, a couple of playoff contenders in close games early on elsewhere outside the Big Ten.
Yeah, number 8, Miami leads Wake 17-14, about to go to halftime. Florida just tied number 9, Ole Miss at 14 midway through the second in Gainesville. How about this? 23 seconds left in the first quarter. Georgia and UMass tied at 7. The Minutemen have it in the red zone.
That was the joke I made with John on In the Trenches. I said, hey, I'll take a stand. I say Georgia beats UMass.
I did hear that, yeah.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, UMass driving, too, in the red zone. All right.
I got a lot of respect for Georgia and Kirby Smart, but that SEC, they're on their high horse all the time about, it's difficult to play here. Like, what are you talking about? What do you think coming to Ann Arbor at night's an easy thing, or going to Columbus or Happy Valley? What are you
But you
talking
know what?
about?
The Big Ten should do the same. They should say the exact same thing. It's tough here, right? Like it's PR. It's what it is. We have to get to a traffic and weather update right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all. From mental health resources to exercise routines, Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Our weekly guest from Blue Cross, Andy Hetzel, is coming up, along with running back Benjamin Hall, as we count you down to Michigan and Northwestern. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
For Michigan games, you don't do anything halfway, and that should include wings. Detroit Wing Company makes wings that are as big and as bold as the Wolverines themselves. Order yours now for your tailgate or watch party. Or, if you're attending the game, get to our spot in the big house. Just go to DetroitWingCo.com to order ahead. Or, see us at the game. Because a U of M game is the perfect time to really get saucy. Detroit Wing Co. How Detroit wings.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
Everything that's happening in the air and on the ground.
For the latest local news, go to WWJNewsRadio.com and find out everything that's happening right now.
In the air with AccuWeather updates.
And on the ground with the latest traffic reports.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
We're at the Big House for the home finale, Michigan fans. And joining us now here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show is Andy Hetzel. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Brian. It's great to see you. It seems like we just kicked this season off. It's flying by. Blue Cross has been proud to sponsor the tailgate all season, and I'm sure the Wolverine seniors being honored today feel the same level of pride. Let's send them out with a win today.
Got my fingers crossed, Andy. Now let's talk about something Blue Cross is doing to help deliver those same winning outcomes for people in need. We know that many Michigan families face food insecurity year-round, but Blue Cross is always working to address that issue, right?
We are, and it's an important topic, Brian. According to a report by a national organization called Feeding America, about 1.4 million Michigan residents face food insecurity. That means they don't have easy access to healthy, nutritious foods. It greatly impacts people's overall health, as you can imagine, and their well-being. Blue Cross is ready to help solve this problem, and one way we're doing that is through a great partnership through our foundation's Food Pantry Grant Program.
We've talked about this before, Andy. Over the years, Blue Cross has awarded grants to food pantries in nearly two-thirds of Michigan's 83 counties. Now you're partnering up to award more grants that boost the capacity of local food pantries to provide fresh foods that require refrigeration, things like milk, cheese, fruit, vegetables, and yogurt.
That's right. And through the partnership I mentioned between our Blue Cross Complete Medicaid subsidiary company and the United Dairy Industry of Michigan, which is a great partner, we've awarded grants to 33 food pantries located in 21 counties across Michigan, and the grants help those organizations add and stock refrigeration units.
Andy, almost all of these food pantries serve senior residents, but some of the grants go specifically to food pantries that assist veterans.
Brian, I'm glad you mentioned seniors and veterans. We know that 1 in 5 veterans, for example, and their families face food insecurity challenges. And so Blue Cross is continuing to increase our grant funding to food pantries that serve the senior and the veteran population.
And Wolverines fans, you can learn more at bcbsm.com. Thanks as always, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
Michigan and Northwestern coming up. We're back on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with Wolverines running back Benjamin Hall. The Indiana opportunity for you, 4 carries, what'd that mean to you? How do you think you performed, not just in the game, but leading up to earn those opportunities?
Just constant hard work and practice and getting those extra hours into. I mean, I feel like my story here has been constant hard work. And I think just a step in the right direction. I can do better. I can make more plays. And I think it's just a step in the right direction and continue to go out there and get the opportunities to make plays.
I think what you think is where you've been in this program is where Kirk Campbell does. Your offensive coordinator told us earlier in the week that, yeah, you're just about that work. Has it always been that way? Where does that work ethic come from?
It's been instilled in me since I was young. My dad constantly preached hard work. My brother constantly preached hard work. And so when things aren't going well, you get confidence from working hard, and you never feel bad after a workout. So I think that's just the thing that's been honestly keeping me sane throughout the years and keeping me going, keeping me motivated.
You said during training camp that you've tried to emulate Blake Corum. What were the 2 or 3 things that you watched him do the most that have helped you as you sit now?
I watched him lead. I watched him work. And if we're going to be specific, I just watched his lateral quickness on the field that I've tried to work on as well. But overall, I mean, just watching him lead and watching him work, I mean, that lets me know that I'm on the right track.
Been interesting watching the offensive line develop throughout the year. They've had to battle some injuries. Some different guys have been in and out. How have you seen that group evolve over the course of the season? And do you feel like they're coming down the stretch run the way that they need to?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for us is we just got to be who we say we are. We're Michigan football, so we got to be Michigan football. We got to run the ball downhill. We got to attack guys. And, I mean, it's been pretty strong year that it starts up front. And there's no doubt in my mind that we got guys on the team that can go out there and move people. And so that's what Michigan football is all about. And at some point, we're going to continue to play Michigan football.
To Davis Warren, he, in his second stint as a starting quarterback, it seems from the outside that he's gotten better, numbers are better. How has he led differently or better? How has he, to your eyes, performed better in this second run?
He's just gaining confidence out there. He's playing like himself. He's being himself. And I think he's just beginning to realize that being himself is more than good enough to help us go out there and execute. So the more we continue to build his confidence and allow him to go out there and make those plays, the better he'll continue to play.
Late in the season, especially here in the Big Ten, running the football is so key. When it gets colder, when it gets drearier, does that feel like running the football, weather, time, all of that to you in this group?
It definitely does, but I think being Michigan, we should be running the ball all year. That's our identity. That's who we say we are, and so that's who we should be. But when it starts to get cold and you can kind of lean on those RBs to make plays, I mean, no doubt we got the guys who can go out there and do it.
To Northwestern, what stands out about their defense? What challenges do they present?
It's a hard-nosed group of guys who are going to fly around, play hard, make plays, and so I think that we just got to go out there and fire off the ball and run downhill. And I'm saying this over and over, but we got to be who we say we are. I mean, we're Michigan football, so let's go be who we say we are. We're a physical, hard-nosed team.
Michigan football also keeps its eyes on Ohio State. How well has this group been able to keep that game in the rearview mirror, getting ready for this one because of the importance? A trophy game, a chance at bowl eligibility, all that this game takes in.
I mean, we know at the start of every year that we're going to be there at the end of every year, and so it's not just another game. People like to say it is, but it's not just another game. So we know the challenges that game faces, but this will give a big opportunity to become bowl eligible, and so we're going to go out there. We're going to go out there and execute. And then we'll handle that obstacle when it faces us.
Benjamin Hall, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great stuff there with Michigan running back Benjamin Hall. Wolverines gearing up for Northwestern. We got another check of traffic and weather right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
John Jansen is standing by. He joins us next as we count you down to the Wolverines and the Wildcats here on a cloudy Saturday at the Big House. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Welcome to the Pretzel Bell, where Ann Arbor unites to share meals, memories, and maize and blue pride. Alumni owned and in downtown Ann Arbor, the Pretzel Bell serves up your favorite comfort foods, soft-baked pretzels, varsity burger, or mac and cheese, plus Michigan's finest craft beers and signature cocktails. The Down Bar has 32 TVs, and you can catch pub trivia on Wednesdays, country nights on Thursdays, and live music Fridays and Saturdays. To learn more or book a private event, visit thepretzelbell.com.
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Woo! I ask you, Donna, is cross-country skiing great or what? Yeah, I'm speechless, too. Finding your true north can really take your breath away. No breath. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
Hey, Donna, how about some snowshoeing after this? Are you kidding me?
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
I love watching my child grow through football, learning values and life skills that extend beyond the playing field. Now, there are more ways to play than ever before, from flag to tackle and beyond, with opportunities for boys and girls at any age. To find the right team, explore FutureForFootball.com's new League Locator tool and explore nearby leagues. It's never been easier to get your family involved in the game.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the Big House? Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands, and it's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
If you're ever wondering if John Jansen is comfortable in the Big House, the answer is yes. He's taking his shoes off here in the press box.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, but I'll spare everybody the details. It's just more comfortable.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Do you remember that reason from that clip, John?
I have no idea.
When was that?
It's been a while. That was pre-pandemic. We wouldn't allow him to not wear shoes around here. That was the first safety precaution taken.
Yeah. It was the original reason why you guys wore masks in here.
Do it before it was stylish. And on that note, John Jansen's Welcome to the Tailgate Show is presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix. We didn't get any Zing Zang. That'll be a 2025 goal to get some Zing Zang in here. I'll work on that.
I appreciate that. That would be effort it, will you?
Yes, I will. Absolutely. Every opportunity in the Big House is special, John. This is the last one for a lot of guys, and many of them will leave here as champions, Big Ten national champions. It's a special day, even if these aren't the stakes we were hoping for beyond that.
Yeah, sure. What they're playing for today in terms of getting to bowl eligibility is not where they thought they would be spending their last season wearing the maize and blue, but when you think about the 3 Big Ten championships, the national championship, the 3 wins over Ohio State, getting back to dominating Michigan State, all of those things are what this senior class has experienced in their time in Ann Arbor, and it's been an unbelievable run. Very grateful for, obviously, going back to the moments with Hutch and Josh Ross and those guys. They learned a lot from them. And now it's the legacy that they've left. It's not just going to be what happens today, but all those things that we mentioned before.
Well, what a run for that class. And Brian and I were talking about it earlier, guys in their 3rd year, guys in their 6th year, that this is their last time playing. And, even for the last home game this season, I'm walking down the tunnel before, we came up here, and I'm trying to soak it in, right? Because this is such a special place, and it's special to be able to be a part of this and to do this. And so even, as the the radio broadcast guy, right? You sit around and you go, geez, this is special. Soak this in, and you don't get to do this all that often. It's pretty special.
And here's the reality. We've talked about this on the podcast. 8 games this year at home, only 6 next year.
Yeah.
So that'll be weird.
It will be weird because we've had so many years in a row, and it's this year, what was it, 5 home games before we even went on the road?
Right.
And next year there's only going to be 1 more game than that at home. Yeah. And so you think about, it's hard to imagine because there's so much anticipation and excitement leading up to a college football season. And biggest game of the year is still to come next week, but this is the last Saturday we'll have in the Big House until next fall. It's hard to imagine we got here so quickly.
Yeah, it is. And you're driving in, and you're battling traffic. At least I'll speak for myself. And it's like, oh God, get out of the way, blah blah blah. And I'm like, just slow down and appreciate what this is. You only get 5 next year, right?
Six home games. Yeah,
six next year. Okay, you get 6 next year to be able to do this. This is a special place. Ann Arbor is a different town when this type of stuff happens. And for these seniors, and those who it'll be their last day here in the Big House, embrace it. And a good opportunity today to get a win, get bowl eligible, and cap it off that way.
You want to avoid that traffic. You should show up with me at 5:30 in the morning. Very
problem solved.
Yeah, problem solved.
What's his name? What's the guy out there?
He doesn't. You know
Yellow
his name?
Van.
Yellow Van guy.
He has no
Mr. Van.
Mr. Van.
Yeah, Yellow Van. Yellow is the first name. Van second name.
Did you beat him today, or did he beat you?
Oh no, he cheats. He cheats. He parks his car, and I don't even know what time. He probably parks it at 3 in the morning, and then he walks home because he's in walking distance. Goes back to bed. And then shows up 5 minutes to 6 so that he can drive his car in and say, I was first.
That's dedication, man.
I'm just glad John didn't say his middle name because it's a curse word. The Yellow Van. Team remained steadfast this week, John. It was, all on Northwestern. But we can look ahead. We can put this into context. What would you most like to see from this team today that you think will be applicable for next week?
A rhythm on offense. I really think if they can develop – we've talked about this all year. When you be good on first down, convert on 3rd and short, keep drives going, keep the chains moving, all of those things are great. But what I really want to see, if you're going to get more specific, is how about 1 or 2 runs that every time you line up, you can get 2 or 3 yards? Because how many times have we been talking about 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1? And what is it that they can hang their hat on? We don't even know what those plays are right now. In years prior, we've always known, hey, they're going to run the counter. They're going to lead with Max Bredesen. They're going to do these things. And they just don't have that play, at least I believe, that they can run with confidence to know no matter what happens, no matter what look they show up in, we've aced this one, we're going to ace it again. And it's the same thing in the pass game. When it's 3rd and 6, what type of route tree are you running? What is Davis Warren comfortable throwing? All of those things. If they could come out of this game with some confidence in 1 or 2 run plays, 1 or 2 pass plays, that they just, no matter how bad things have gone, we run these, we're going to gain some yards. That's really what I'm hoping to see today.
And I think it's a great opportunity with Northwestern. It's not an exotic defense. You know where they're going to line up. You know what they're going to do. So Brian and I were talking about it earlier. It feels a little bit, it doesn't feel like practice, but it's a little bit of, hey, we know exactly what we're up against here. And so can you execute it at a high level? Can you stay on schedule? Can you find some plays, to your point, John, that you feel good about going into Columbus next week? And you have a great opportunity today to start to find some rhythm, get those things fine-tuned so that next week, when all else fails, you can go back to that, and that's what good teams are able to do.
In this segment, John's first on the Tailgate Show, presented by Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix, proudly served at the Big House. Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. We will recap a busy week on the podcast with our look in the trenches as we continue, but first, another traffic and weather check on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Warm-ups beginning in earnest here for the final game of the home slate for the Maize and Blue at the Big House. Wolverines battling Northwestern for the George Jewett Trophy. Michigan eyeing bowl eligibility too. We'll go in the trenches next here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Hey, Michigan fans, the best football deserves the best Bloody Mary mix. Zing Zang, Michigan's favorite. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, Worcestershire sauce, and a bold blend of spices, Zing Zang delivers a taste that's as legendary as our team. And for those who love the heat, try Zing Zang Blazing. Proudly served at the Big House, Zing Zang is your go-to for game day, whether you're tailgating or cheering from home. Find Zing Zang Bloody Mary Mix at local retailers. Go blue and go Zing Zang.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
High five, Wolverine Nation. We asked you to recycle, and you recycled a ton. In fact, it was 22 tons that were collected as part of the Recycle Bowl, a number that exceeds last year's Recycle Bowl. Well done, Michigan fans. Now that's talking trash. Thank you to our partners, AbsoPure, Amcor Rigid Packaging, CleanTech, Husky Technologies, Pencolor, Plastipack, and the National Association for PET Container Resources. Remember, when we all recycle at home, at the tailgate, and at the game, it's the planet that wins.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Let's go in the trenches.
Indeed, we go in the trenches, and you can catch that on MGO Blue podcasts 3 times a week during the football season. Also, Defend the Block, all things Michigan basketball, coverage from the Wolverines 2-0 week on the hardwood there. Conquering Heroes, we're in the midst of our Hall of Honor inductee series, so some great stuff on that. We did hear from Brandon Hillman. He's been making a name for himself in the Wolverines secondary. We've heard Wink Martindale call Hillman a heat-seeking missile. Hillman was also a quarterback in high school, so John got Brandon down a rabbit hole on a weekly radio show here since the bye week on all the positions on the field he'd like to try in football.
What other position do you want to get some reps at?
You want to be like, for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heck, it doesn't even have to be on that side of the ball.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said, do you want me to be for real?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I want to try a wide receiver because I feel like I'm aggressive. I want to block somebody. I can put somebody in there. I don't care about the ball, to be honest. I don't want to beat on running back. Quarterback, I'll give another shot if I ever got to throw the ball. Even if it's a wildcat, I'll run the ball. You know, I don't got to throw it. I want to give nickel a chance. I feel like that's like give me a better opportunity to get real close to the ball. Like, you know, like real close to the ball. And I'll probably say if I ever like eat too much on a good day, like really get real chunky, linebacker or something, off the ball linebacker.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be there, one of those.
Just the inflection. And he's like, you want me for real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, how about if I ever put the feed bag on and get real chunky, I'll play linebacker.
Yeah, I'll get chunky at linebacker.
Yeah, because Ernie and
What's that say about us, John?
Are fat as hell.
What's that say about us, man?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Hey, you two have both done a great job post-playing. Come on, you guys are doing great.
Yeah, we're chunky linebackers now. You know?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm back to my Colston Loveland days. I love the
those did not exist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I love the mentality, though, of he wants to be a receiver just so he can block someone.
Yeah, he didn't want the ball. Don't worry about the football.
Yeah, don't give me that. I don't want people necessarily attacking me. I just like I did against Indiana. I want to be out there. I want to hit somebody in the mouth, and I just want it different ways, different opportunities to hit someone.
It's funny, heat-seeking missile, what Coach Wink said, because I can't remember what game it was, but, down on the field, I saw him come across the field and lay somebody out, and that's exactly what I thought to myself. I mean, that guy loves contact, and your point about, he wants to get a receiver to go block somebody, that guy loves contact, and in today's day and age, you don't find a lot of guys in the back end anymore like when we were playing, that guys that love that, they want that physical style of football. He's a guy that does, and I tell you what, you can make up with a lot. You can make up for for a lot with that type of mentality back there.
Well, and this style of defense lends itself for a guy like Brandon Hillman, where, I mean, how many times have we seen Makari Page be able to basically line up like an off-the-ball linebacker without having to put the extra weight on and make plays in the backfield or, come on a blitz? That's, as he grows in this defense, there are a number of different ways that they're going to use Brandon Hillman, and he basically, any of those ones that he talked about on defense, he could fill any of those roles.
Yeah, no doubt. Also, on this Wednesday's episode of In the Trenches presented by Meyer, QB1, David visited with John, and he detailed his close relationship with maybe the most popular person in the state. That's Lions quarterback Jared Goff.
When I first got sick, and I got a video from him when he was back in LA, and then just meeting him kind of through some quarterback, same guys we train with, and then him just trying to help me out in my journey as a quarterback, and then kind of we both migrated here to the great state of Michigan, and the great stuff he's been doing in Detroit, especially on Sunday. That was pretty cool. But even I think even during the week, this week, he just shot me a text and was checking in on me, seeing how I was doing, and I know that. And then after the Texas game, he shot me a text and just, tell me to keep my head up and keep pushing. And maybe I should have texted him that after the Texans game. I don't know if he needed it after what happened on Sunday, but just
cut and paste.
Yeah, exactly. Literally. Maybe she just emphasized it and just see if he saw it. But he's just a great guy, and I think shows a ton of resilience and even above what the kind of mindset he brings and all that stuff, just like what he does on the field.
It's really cool when you hear it, and this isn't the only example of it, but it's a really, really neat one, obviously, for us locally. When quarterbacks make it big, they still find time for those who are trying to thread the needle and become that 99th percentile outcome at the position. And that was just such a cool story.
Well, and you can tell that there's camaraderie at every position, but nobody really understands what a quarterback is doing or is going through and the pressure that they're under, because it's such a quarterback-driven game than other quarterbacks. And for Jared Goff, and their paths really to kind of mirror each other in regards to, hey, out in California and then here at Michigan, and he goes to Detroit Lions, and to be able to keep that relationship, build it, and to be able to support Davis Warren in so many different ways. And that he would even take the time to do that.
Goff's a good guy. I've had the pleasure of getting to know him over the last couple of years since he, joined the Lions, and that just proves that. And that clip from Davis there was a little longer than the usual clips, and you get a sense. And John, you're the one interviewing him, but you get a sense of who the person is the more they talk like that. He's a special young guy, right? I mean, he really is. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Hasn't been the season that we wanted, but I have a lot of respect for that guy and what he's been through and what he's been able to overcome, both personally in his own personal life, in this season with Michigan, and to keep a level head and do the things he's done and show progress over the course of the year. I'm a big fan of Davis Warren.
Be sure to check out In the Trenches presented by Meyer a few hours after the conclusion of today's game here at the Big House. Meyer also presents our tailgate tip here on the show. Don't forget the bottle opener, corkscrew, or lighter, 3 essentials that you never want to forget. If you're a tailgating fanatic, we suggest always keeping your those items. Would you guys add 3 other ones, maybe?
Oh, no.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
John and I looked at each other and go, yeah, of course.
You kind of hit the nail on the head with those 3.
I didn't. Meyer did. Meyer, our great friends, we always suggest keeping those items in your preferred tailgating vehicle's glove box. You never know when they will come in handy or when they'll make John and Jack really excited about them. Today's tailgate tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest as the tailgating season is almost over here in Ann Arbor. We've got the availability report. We'll share that with you here in a few minutes, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Much to do here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We have a This Date in Michigan history coming up here, and also the availability report as we count you down. Wolverines and Wildcats. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
This is Michigan football.
He splits two men up 15-20, goes to his left, into the open field, 35-40. He's on his way. Desmond Howard is going all the way. A spectacular 92-yard quick return for a touchdown. He has done it again. Unbelievable.
It's Frank Beckman's call of Desmond Howard's punt return for a touchdown as we relive this day in Michigan football history presented by Buddy's Pizza. November 23rd, 1991, fourth-ranked Wolverines completing a perfect Big Ten season, clinching a spot in a trip to Pasadena, 31-3 over Ohio State. It's great to relive that. And John, November 23rd hosted the game 10 times. Do you miss it before Thanksgiving?
I do. And because, like yesterday was the anniversary, November 22, of when Charles Woodson did the same thing against Ohio State. And I do kind of miss having that. It's unique because so many people have the Thanksgiving holiday. They have good, Black Friday off, and now all of a sudden, the party seems to start earlier. But, I mean,
it's especially weird when Thanksgiving's so late that we're going to have the game on November 30th when there were times where it was taking place like November 18th before.
Right, yes,
it's
the
very
week before
odd.
Thanksgiving,
It's very odd.
It is, but great moments.
No doubt. This segment brought to you by Buddy's Pizza. Just like Michigan football, Buddy's knows all about being the best in the game. It has been since 1946. Stop by one of their locations today to score your original Detroit-style pizza. Availability report out. And unfortunately, in that out portion, we see number 2 again.
Yeah, Will Johnson is out. Hoping that we could have got him back. Hopefully we can get him back for the game next week. Samaj Morgan is out today, as well as Amarion Walker. Christian Boivin also out, questionable, and we heard this from Sherrone Moore earlier in the week. Jeff Percy hoping that he would be available to provide some depth on that offensive line.
Yeah, Sherrone's been pretty open about that early in the week, and it did seem like a genuine question mark on Monday going throughout the week. And from the Samaj Morgan standpoint, I mean, again, there are so many opportunities at a wide receiver position for Michigan. If you want to talk about what this team looks like in 2025, there's chances aplenty there at the wide receiver spot, and you can start proving it right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games. There's only 2 left on the regular season. You're hoping to earn a third, but you don't know what that's going to bring, and hey, you're trying to make your stamp on not only what's happening this year, but, hey, your value for what's going to happen this winter, spring, and obviously into next fall.
DTE Energy is the game sponsor for today's Michigan-Northwestern matchup. We've got a great conversation with our friends at DTE Energy right now. Continuing our coverage before Michigan and Northwestern, great to be joined by our friend Stephen Houston, marketing analyst at DTE Energy, a great partner of Michigan athletics and, of course, Michigan football on the radio. Stephen, we appreciate you joining us. Can you tell fans why we need renewable energy?
Well, thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me. And I'll be glad to elaborate a little bit more on this. So DTE has a clean vision for Michigan, transforming the way we generate electricity to provide our customers with clean, reliable, and affordable power. That includes investing in Michigan-made wind and solar energy, which is now one of the most cost-effective forms of generating electricity. By 2042, we plan to generate enough clean energy from wind and solar to power approximately 5.5 million homes. That's more than 50 times the capacity of Michigan Stadium.
We all know that is a massive, massive size, which is great to hear. So tell us about DTE's My Green Power program.
Love to get into that. So DTE's My Green Power program enables our customers to buy renewable energy from DTE's wind and solar parks throughout the state. My Green Power is a convenient, affordable, and flexible option for those customers who want to be a part of Michigan's clean energy future.
So who are those people who can participate in My Green Power?
So if you're a DTE electric customer, you can enroll in My Green Power. It's as simple as that. We have homeowners, renters, and small businesses all using My Green Power to meet their personal sustainability goals. Nearly 100,000 customers are already enrolled in My Green Power, and you can join too.
I am a proud enrollee. I love it. So how can a DTE customer who's not currently enrolled do that with My Green Power?
You can enroll with a simple sign up on mygreenpower.com. That's mygreenpower.com. You have the power to choose your enrollment level, either a percentage of your home's electricity use or a fixed dollar amount, which can be as low as $1 a month. Once you enroll, you'll receive all of the benefits of renewable energy, and no contract and no equipment installation or maintenance is needed.
So what are some of the benefits customers receive by enrolling in My Green Power?
Great question. So by enrolling in My Green Power, it's the easiest way to reduce your personal environmental impact. You'll also be supporting Michigan-made wind and solar resources, which in turn supports a cleaner future for your family and Michiganders.
Which is awesome. So tell us a little bit more about the impact of enrolling in the program, what that has on the environment.
So our My Green Power customers are not just supporting DTE's current wind and solar parks, they're also supporting future developments. That means as more customers enroll, we're building more wind and solar parks throughout the state. This brings more Michigan-made clean energy to the grid, creating local jobs, reducing carbon emissions, and making a more sustainable world for the future generations to come.
To learn more about the program and how you can enroll, visit mygreenpower.com. Now that's mygreenpower.com, mygreenpower.com. Stephen Houston, marketing analyst at DTE Energy. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Brian.
Great stuff from Stephen. We thank DTE Energy for their support of Michigan athletics, and we thank our friends at WWJ for another traffic and weather update now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Before we continue, let's take 10 seconds for station identification as you listen to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield. We got another out-of-town scoreboard check on the way with Rob Joyce. Indiana and Ohio State just out of halftime. We'll tell you about that and more as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Toyotathon is on. The perfect time to shop a new SUV with more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through December 2nd, get any new Highlander or Grand Highlander with 5.99 APR financing up to 72 months, including hybrid models with $1,657 per thousand borrowed. Subject to approved credit through TFS. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The Wolverines defense could score you a great deal at Big Boy. If Michigan records 2 or more sacks during today's game, you can enjoy 50% off all appetizers at Big Boy on Monday. From crispy onion rings to their legendary mozzarella sticks, Big Boy will be the place to be on Mondays if the Wolverines deliver 2 or more sacks. So as you follow along with today's game, remember that 2 Michigan sacks mean 50% off appetizers on Monday. We're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
Only at participating locations.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
They know the focus that we have to have because they're a good football team, and we got to go win this one. And then I think the motivation that you have to go play that team down there it's always burning in you. You're always thinking about it regardless of who you're playing. So we'll be prepared for that one, but we got to go win this game.
That is the head coach, Sherwin Moore, on the preparation for this one, the home finale, a chance to lock down bowl eligibility. It's a trophy game, the George Jewett Trophy on the line. But, yeah, John, with the game looming in a week, it's got to be a little bit difficult, no?
Well, I mean, yes. In a lot of years it can be. This year is probably not one of those years where you are working to get to bowl eligibility. You're working to, still accomplish some of the things that you set out at the beginning of the season in terms of consistency and execution, all of those different things. So I don't necessarily I don't see this one as one that you're going to look ahead to.
Reminder for those just still coming into Ann Arbor, Michigan Golf Course closed for parking today other than those with green lot passes. That is off the Stadium Boulevard entrance. So Main Street and State Street entrances closed at the Michigan Golf Course. Full details at mgoblu.com/parking. Out-of-town scoreboard check now, and Rob Joyce, that 7-0 IU lead feels like it was a long time ago in Columbus.
Yeah, third quarter just started. Indiana went 3 and out, and then Caleb Downs took the ensuing punt return 79 yards for a touchdown. So it's 21-7 Buckeyes early third. Indiana has 60 yards of total offense, and their opening possession was a 70-yard touchdown drive.
Wow. That's
not much since then.
That's what you call subtraction.
Not going in the right direction.
No. Certainly, Indiana has made some mistakes. Ohio State's taken advantage of a few of them. Ohio State failed on a 4th and 1 inside the 5 and ended up getting a stop and getting a touchdown a bit later. Maybe it delayed the inevitable, but boy, first quarter Indiana was kind of right there, and since then it's been all Buckeyes.
Well, and a lot of times we'll see those scripted drives where you get the play sheet on Thursday, you study it, you know everything that's going to happen, and then things change. Everybody makes adjustments on the sidelines, and the game completely changes after that. And if you're going to make mistakes in regards to turnovers, and you're going to give that ball back to a team like Ohio State, they will eventually make you pay. They're a very talented team.
It feels like the trenches is where this thing is really tilted. There have been 3 sacks of Curtis Rourke, and their third down that they just failed on, it was a quick throw because of some more pressure.
Well, and that's what we saw Michigan be able to do against Indiana, is be able to apply pressure, and that's something that Indiana was priding itself in, and rightfully so, in Big Ten play up until they played Michigan, had only given up 4 sacks. Then against Michigan, I think it was 4 or 5 that Michigan got last week, and now that trend has continued. You play against better defensive fronts, bigger and better, faster, all of that stuff. It's going to test your protections.
Interesting note on that, by the way. It's the first time either Ohio State or Michigan are at home the week before hosting the game since 2014. Same deal. Ohio State hosted Indiana and then Michigan. It's only happened 3 times this century. Michigan did it a couple of times in the 2000s. I thought it was odd that they were hosting back-to-back games. You don't see that very much.
Huh. Not even something I would care to look at.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you.
I had no idea that was even a stat.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. I mean, it seems odd either way that
because there have been weird games for both teams. The game before the game, but on both sides, right? I mean, Michigan 2 years ago almost losing to Illinois.
Yep.
The Snow Bowl with Jake Butt. Maryland last year on the road was not a gimme by any stretch. Ohio State almost lost it at Maryland that 2-3 overtime game. So it made me wonder, because you wonder how this game would be different in Bloomington, that's for sure.
Yeah, and especially with Indiana coming off a bye week.
Yeah.
You can understand the drive that they put together. You just wish that maybe Michigan having exposed some protection issues, maybe they would have been able to shore them up.
Rest of the Big Ten, Rob, you got any fun stats that John would have never thought of before?
I got a lot of games that I guarantee you John cares nothing about.
Please try us.
Yeah.
Rutgers 17-9 over Illinois.
Nailed it.
Iowa 16-0 at Maryland. Oh, I lied. 16-6. Terps just scored. Later, Penn State at Minnesota. Nebraska and Wisconsin, a couple of 5-5 teams, and then UCLA, USC at 10:30 out west.
Wisconsin has a chance to continue the funniest thing. Nebraska was 5-1. They're now 5-5. They haven't been bowling in 8 years. Penn State, do they get threatened by Minnesota?
I think it's one of those games that is probably kind of probably. How many times can I say that?
I'm going to follow that stat.
Somewhat like the Indiana-Ohio State game, where Minnesota is going to come out with a lot of juice. That's what PJ Fleck's teams do. They put together a drive. They threaten them in the first quarter. But like Ohio State, Penn State has so much talent, so much speed, so much more than Minnesota has. I think it's probably one that eventually gets away.
Before we finish the segment, Rob, Miami, Florida, and believe it or not, Georgia in games that maybe people thought would be not quite as close as they are right now.
Yeah, midway through the third, Miami leads Wake Forest 20-14. Just starting the third quarter at the Swamp, number 9 Ole Miss tied with Florida. And then, Georgia leads 21-13 against UMass late in the second quarter there. And then even Tennessee was being threatened by UTEP. That was a scoreless game after one. It's now 14-0 ball, so a little comfort there. But, some playoff contenders, not as easy as you'd think going in.
A little nervous about that guarantee I gave on In the Trenches of Georgia over UMass. I've been a little nervous up here. Good thing I didn't say anything about that guarantee. I did say, though, I felt like Ole Miss Florida was going to be dicey for the Rebels.
Yes, you did. And, Florida is kind of one of those funny teams. You look at their schedule, and by far the hardest schedule that, in terms of brands that you're going to be playing throughout the course of the year. And they have, what are they, 5 wins right now?
Yeah.
Those have been hard-fought wins.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we will keep you up to date on all those games, in particular the one in Columbus, Ohio State 21, Indiana 7, as we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Maybe Doug Karsh has some fun stats that John will discard as irrelevant. That's coming up after we do traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Doug Karsh standing by. We'll talk to him about this Senior Day matchup, Wolverines and Wildcats at Northwestern, here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. 3:35 kick. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's Tommy James and the Shondell. Saturday night party night, November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Classic 60s hits with Tommy James. Tickets start at $35 and are on sale now at the box office at etix.com.
My baby does the hanky panky.
November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss Tommy James and the Shondell. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's the Detroit Wingco Tailgate Report, reminding you that you don't have to just wing it for the Michigan game. Not when Detroit Wing Company is ready to play. The tastiest way to watch the Wolverines win is with our delicious brined wings and chef-created sauces. Find your wings at a DWC near you, or visit us at our new spot, Hatched in the Big House. Kick off the game right. Go to DetroitWingco.com. That's how Detroit wings.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Hello, Doug.
Hi, Brian.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's a great start to this segment.
I've been offering up stuff John doesn't care about for years.
Well,
specifically,
sure.
the hometown of the punters.
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Which are we getting a preview on that right now?
Well, there's no interesting, at least that I was able to find. Hometowns. Most of their punters and kickers are from the state of Illinois.
Yep. Well, they got to.
So you've gotten to the point where you're reaching this.
I know he is, right, and that's kind of taking the fun out of it.
Yeah. So
you got to mix it up.
The fun was last week when I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to surprise Doug, and then as soon as I look it up, I figured certainly he's not going to ask me. So I had my backup plan was as soon as their punter, who was from Auckland, New Zealand,
not Australia,
right, was going to make a punt, I was going to turn the tables and say, yeah, hey Doug, he's from Auckland, New Zealand. I had to prove that I actually cared.
The reason
a little
this started is just because week after week after week, from 2 years ago, every punter's from Australia. Yeah. And we got to the point where we'd done 30 games and 22 of the punters were from Australia. Yeah. And we
just that, okay, Brian, that is a stat.
There you go.
Just like you're playing on the road before Ohio State.
Yes.
22 of the 30 were from Australia.
And
what was their average age? 32?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of was, right? All these guys had played, like, Australian rules football professionally.
Yeah.
And
they went to school with Jack.
Yeah. But we had, the guy who played for the Collingwood Magpies.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
We had a guy that played for, I think, the Fremantle Lions and, like, all these different.
His wife was expecting their third child.
Exactly, and they were college now. Punting in for U.S. colleges.
Yeah, posting their travel pictures on LinkedIn.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
They don't have Instagram.
The Facebook.
Doug got this one. It's kind of sort of a Jeopardy-style format with A.J. Henning coming back. John, what's the A.J. Henning trivia question when it comes to Michigan football?
Is Doug supposed to answer this?
No.
I did earlier.
Yeah, he did. He got it right. So what's A.J. Henning have as a claim to fame in his Michigan career? No? Nothing? 2021?
Okay, I mean, okay, 21 questions. You keep answering before I ask one.
Okay, what was the score of the 2021 Michigan-Ohio State game?
42 to
27.
42-27.
42 is the important number.
Yeah.
And how many touchdowns did Hassan Haskins score?
We had 5.
5.
Yeah.
Who scored the 6th?
AJ Henning.
AJ Henning, and he
okay, yeah. Thanks for walking me into that one.
You know what the thing is? It was a Statue
I'm doing
of Liberty.
the math to make sure it's not a trick question.
They ran the Statue of Liberty to AJ Henning.
Right, yeah.
Who, by the way, got his Michigan degree before he left.
Yep.
Right.
Won 2 Big Ten championships. And they still talk about him in the wide receiver room. In fact, Ron Bellamy says they're always looking at secondaries. And when they get Northwestern film, you know, when they're playing Indiana or Purdue or whomever they're playing, and they get film and it's Northwestern against that team, they all sit there and hoot and holler when A.J. Henning makes a play. So
well, and I don't know if I asked Sharon this on air or not.
You did.
But he's not even allowed. Like, he was the one that recruited A.J. Henning to Michigan. And there's a lot of guys that, hey, if it's not a fit or for whatever reason you transfer to another school, there's still a relationship that these coaches, whether it's assistant coach, head coach, you know, coordinator, that they have with them. But he's not even allowed to contact him because he's obviously, you know, playing for another school, which I think is just.
Even though now, I think technically he's out of eligibility now too, right? So, like, you would think at this point, I can't recruit you here for maybe be an analyst or something. Like, it's odd.
Yeah, I mean, I get the point of it for recruiting or for any, you know, inside now trying to pressure a kid to give you some knowledge, but
love the kid. Haven't talked to him in years.
Yeah, I mean he's a great kid,
no doubt.
And we wish him the best of luck as he finishes his career. Just not today,
no doubt. John and Doug, we can interpret this game with an eye on Columbus, right? So, Doug, what are you going to be watching for in this one that you will apply to how you digest the preparation for the trip to Columbus?
I mean, get the Michigan running game going back to what it's supposed to be. It really hasn't been, you know, it's been a few weeks since Khalil Mullings has broken off a run, Donovan Edwards. You know, you just see incremental improvements in the pass game. And honestly, we want everything to happen quickly. Coaches talk about, I'll give you an example of a player that they've been talking about for weeks, and he just wasn't making a ton of plays. And then he broke through and is starting to make a bunch of plays, and that's TJ Guy, right? We've been hearing great things about him. So when we hear the great things about Kendrick Bell or Channing Goodwin or you know, Samaj is out today, Frederick Moore, you know, you want those guys to make those big steps forward, but what they're making is incremental steps forward. And if you keep stacking those incremental steps, you know, maybe you get better. And look, the whole Ohio State thing, you know, it looms. And it's obviously a backdrop to this game is finish out your home career with a win for all these seniors and guys playing their last game. And it's important that the fans, you know, are here today to support them and cheer them on, because those guys were the backbone of a national championship team. There are a lot of guys that are playing on the field for the final time today that were part of 3 Big Ten titles, 3 wins over Ohio State, 3 college football playoff appearances, and a national championship. That was one of the greatest eras of Michigan football that we had the last 3 years. And, you know, this season is kind of getting caught in the vacuum after that in terms of roster construction. But they should be appreciated for a long time for what they did for this program.
And there's certain games, certain moments that you're always going to remember. Obviously, games against Ohio State, games against Michigan State, the first one that you took the field, playing in the Rose, all those different things throughout the course of your career. These guys have a lot, but one of them that you will remember for the rest of your life is the last time that you went out on the field and how the fans acted, the result of that game. A game against Northwestern, you know, in most years you're going to be like, yeah, okay, remember that game, you know, and you kind of misplace where it is. This is one that they're going to remember forever.
Yeah, and maybe it's a little easier to take that moment while you're walking down the Lloyd Carr Tunnel to remember it versus when you're playing the game here and it's just a different animal. All right, we'll get Doug and John more on this one here at the bottom of the hour. Michigan Northwestern coming up. John's Keys of the Game wraps up our Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show, but not before our final check of traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Northwestern Wildcats, the George Jewett Trophy on the line for the second time. Michigan with a win earns bowl eligibility before the trip to Columbus next Saturday. John will tell you how the Wolverines can do it with his keys when our Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show concludes after this. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
This is University of Michigan football, live on WWJ.
The home of the Wolverines and everything else you need.
After the game and all week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8th.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
The Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show is almost done. But before we go, let's get John Jansen's keys to the game.
And we do that here to wrap things up. We go unit by unit. John Jansen, let's start with the Michigan offense's keys here against the Wildcats.
Yeah, and to break those units down just a little bit more, offensively, the number one thing is going to be dominate the line of scrimmage. This offensive line unit has the ability. They've got the talent. They just need to gain some confidence. And whether it's the run game, the pass game, I mentioned those plays that they can get comfortable with, get confident in to be able to gain yardage even when things aren't going well. Today is the day to do it. There's nothing that Northwestern does up front that they should, feel threatened by. They have to make sure that they take care of their technique and they perform the way they should. But it's an opportunity to gain some confidence, dominate the line of scrimmage, get some movement up front, and in the pass game, just solidify those protections before you head into next week against Ohio State. No turnovers. I've said that week after week after week, and you've got to emphasize that because this is a team that's been prone to turn the ball over. We know how costly they can be. You don't want to give a team like Northwestern any hope, any chance, any feeling like they can be a part of this game. And then number three, talking about the units of the offense, find some wide receivers. We've seen an improvement in the passing game each of the last 3 weeks. And now is an opportunity for them to be able to sit back there, with good protection, develop some routes, some schemes that you have confidence in heading into the Ohio State game.
How about defensively, a unit that has been ascending, the unit that probably is going to have to be the thing that carries Michigan to a win next week? How do they do it again this week?
Well, I know this is something that Doug and I will be talking about throughout the course of the game, but number one is putting pressure on the quarterback, doing it with discipline. Because he is a mobile quarterback, he can get some yardage and pick up some first downs with his feet, extend plays, which allows the coverage to break down a little bit, but be able to pressure with 4. That's something that Sharon Moore has talked about. It's something Wink has talked about. It started with the Oregon game. We saw it against Indiana, the improvement of being able to apply pressure with only 4. Got to continue that today. Physical, aggressive coverage on the edge. It's going to be something that they're going to need to have confidence in against Ohio State next week. And then number 3, you've got to dominate on first down. And then when you get the third down, get off the field. It's the basics of football. Apply pressure, have good coverage, own first down, force them into those third and longs, because Michigan over the last couple of weeks, something they've improved upon is being able to get off the field on third down.
And lastly, special teams. Feels like there's been some ups and downs, but probably more downs than ups in that unit, which was not the case over the last 3 years.
Well, and talking to JB, who joined us on Monday night, it's consistency, but the ability to create turnovers, create momentum, create some excitement on special teams is there. So create a turnover. Number two, no missed assignments, no mistakes, no pre-snap mistakes. We saw it a couple of weeks ago against Oregon, where it was just an alignment mistake that allowed them to continue a drive, ultimately ending in a field goal for Oregon. You've got to be zeroed in, honed in on every single specific, whether it's rule, alignment, what your role is, what you're doing on a certain play, and then field position. Again, this is kind of like turnovers. It's so basic, but field position on special teams, whether it's Tommy Doman with the punts, it's the coverage unit. There's so many different things that can have a factor in giving Michigan's offense an advantage, and obviously defense. If you can pin a team down, that's what you want to be able to do.
And I'll tell you, ideally, when you don't host the game, you get senior day against somebody else, you'd like for the fourth quarter to be a fun stroll down memory lane, remembering what all these guys contributed to the program, especially considering what this senior class has done.
Well, there's no question. I mean, with the 3 Big Ten champions, the national championship, there's so many great moments. And you look back at the 21 year, and it was obviously headlined by the win over Ohio State. 17 years that it took to shift this rivalry back to Michigan. This class was so young, and they were such a big part of it. And then the 23 game, and the 22 game. There's so many great moments, and this senior class has been the backbone of a lot of those moments and games.
All right, plenty to do on the pregame show coming up. Full analysis from the crew. Thoughts from Kirk Campbell and Wink Martindale during our offensive and defensive scouting reports. Updates on the Indiana-Ohio State game. Buckeyes currently leading 28-7. Less than 5 minutes to play third quarter, though the Hoosiers are driving. Interviews with emerging freshman defensive back Mason Curtis and head coach Sharon Moore, all leading up to the Wolverines' home finale against Northwestern in what is the second ever battle for the George Jewett Trophy and an opportunity for the Wolverines to clinch bowl eligibility. That's it for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Stay tuned. Our pregame show is next. Michigan, Northwestern. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Thanks for listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for more analysis from the crew and comments from the locker room during the pregame show, which starts after this 2-minute timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Michigan fans, kickoff is right around the corner, and Buddy's, the original Detroit-style pizza since 1946, has the best corners in the game. With its iconic square shape and crispy, crunchy corners, Buddy's is a proud partner of Michigan athletics. Handcrafted daily with Wisconsin brick cheese, fresh toppings, and sauce on top. Whether you're tailgating at the Big House or watching from the best seat in your house, start game day off right with Buddy's. Get 10% off your order right now at buddyspizza.com with promo code 10OFF.
Elevate your brand and make your business stand out with high-impact graphics from Source One Digital. Source One will customize graphics that showcase your facility, products, and services. Source One is designed, delivered, and installed. Custom decor, window signage, retail, events, concerts, sports, collegiate, and more. From concept to completion, count on us. Visit SourceOneDigital.com, a signage partner of Michigan Athletics. Go Blue!
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Left point of three. Yes, sir! It's us. They score! Quarterback run up the middle. Yeah!
Following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
We want to be 1-0 this week.
This week we have a big opportunity to become bowl eligible.
Northwestern game is a trophy game. You know, we're 2-0 in trophy games.
Just looking on exactly what they are as opportunities and not taking anything for granted.
We've done a good job, and also the coaching staff, of keeping the main thing, staying focused.
You want to keep working. You want to keep getting better and keep putting yourself in a position to win football games for this team.
I want to make sure we're doing everything to study the game, study our opponent.
Make sure that we play for the next person next to us.
All those guys want to do is go win, and that's the cool thing about this team and the people around here. And so our jobs now is just to go try to win.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines and visit with players and coaches. Wolverines football is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of Michigan athletics. The Michigan Gaming Control Board. Learn how to play it smart when you're gambling. Visit don'tregretthebet.org. Absolpure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. And by Barbasol, America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. Now, let's go to the stadium. Here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Well, for some, today marks the final chapter in their Michigan careers here at Michigan Stadium. A group of Wolverines that sailed to the highest of college football heights will be setting sail on their big house careers as Michigan tries to get some momentum ahead of a late season showdown next Saturday. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside the captain, John Jansen. And John, this group of seniors, Khalil Mullings, Donovan Edwards, guys like Josiah Stewart, Makari Page, Quentin Johnson, those guys played huge roles in winning Michigan's first national championship since you, Woodson, Greasy, and company did it.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the different memories that they have, whether it's here in the big house or just wearing the maize and blue. I mean, you go back to, the game against Wisconsin and how they owned the jump around. It's the same thing in Lincoln, Nebraska. There's just so many great moments that you could think about while these guys were on campus.
Some third-year guys have decisions to make as well. Mason Graham, Colston Loveland, Kenneth Grant, Will Johnson, and there's always some surprises.
Yeah, you never know who that guy is going to be. And here's the wild card is the transfer portal. You don't know who's coming in, who's going out. And for those guys that are going to make the decision themselves that they're going on to bigger and better things at the NFL, this will be their final time in the big house.
With that said, the whole roster, you never want to lose, but especially this game. And for these seniors and those guys playing their final home game, you never want to lose the last game you play at Michigan Stadium.
There's certain moments that remember. Anytime you play against Ohio State, anytime you play against Michigan State, anytime, the first time you get a chance to run on the field, whether it's as a starter, as a backup, and the last time that you run down that tunnel will be something that you will remember forever.
Northwestern, today's opponent, last week jumped out to a 7-0 lead against Ohio State at Wrigley Field. They didn't do much after that. They have some talent in the backfield and on the edges.
They do. They have the ability to apply some pressures. And here's the big thing is their quarterback. He is a guy that's a dual threat guy, and he can make some things happen, extend some plays, and he can make things exciting.
One area they may be vulnerable offensively, the offensive line. They shuffled some guys around, and Michigan's front seven, we should feel them today.
Oh, we certainly should. And one of the things that we've noticed, and Wink has talked about, Sharon has talked about, since Oregon, and obviously against Indiana, the ability to win up front with 4. And whether it's Derek Moore or it's Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, like those guys have been playing at a high level the last few weeks.
Ohio State blitzed them a lot last week. Michigan, meanwhile, coming off a bye. The last bye week, we didn't see any huge changes or steps forward. Sure, it'd be helpful to see the Wolverines' offense make some strides.
Some rhythm, some confidence, whether it's in the passing game, run game. Obviously, you would like to see it in both, is the ability to just gain some confidence and rhythm on offense.
Defensively, the Cats may be challenged a bit in the secondary, but it hasn't exactly been a big play group of wide receivers for Michigan.
No, it hasn't, but, I mean, just like the front 4 defensively had played better in the last couple of weeks, so have the receivers. More targets, touchdowns against Oregon. Like, they have been a bigger part of this game plan.
Meanwhile, tight end Colston Loveland's faced double teams constantly and still makes plays for Michigan.
He's an absolute stud. He's a great target, a confidence builder for the quarterback, and one that they know will always be there for him.
He can break a Michigan record for a single season catches by a tight end today with his next catch. John, you played on some teams that struggled and then pulled off some late season miracles. What a way for these kids to go out. If they could see some reward here late in the year for the grind they've put in.
Yeah, it's about getting bowl eligible today, but it's also about building that confidence. So when you go to Columbus, you know it's going to be a tall task, but you've got that confidence that you can go in there and perform your duties.
The weather today, it's a classic gray November sky, 47 degrees right now on its way down to 43. It's all clouds. This is Big Ten football weather. We'll preview today's opponent, Northwestern, coming up. Also our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush will be anchoring our coverage. We'll also hear from former Wolverines Jack Miller and number 8 Jason Avant, and later Michigan head coach Sharon Moore. We kick it off at 3:35. It's Go Blue versus Go Cats. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is the place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Toyotathon is on. The perfect time to save on a new Toyota truck. Now through December 2nd, get 1.99 APR financing on a new 24 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or lease a Tacoma SR5 double cab for $279 a month for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Nobody builds trucks better than Toyota. Let's go places.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Welcome to Senior Day at Michigan Stadium and the Wolverines clash with Northwestern. Today's broadcast is presented by DTE. Participate in energy efficiency programs and rebates, including savings on energy-efficient products and rebates, appliance and lighting upgrades, and more. Learn more at DTEenergy.com/save energy.
In recent years, the game before the game had plenty of national implications. It was a hold-serve type of a spot before an all-timer of a matchup between college football powers. This season, not so much, but the Wolverines still have plenty on the line, as head coach Sharon Moore explains.
One, I think both of these games mean a lot, right? One, the Northwestern game is a trophy game. We're 2-0 in trophy games. It allows us to be bowl eligible, which is a huge piece. And then obviously the last one, there's not much motivation you need for that one. So I think these two games are huge for us.
The prestige of non-playoff bowl games is long gone, but going bowling is a heck of a lot better than not going bowling for the present and for the future of the program.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about the future of the program. And today, when we talk to Sharon Moore, it's about some of those guys that still have games that they can put in for freshmen before they reach that 4-game max. We might see some of those guys. We'll certainly see them in a bowl game if Michigan's able to reach that status. It's the practices. It's the travel. It's everything involved. It's another learning experience for the future and growing experience for the future of the program.
To our offensive scouting report now, the second go-around for Davis Warren starting quarterback has gone better than the first 3 games of the season. Offensive coordinator and QB's coach, Kirk Campbell, details Davis's areas of growth.
I think he's grown a lot. We talked earlier, he hasn't played significant football since 2019 until this year. He's protecting the ball well. He hasn't really put the ball, many turnover-worthy plays. He's doing a good job escaping the pocket, trying to extend plays. Whether they're there or not, we got to do a better job of trying to uncover whenever he does scramble. But he's done a good job of protecting the football, giving us a chance on every down, and he's just a natural-born leader. So that's just really never changed for him.
This season, the Wolverines have not had the run game and the pass game going smoothly at the same time. And now with the Buckeyes looming next week, John, no time like the present, huh?
Yeah, and when I talk about building rhythm offensively, it's being good on first down. A lot of those, Michigan is a first down run team. If you can gain some yardage, get to second and medium, second 4, 5, it really opens things up in the pass game because you can take some shots downfield knowing that you can convert a third and medium. And that's really where this team needs to get, is to be able to pair that run game, setting up the pass. We've seen it in certain drives.
Sure.
We just haven't seen it for 4 quarters.
Northwestern comes in at 4-6 overall. They kept Ohio State off the board for the game's first 22 minutes last week. Wildcats have had some good stretches of defensive football with a clear approach and goal, as Kirk Campbell explains.
They're very efficient on defense. They remind me a lot of, they're not the same structure as Iowa, but like that, they want you to make you drive the field. Not a whole lot of explosives except for catches and runs, but they're not going to give you the shots down the field very often. They're going to make you earn it in the run game, and then they're really good in the red zone. I think they're top 15 defense in the country in the red zone, especially like at the top 11 going to last week. So, they're going to make you earn your work, protect the football, and, they do a good job of rushing the passer on third down, so we got to stay out of third and long situations.
Some names to watch and listen for. Number 91, Aiden Hubbard. He's the team's leader with 4 sacks. Team leader with 64 tackles is Mac Uline. He wears 37. And number 10, Theron Johnson, team high in both PBUs 10 and INTs 2. Your thoughts on this matchup?
I really like watching Mac Uline play. He's a good football player. He's a guy that's in on every play. He's always around the football. He's a guy that you have to account for no matter where he lines up. And they'll use him in some creative ways. But, they are a team that is, they're going to keep everything in front of them. They're very disciplined. They're not going to give up the big play, and Michigan really hasn't been, in the passing game, that big play threat. So how patient and consistent can this Michigan offense be? Can they be patient enough to go 3 or 4 yards, reset, go 3 or 4 yards, convert, and then every once in a while take a look downfield. If it's not there, check it down and just be patient to go the length of the field.
We are prepping for a 3:35 kick. Michigan and Northwestern here at the Big House. Our defensive scouting report is next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Need plastics? Alro Plastics is your source for cut-to-size performance plastics. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We cut and ship many orders the same day. Since 1987, Alro Plastics has provided value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, we will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
The George Jewett Trophy on the line this afternoon. Michigan and Northwestern squaring off in Ann Arbor. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Plus, for our fans outside of Southeast Michigan, you can catch our 2-hour tailgate show leading up to your station's coverage on that Varsity Network app. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Defensive scouting report now. Michigan's defense certainly been its best unit for weeks now, and the Wolverines delivered its best defensive half of the season to give them a chance at a huge win at Indiana last week. IU's second half drives last week. Interception on play 1, 14 yards at a punt, minus 16 yards at a punt, minus 4 yards at a punt, 16 yards in a field goal, and then one first down run to bleed the clock. Here is defensive coordinator Wink Martindale on that performance from his defense.
Anytime you're facing a team that averages 47 points a game, I think that, when you really look at it, it was 14 points in the first half for us defensively, where they just made some plays and we adjusted to it. And I think at halftime we all got together, coaches and players, and said, that's enough. And we weren't going to break anymore. And I think you saw that all 11 players talking, communicating, and doing all the things that they're coached to do, and they just stuck together. And I thought they played their tails off. It's fun to watch.
John, the Hoosiers came in averaging almost 47 points a game. Wolverines limit them to at least now their lowest total of the season. They might go lower in Columbus today. What was the key last week?
Well, I think it was two. One, it was the pressure up front. That's the most obvious. But the guy that I've been hard on in broadcasts, and he's struggled at times, but I thought in the second half, Zeke Berry played really good. I mean, he's played every position in the secondary. And the way that he came out, the aggressive style that he was playing with, from the interception to they were going after him, and rightfully so. But he was able to hold up against a lot of different receivers, styles of receivers, and different routes. I thought that was the biggest change for me, was really just the aggressive nature that the secondary was playing with, but highlighted by Zeke Berry.
Now, Northwestern's offense is not Indiana's, but the Wildcats do boast a dual-threat quarterback in redshirt sophomore Jack Lausch. Numbers aren't eye-popping. 55% passer, 1,547 total yards, 7 total touchdowns, but he can do both. Here's Wink on Lausch.
The number one goal for us defensively is we need to keep him in the pocket, because he's most dangerous when he's outside the pocket. And he, like you said, he's a dual threat. He throws well on the run. And, he extends plays, and, that's when you have to defend the second play, and that's where they have a lot of success.
And a familiar face at wide receiver for Northwestern, A.J. Henning, the Wildcats' leader in receptions and touchdown grabs. He, of course, spent 3 years in Ann Arbor. Only person not named Hassan Haskins to score a touchdown in the Wolverines' win over Ohio State back in 2021. John, your thoughts on Lausch, Henning in this Northwestern offense?
Well, what makes a mobile quarterback so difficult is that second play that Wink is talking about. Hey, you can defend the first one, but then what happens when it breaks down? It's really hard to cover receivers for 7, 8, 9 seconds when you have a quarterback that can extend that. And so, we talk about the rush plan. It's not just the individual rush rush plan, but it's how it is in conjunction when Derek Moore rushes. What does that look like with Kenneth Grant or Mason Graham on the inside? How do they prevent any of those, passing lanes turned into exit routes for the quarterback?
We will talk with a guy who Wink Martindale's raved about over the last few weeks. That's true freshman defensive back Mason Curtis as our pregame coverage continues. Wolverines and Wildcats in the finale at the Big House for 2024. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Ann Arbor has a goal to reach 100% renewable energy by 2030, and DTE is committed to helping the city get there. Between DTE's wind and solar projects and local participation in My Green Power, we're already 30% of the way there. Join thousands of your neighbors who are using My Green Power to reduce their carbon footprint and support Michigan-made renewable energy. Learn more at migreenpower.com. Together, we can power a sustainable future.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Is that intercepted? Holy cow! Jordan Lewis!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The Wolverines gearing up for the home finale against Northwestern. Great to visit with Michigan freshman Mason Curtis. First off, you're not from the state of Michigan. What drew you here to the Wolverines?
Really the culture and, just the school tradition. Growing up in the South, kids always stay in the South or have this, stigma to stay in the South. But I fell in love with Michigan.
Yeah, you're a Tennessee native. I'm sure you watched plenty of SEC. Did you watch a lot of Big Ten football? Do you like that kind of different style up this way?
Yeah, my favorite rivalry growing up was the Michigan-Ohio State game, so I always tapped into that, and, yeah.
Well, I know you guys are focused on Northwestern. Before we get into that matchup, what to you have you noticed is the biggest difference, high school to college, whether it's on game days, preparation, what to you is the biggest difference?
I'll probably say the preparation, having an extra day to prepare. High school, playing on Fridays, to now playing on Saturdays. It's just getting your body, everything prepared for the game on Saturday.
Wink talked about with us earlier in the week the fact that you were tried out at a few different spots because it seemed like you were making inroads, earning playing time. How have you felt like you've settled in at safety, and what has this year been like of trying to, figure out where your puzzle piece fits in?
I feel like it was a compliment trying to move me everywhere, being able to play at different spots. But safety, I played the last 2 years of high school at safety, so, it's been a comfortable transformation.
The speed of the game, obviously that's different high school to college. Has it slowed down for you as you've gotten more playing time?
Yeah. I played in the league, playing against talented guys every week. But coming here and everybody's the man or everybody was the man is definitely different. So I'll say it's slowed down.
Has your individual performances this season so far exceeded your expectations when you got on campus?
My expectations when I got on campus was just compete. Regardless, playing or not, do whatever I can do for the team. So I'm just going to continue to do that.
who are some of the older guys you lean on for advice? You watch their mannerisms, effort, the way they study, all that. Who stands out in that regard?
I'll say Will Johnson, Makari Page. I always see them with the iPad watching film, and they're also vets. They've done it before, so take notes from them.
Lastly, to Northwestern, obviously a dual-threat quarterback to worry about. What is a concern with him and the rest of this offense?
It's a good offense. The quarterback's a good athlete, so we'll have to do our best to contain him.
Lastly, you mentioned Ohio State. Has it been difficult at times to lock in knowing what's to come on Northwestern because of what looms, or are you and the guys doing a good job of that?
We've done a good job, and also the coaching staff of, keeping the main thing, staying focused. But also, this is my first Ohio State-Michigan game, so I don't really have an experience in it and know what it is about, so focus on Northwestern.
Mason, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Mason Curtis, Michigan and Northwestern coming up. More to do on the pregame show as we continue as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Can you believe these seats? I know, right? 50-yard line at the big house? Are you kidding me? Hey, I'm going to get up. Need another pop, soft pretzel, some dog food? Yeah, I'll take... What? Dog food, dog treats, dog toys, anything? What are you talking about? I'm going to make a quick run to Pet Supplies Plus. They've got the best deals on all the best brands. It's right in the neighborhood, so I figured I'd pop in. Pop in? There's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. You're right. I better get going if I'm going to beat the halftime crowd.
Best prices, best selection, best service. Visit your local Pet Supplies Plus today.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's going to go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now for Black Friday, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford Escape. The Escape comes with Bliss blind spot information system with cross traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash and $3,500 trade assist cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford Escape for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Back here at the Big House, Michigan, Northwestern. Coming up, Michigan football is brought to you by the leaders and best in Michigan medicine. Jobs in healthcare can open unlimited career potential with the added benefit of knowing your work makes a difference. For more information about Michigan medicine and how you can unlock your potential with leaders and best, visit michigananswers.org/careers. We'll get some thoughts from Jason Devont and Jack Miller in a moment, but first, let's pause 10 seconds to let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Michigan looking to get to bowl eligibility, looking to keep the George Jewett Trophy in Ann Arbor. Northwestern 4-6 on the year comes in. Well, guys, we can have eyes toward next weekend, even if the players said all week that they were locked in on the Wildcats. Jason, let's start with you on offense. The things you're going to be watching for here today that we can utilize as context, as pieces of the puzzle looking ahead over the next 7 days to get ready for the trip to Columbus.
Well, we got to see if we can dominate the offensive line like we have always done, but this year we hadn't been able to sustain drives the way that we need to. Also, how creative can we be in the passing game when it comes to getting different guys the ball? There's a lot of things that this team needs help with, and I think that Northwestern is a good team to do it against, and I think people are just dismissing them. We got to realize that Michigan is the team that they are. They're a 5-5 football team. Northwestern is a 4-6 football team. We're one game better than them, so looking toward Ohio State is not the smartest thing this week.
Yeah, Jason, I agree with you. I think offensively, they got to stay on schedule. They got to be in rhythm. A 2nd and 3, a 2nd and 4, 3rd and short is a lot more manageable. You can do different things in the playbook. You can run, pass. If they stay on schedule and can make the defense think a little bit today about, what's coming next, I think that gives them an opportunity to start to, if they're running the ball effectively, all of a sudden the passing game, play action starts to work, and the playbook opens up in some of those short situations. So they got to stay on schedule, be good on first down, and to get that passing game going, which we obviously know has been a struggle all season, it always starts up front. Like you said, Jason, I appreciate you giving credit to the big boys up front.
Well, I don't know how much credit there was, Jack.
Yeah. Credit for the importance of them,
the importance
not for the first 10 games of them. So, Jack, I'll start with you on defense. Obviously, that has been the most ascending, the best unit for Michigan here for a while now. What are you watching for getting ready for Ohio State?
Yeah, I think they got to keep doing what they have been. And to your point, they've been on the rise. They've been playing really, really good lately. A lot of guys, without Will Johnson, too. This defense has found a little rhythm. I think that they've taken, unfortunately, it took a little too long to gel the way that they have. And, like we talked about earlier, Brian, good teams in November, that's when you want to see them start to really figure it out, come together, keep playing well. The defense is doing that in particular. I think they have enough talent defensively that no matter what they dial up, they can hold offenses. And this Northwestern team, while very well coached, disciplined, smart kids, not the most talented team. So you have an opportunity today to play really good football and try to figure out, are they still doing that, right? Oregon, Indiana, you don't come out with the win, but particularly defensively, there are some really bright spots, and they've been on the climb. They've been people on the rise. They're going to have that today, feel good about where they're at, because we obviously know in Columbus next week that's going to be a challenge.
Jason?
Yeah, when it comes to our defense, I just think that the younger defensive linemen need to play well, because this is that type of game for them. We know what we have in Mason Graham. We know what we have in Kenneth Grant and those guys. But let's see Rayshawn Benny. Let's see some of the younger players get in there and put in work. And also in the back end, who's going to step up and continue to play well? Zeke Berry played well toward the end of that Indiana game. Will he continue that path this week? Also, when it comes to Jair Hill, I want to see what these guys are made of. Amir Hall when Will Johnson's out. So that's going to be the biggest test, because Ohio State's offense gets going. If we're talking about Ohio State, they get going when they're throwing the ball. So I want to see our guys be able to lock down A.J. Henning, who's their leading receiver right now with the 3 touchdowns. But if our defensive line gets after it, we may not see a bunch of passes from this team. We're talking about 5 total passing touchdowns from this team in Northwestern. That's pretty terrible.
Well, and Jason, you talk about the guys in the back end. That's a group that I think has continually gotten better as the season went on. We saw against Washington, they got exposed a little bit. Obviously, we know what happened in the Texas game. Washington, they get a little exposed. But that's a group that they've corrected their mistakes. We've seen them get better. The things that they were missing on early in the season, they've fixed those. And I think that's been a big contribution to the way the defense has played in the back half of the season.
Availability report, as unfortunately it was trending again. No Will Johnson today. Wide receivers out, Samaj Morgan and Amorion Walker, and questionable Jeff Percy as a depth piece along that offensive line. You see him out there. We'll see, in terms of warm-ups, we'll see if he gets a chance to go. Michigan Northwestern coming up. We'll ask the guys what they think we'll be discussing in post-game of the home finale. Wolverines and Wildcats coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check the kickoff time first before showing up at the stadium.
What? The slot's full already? You said kickoff was at 3. It was last week.
That's not how it works, Bob. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He hit as he throws, and it is intercepted! It's the Ohio native!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
This great call in Michigan history is presented by T-Mobile. November 27th, 2021, the Wolverines knock off Ohio State on a snowy day in Ann Arbor behind an epic day from Hassan Haskins.
McNamara gets the snap, gives it to Haskins. Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line. His 5th of the day, and the Wolverines extend their lead.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on an iPhone 16 Pro.
Today's broadcast is presented by DTE. Participate in energy efficiency programs and rebates, including savings on energy-efficient products and rebates, appliance and lighting upgrades, and more. Learn more at DTEEnergy.com/save energy. It's the game before the game. Welcome back to the Wolverines home matchup with Northwestern.
Indeed. One more to go before Michigan heads to Columbus. And it kicks in exactly 30 minutes. Wolverines and Northwestern Wildcats. All right, guys, what are we going to be talking about in postgame other than looking ahead to Michigan-Ohio State, which is how this rolls? Jason Devon, I'll start with you.
I'll say that we'll be talking about how dominant the defense was today. This team in Northwestern is ranked at the bottom of every statistical category when it comes to offense, when it comes to rushing yards, when it comes to quarterback completion percentage, when it comes to points scored. So our defense should be able to get after them. And the other thing that we're going to be talking about is how great Colston Loveland is as far as, his tight end career at the University of Michigan. I think he'll have a big game today.
Well, Jason, you stole the two things that I wanted to talk about. I did. I thought the defense would have a good day, and then I think we run the ball pretty effectively today, and then that will open up Colston Loveland. I think the passing game gets going a little bit more than we've seen through this point in the season, but I think a big part of that is running the game, running the ball well in this game. Sharon Moore talked about it this week. They want to get different running backs involved. They want to kind of do it by committee back there. All of those guys bring something different to the table. I think it's a big opportunity for the offensive line. This defense from Northwestern, nothing exotic, nothing over the top. They're going to line up. They're going to try to play disciplined football. You know what they're going to give you. If the offensive line can get rolling, create seams, we're going to see a lot of those running backs get going. And then I do think Colston Loveland has a big day as well. Good call, Jason.
I just hope that what we're talking about is, A, the seniors and having a triumphant finish to their home careers. But I know practice next week will be important, but I think this is a blueprint from a running game standpoint of what the rotation looks like next week. Michigan has some talent, some young talent that they've had opportunities, but who of Kalel, Donovan, even Benjamin Hall, others maybe, who makes the impact to establish themselves as the guys Michigan are going to need down in Columbus? We know the defense is going to have to be there. Running the football, too, will be key.
Look for Jordan Marshall as well. I think they're going to open it up in the backfield, try to get some guys with different touches. Whoever gets the hot hand early, I think they'll play that throughout the course of the game.
It'll be fun to watch. Michigan and Northwestern coming up. Stay tuned. Rob Joyce has a check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Then Doug Karsh visits with the head coach, Sherwin Moore, all getting ready for a 3:35 kickoff. Michigan, Northwestern. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champion Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
This is University of Michigan football live on WWJ.
You can depend on the Wolverines to keep you on the edge of your seat.
After the game, you can depend on WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
On your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
WWJ News Radio 950.
Depend on us on all of your devices.
It's another day of Big Ten football at the Big House, but it's more than just another day for the Wolverines seniors who will step out onto the home turf for kickoff in just a few minutes. As we count you down to the game, let's welcome back Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hi, Doug. It's been great to be with you on the pregame show all season long. Congratulations to Michigan seniors. We are so proud of those athletes.
Andy, we've talked about Blue Cross's program called Value Partnerships. Now it's in its 20th year. The program brings doctors, hospitals, and Blue Cross together to make healthcare better, safer, and more affordable. But there's even more to the story.
There is. We're celebrating our 16th year of doing even more when it comes to making healthcare better and more personal through our program called the Patient-Centered Medical Home.
Andy, Blue Cross pioneered the idea of having our own doctor at the center of a team of medical professionals focused on our individual needs. And you've got the largest program in the country. It includes nearly 4,700 doctors and 1,600 physician practices in Michigan.
It is big, Doug, and it's more than just an agreement for those doctors with Blue Cross. It's a commitment to a standard of care they're measured by in their practices. That standard of care means our members can count on being supported by their doctor and a team of professionals in every aspect of their healthcare journey.
That team includes nutritionists, pharmacists, and even behavioral health specialists, right, Andy?
That's right, Doug. Among those participating practices, nearly 300 are now designated as collaborative care practices because they have a behavioral health specialist as part of their team. This year, we've added a designation for more than 200 practices that are also delivering exemplary care management for patients with chronic conditions.
Having our own doctor to help meet our needs for things like anxiety and depression makes a big difference. These designated practices are also making a big difference when it comes to preventing disease while lowering hospitalizations and ER visits.
And that's what we want to see, Doug. Thanks to these patient-centered medical home practices, patients are getting the right care at the right time in the most appropriate setting.
You can find more out at valuepartnerships.com. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Go Blue.
Kind of get down to Michigan and Northwestern. 3:35 kick from the Big House. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with a look around the rest of college football. The early slate of games in the Big Ten winding down, starting with that top 5 Chilton-Columbus between Ohio State and Indiana. At the 2-minute timeout in the fourth, all Buckeyes 31-7. Indiana scored the game's opening touchdown. Ohio State 31 straight since. Hoosiers do have first and goal on the other side, but too little too late. Elsewhere, Rutgers leads Illinois 24-22 early fourth in Piscataway, and then just going final seconds ago, Iowa just put the finishing touches on Maryland at 29-13. The final Terps will not go bowling this year. Still to come, 3:30 Minnesota hosts Penn State. Nittany Lions need to win out and get some help in order to make it to the Big Ten title game in a couple weeks. Then a pair of 5-5 teams meet at 3:30 in Lincoln. Nebraska and Wisconsin. Huskers have dropped 4 straight since a 5-1 start. The night ends at 10:30 out west with a rivalry game between UCLA and USC from the Rose Bowl. Trojans 5-5. Bruins need to win their final 2 games to go bowling. Nationally today, 3 playoff contenders in the early window. Number 8, Miami, is pulled away from Wake Forest 42-14 at the 2-minute timeout in the fourth. It was a 1-score game going into the fourth, 22 straight from the Canes to pull away. 9th-ranked Ole Miss trails at the Swamp. Florida leads the Rebels 24-17. 6:30 to go from Gainesville. And number 13, SMU, no issues with Virginia. Under 2 to play. It's 26-7 Mustangs. Still to come, key race in the Big 12. 21st-ranked Arizona State hosts number 14 BYU. That's at 3:30. 7 o'clock from Yankee Stadium. 6th-ranked Notre Dame takes on number 19 Army. Again, Michigan and Northwestern are in a few minutes. Pre-game show continues. We got the thoughts of head coach Sharon Moore next. He chats with Doug after this. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
When people yell, "Go Blue," most people think of the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors, the maize and blue, the national champs. But what does Go Blue mean in the liquor store? It means go for a long drink. Go for the blue can with undefeated flavor, a refreshing mix of citrus, sparkling soda, and a kick of real liquor. So go blue. Then go blue. For the Wolverines, we mean long drink. Proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. 5.5% alcohol by volume. Gin with natural flavors. Copyright 2024. The Long Drink Company, Carmel, Indiana. Please enjoy responsibly.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
Kickoff is moments away. So now let's hear from the Wolverines head coach. With Sharon Moore, here's Doug Karsh.
Back here getting you set for Michigan and Northwestern, final home game of the year, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore. And, Coach, I want to start with the fact that it is the final home game. Seniors and others who are playing their last game. It's a group that brought 3 Big Tens, 3 wins over Ohio State, 3 college football playoffs, and a national championship. Overall, what does this group mean to the program?
It means so much. They have to be the winningest, senior-laden group that we've had here. I think 50-8 total record, looking to make it 50-1, 51-8 this today, and just love those guys, and the examples that they've set on and off the field has been impeccable.
When you look back over the last few years, was there a moment where you knew that this group was special? Was there a game, a time where you guys maybe as coaches got into the closed doors and said, we can win it all with this group?
Yeah, I think last year when you look at the summertime and you look at the fall camp, just how they gelled as a group was really important, and I think that's when you really saw that come to fruition.
All right, so bye week. As a coach, bye week is an opportunity for players to get better and you guys to take a look at what you're doing. Davis said something actually earlier this week. It's also time to catch up on schoolwork. How big of an emphasis is that?
Yeah, it's huge for them. They got a lot of things that they're doing. So, we gave them some time to really get back to the basics in football, but making sure academically they're in a good place.
Anything different this bye week as opposed to the first bye week from a coaching perspective?
Yeah, well, we called it buy-in week. Max Bredesen brought that term in and really stuck with it. I thought our guys did a really good job. The energy was always high. The attention details seemed to keep increasing every day. But took off a little bit off on the Sunday when they came back. And, as we've gone through the week, a little lighter load since we're farther into the season.
Okay, interesting story. You guys come off a tough loss at Indiana, and a winnable game, had to be tough. And the scout team might have set the tone for you guys. What happened the Monday after the Indiana game?
Yeah, so we always have what we call opportunity practice, and at the end of it is about a 20-minute scrimmage, and it got down to 4th and 1 on the 1-yard line, and scout team defense, scout team offense, and had a run. The ball maybe stopped at like the inch-yard line, had to go to review. And both, even the older guys, it was a whole team meeting at the 1-yard line to see where the ball was. And when they found out the defense won, the defense went crazy. They're throwing water bottles, they're throwing stuff all over the place, and it was a great energy start to the preparation for this game.
That's great. And now, as you saw it through the week, what areas in last week and this week do you hope you see improvement today?
Yeah, I mean, continue the momentum defensively that they had in the second half against Indiana. Probably played as good as a half as we have all year against a really good offense that, has scored multiple points on a lot of people. So to see that, and then offensively, just be efficient. Run the football on first downs, getting good first down completions and gains, and, moving the football when we need to.
Okay, this game's also a trophy game, the George Jewett Trophy. He was the first African-American player to play for both schools. For Michigan, he debuted in 1890 at Northwestern. He transferred there to get his medical degree in 1893. This was pre-transfer portal days. So talk about what it means to play for this trophy.
Oh, it means so much. The first time we played for it was in 2021, and we remember the game here, and we talked about the history when it first came up, and we had a meeting about it the other day. So the guys are well-versed in the history of the trophy and what it means, and we're 2-0 right now in trophy games, and hope to make it 3-0 today.
And, of course, prior to George Jewett did what he did. Now A.J. Henning follows in his footsteps from Michigan to Northwestern. You recruited him. You'll see him today. What is your relationship like with A.J.?
With the transfer portal, with the rules, I can't talk to him, but I've known A.J. for a long time, ever since he was in high school as a sophomore, and watched him make plays in high school and obviously here and then now at Northwestern. So an outstanding young man and a great human being.
We'll come back and talk more about the Wildcats and the Michigan Wolverines. Game coming up shortly. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Once again this season, Sharifa Halal beef franks are available at Michigan Stadium. As a leader in the halal industry, the recognized brand has been on location in Michigan for over 45 years. And Wolverine fans can enjoy Sharifa Halal beef franks, a certified halal concession option, at the Big House all season. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Sod Wholesale or on our nationwide delivery site, sodmeats.com.
We're back with more from head coach Sharon Moore. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Back here with Coach Sharon Moore. And Coach, let's get into this game a little bit. Northwestern, their quarterback Lausch, two-sport standout, top baseball prospect, dual-threat quarterback. What have you seen from him?
Yeah, you see all the athleticism. You can see the baseball background, the movement skills, ability to throw the ball out the pocket. So you got to do a good job keeping him in the pocket.
They mentioned this week that Ohio State surprised them a little bit with the level of blitzing. Do you take stuff from that, or is that something that's completely irrelevant for today's game?
I mean, you got to look at everything. Obviously they're a good football team as well, so you got to look at all the things that worked and that didn't work and make sure we, try to make that, apply the pressure on him.
They're skilled people. We'll start in the backfield. Number 1, Porter's built like a small tank. Hyman 6 has a little bit more juice. Evaluate the running game.
Yeah, efficient. They do a really good job. O-line's good. They stay together. Work 5 as 1 a lot. So just got to do a good job getting in the backfield and stopping those guys from getting going. You
mentioned A.J. Henning already. Kurt, 17, had a big game against the Buckeyes. He presents a problem.
Yeah, good job of getting the deep ball, good job of gauging it, and, precise route runner. They've got a good connection.
And you're coming off arguably your best defensive game of the year. Earlier in the week, Wink Martindale wouldn't say what changed at halftime, but obviously something did. Is it something that can carry over, or is it specific to the opponent?
Yeah, I think it can carry over. I think those guys just have to continue to play together, execute, and do their job.
Offensively, is your quarterback plan the same with Davis and Alex Orji?
Yeah, same quarterback plan.
With that said, the fumble last week, but you haven't lost a turnover battle in 3 games. Discuss how important that has been, because that was the big problem earlier in the year.
Yeah, it's huge for us, and we got to continue that today to make sure that we, execute what we need to in the run game and the pass game. But that's gonna be huge for us.
What have you seen from Northwestern's defense?
Good, solid defense. They play sound football, play together, really do a good job of rallying and tackling to the ball. So we got to start, get the running game going early and be consistent in our play actions.
I ask you this every week, but there's always young players that emerge, and now with 2 weeks between games, anybody else starting to catch your eye that we might see today?
Yeah, the guy Micah Capana is really a guy that we're excited to see. Jordan Marshall did some stuff the kick return game, and Mason Curtis has been doing a good job in the back end. But excited to watch Micah Capana get the ball.
How do you factor in redshirt rules? Is that part of the decision-making with 4 games to be played and still hold on to the redshirt?
Yeah, for sure. There's some guys that are going to help your football team regardless. Mike is a guy that we wanted to kind of redshirt but get him in these games later in the game because he's one of the best on the team, especially with the ball in his hand. So excited to see what he does today.
Final thing, special teams. Their game turned last week on a botched snap on a punt, but they blocked 3 kicks this year. What challenges do they present in special teams?
Yeah, they're aggressive when they need to be. And I think, both kickers do a really good job of changing the field position and changing the game. So we got to do a good job on our end.
Coach, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Sherrone Moore, we'll hear from him after the game. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Why wait for Black Friday when Michigan Athletics has some Blue Friday deals for you right now? These include discounted tickets for women's basketball, men's basketball, and volleyball. Plus, on Black Friday, November 29th at 7 o'clock, you can enjoy Michigan Volleyball's last home match at Chrysler Center for just $1. Use promo code BLUEFRIDAY, all one word, at mgoblue.com/tickets for great Blue Friday savings. That's code BLUEFRIDAY through November 29th at mgoblue.com/tickets.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude. Gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
We want to be 1-0 this week.
This week we have a big opportunity to become bowl eligible.
Northwestern game is a trophy game. We're 2-0 in trophy games.
Just looking on exactly what they are as opportunities and not taking anything for granted.
We've done a good job, and also the coaching staff of keeping the main thing, staying focused.
You want to keep working. You want to keep getting better and keep putting yourself in a position to win football games for this team.
I want to make sure we're doing everything to study the game, study our opponent.
Make sure that we play for the next person next to us.
All those guys want to do is go win, and that's the cool thing about this team and the people around here. And so our jobs now is just to go try to win.
Michigan football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Once again with national champion John Jansen, here's Doug Karsh.
Well, this is what comes on the pamphlet when it says, what is Big Ten football weather? It looks like this. It looks like this, John Jansen. It is cold. It is overcast. It is gray. The wind is whipping. And it's Michigan and Northwestern, the final home game of the 2024 season. How are you, John?
All we need is a couple of snowflakes to complete the weather report, but I don't think we're going to see those today. This is a great day for Michigan football, and part of that is just simply because it's senior day. We saw all of the parents get announced coming out of the tunnel. We got a chance to hear the cheers for all of the parents, knowing that this is going to be their son's last opportunity to play in the Big House.
So Wolverines are gathering in the tunnel. It'll be the final time for many of these seniors and others to run out and touch the M Club banner at the 50-yard line as they are all making their way into the front of the Lloyd Carr tunnel down there. By the way, shout out to Peyton O'Leary's mom. Dad, an athlete, played quarterback at Northeastern. Mom jumped up and touched the banner on her way through when the seniors got honored. Remember, it was a Carson Barnhart's dad who took a tumble?
Yeah, he went to touch the banner and struggled with the landing.
All right, well, let's talk about this Michigan team. 5-5. Obviously, this year has been frustrating, but many of the players that will play their final game here at the Big House were the backbone of a national championship team, 3 Big Ten title teams. But it's kind of a tricky thing with the final game for the seniors. You want to honor them and you want to give them all the opportunity to make a bunch of big plays, but you also might start breaking in next year's team a little bit with, for example, 2 senior running backs. You want Donovan Edwards and Kalel Mullings to go out on a high note, but we may see Micah Kapana and Jordan Marshall a little bit out of the backfield, 2 freshman running backs today.
Yeah, and that's where this season is. Yeah, you want to give every opportunity to those guys, get that last moment in the Big House, but you also have an eye to the future. And there's a math equation that I'm not sure what that is. It's up to Sharon Moore. You got 4 games to play. A lot of those guys have 1, 2, or they don't have to worry about it, and they can go ahead and see what they have for the future.
The Wolverines have taken the field. Sharon Moore, year 1. We mentioned 5-5. He has the 4 wins, of course, last year as the acting head coach. For Northwestern, David Braun is their head coach in his second season, 4-6. They're battling for bowl eligibility, 12-11 overall. He was the player's choice to replace the departed Pat Fitzgerald. He worked his way up through the FCS level, a standout coach on the defensive side at Northern Iowa and North Dakota State. He just grabbed his offensive coordinator from the FCS level as well. Guy who led South Dakota State's offense, the Jackrabbits, to back-to-back FCS titles.
Well, and here's what you know about a Coach Braun coach team is they're going to come out with a lot of energy. They're going to come out with some confidence. They're going to put together an opening drive. It's been well scripted. It's been rehearsed. They are a team that's going to take the field with aggression, so Michigan better be ready and match that.
Jack Lausch is their quarterback, a dual sport guy, a top baseball prospect. He opted for football out of Oklahoma, Illinois, 55% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns, 4 picks. He's also rushed for 225 yards. He is a dual threat. Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale said this week, quote, "We need to keep him in the pocket. He extends plays. He will make the second play."
Well, yeah, the second play is when the first one breaks down, he gets outside the pocket. Now all of a sudden, everything changes downfield. It's hard to cover 6, 7, 8 seconds, especially when you get some receivers like A.J. Henning, which we're very familiar with, running around back there trying to get open.
Michigan's offense, it's been a bit of the struggle bus this year for the Wolverines offensively. At times, the running game has looked good. Meanwhile, the passing game, at the beginning of the Indiana game, it looked really good with Davis Warren at the controls.
Well, and what you're hoping for is that you can have the offense and the passing game as well as the running game be in rhythm for 4 quarters. We've seen it for drives. We've seen it, the passing game at the start of the Indiana game, the running game at the start of the season. It needs to happen in conjunction with each other to develop some confidence for what we all know is coming next week.
Captains have gathered at the center of the field for today's coin toss. Out there is the honorary captain, is Taylor
Northwestern,
Lamar.
you are the visiting team today.
Listen to the
so
lead official, Jeffrey Servinsky.
This is the head, and that's the tail. That's the head, and that's the tail. What is your call? Heads. Heads is the call. It is a tail. Michigan, you've won the toss.
You heard from the captains there. Cam Porter, the acting captain, the speaking captain for the Wildcats. And that was Rod Moore down there speaking for the Wolverines. Rod Moore successful. And we will see the Michigan defense first as the Wolverines defer. John, the 77th meeting between these two, Michigan holding a 59-15 lead. There were 2 ties in this series. So we see the Michigan defense, and John, the last time we saw them, they were holding a very potent Indiana offense in check in the second half. That was a dominant performance from the Michigan defense in the second half of that game.
Yeah, it was negative yardage for Indiana, and it was something that Indiana had not experienced. Pressure on their quarterback from 4, nowhere to go with the ball downfield because at times they were dropping 7 guys into coverage. It really felt like the defense in the second half of the Oregon game continued through the Indiana game, is playing like we expected them to play earlier in the season. It's also with defense, when you're talking about being able to pressure a quarterback, that these 4 guys are going to put a lot of pressure on that Northwestern offensive line. They're talented. They're looking for those single matchups, and when they find them, they've got to win.
Ohio State shot a lot of 0 blitzes at the Wildcats last week in their game in Wrigley Field. Michigan should be able to pressure without blitzing up front. Derek Moore, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and Josiah Stewart. The linebackers, Jayshon Barham and Ernest Hausman. Jair Hill, who'll be wearing number 35 today at one of the corner spots. We'll get into that a little bit later on. Makari Page, Zeke Berry, and Quentin Johnson. The safety position, Amir Hall, will start opposite of Jair Hill.
How dare you guys talk about the weather and you guys up there in your comfortable chairs.
Jason Avant down on the field. How windy is it? It looked like the flags during the anthem were blowing pretty stiff to the south end zone.
Yeah, it's whipping pretty good. It's a good gust going here, so it'll definitely affect the kicking game at some point.
It's a good thing we have such a tough wide receiver down there to handle all of those conditions.
Oh, yeah, you have to do it. I have sleeves on, so I'm grateful.
Joseph Hyman is deep to return, standing in his own end zone. Jake Arthurs is back there as well to field this kickoff from Tommy Doman. It's Michigan and Northwestern. Wolverines hoping to get some momentum throughout the broadcast. John, we'll talk about how you guys in 95 and 96 had disappointing regular seasons, but erased a lot with a win over Ohio State at the end. Wolverines trying to build some momentum here today as the football's fallen off the tee, and we'll have to re-tee it. But, John, those teams in 95 and 96, 4 lost teams going into the Ohio State game, and nobody expected you guys to compete.
No, it was the #1 team in the country. You had draft picks all over the roster, and there's a certain mentality that you need to approach that game with.
Tommy Doman, with the wind at his back, unsurprisingly sails this one deep into the end zone, and Michigan will defend from the 25-yard line. And we mentioned the quarterback, Jack Lausch. He's an interesting athlete in that he was a 2-sport standout, the #1 high school prospect, an outfielder in the state of Illinois, but opted to play football. He is not on the Northwestern baseball roster, so it looks like he's going football only. But he can run a little bit and give you headaches. In the backfield, Cam Porter, he's built like a septic tank, man. He is a interesting looking running back. And
sounds like he's batting for the Guardians.
He will punish you, and he is in the backfield off the left hip of Lausch with 2 receivers split to the right and 1 to the left. Michigan showing a 4-man front. First play of the game. Lausch is back to pass, fires, and he's got his man at the 30 out there. And dropped immediately by Amir Hall. A.J. Henning on the receiving end of that catch, the former Wolverine who got his Michigan degree and 2 Big Ten championship rings in his time in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, Lausch, I mean, the one thing you know about him, he's got an accurate arm, he's got a strong arm. He's going to be really good if they decide to go downfield, but this is a patient offense. They're going to try and take what the Michigan defense is going to give them, and if Michigan's corners are going to play off, he's more than happy to take what they're going to give him.
Statistically, they have actually struggled more than the Michigan offense as Lausch takes a shotgun snap and hands it off to Porter running left, and he's got the first down across the 35 out to the 40. And at the 41, he is gang tackled, led by Quentin Johnson. Porter has rushed for 424 yards and 6 touchdowns this year, a gain of 11 on that 2nd down and 5.
Well, it's a good example of what you can do when you have success on first down. It's an easy pass out to A.J. Henning. It puts him in 2nd and medium. And now the defense is in conflict. Are they going to run the ball? They're going to throw the ball. You're really somewhat on your heels, or at least flat-footed, and they attack the center of the defense.
From the 41, it's 1st and 10, Northwestern on their first possession of the ball game. Pistol formation with Lausch having Porter deep directly behind him. Lausch looks to change the play, talks to Porter behind him, now brings the tight end in motion. He'll hand it off to Porter running right. Not much room, and it's a guy, Jayshon Barham, meeting Porter in the backfield. and dropping him for a short loss on first down.
Nice job of that defensive line. They had 5 defensive linemen in there. They added in Rayshon Benny, and a little bit of a pinch inside. Derek Moore did a great job of absorbing the tackle, allowing Jayshawn Barham to come around the edge there and make the play.
Ball's backed up to the Northwestern 40-yard line. Scoreless here, first couple of minutes in Ann Arbor. Again, a pistol formation with 2 receivers split to either side. Now they will shift Hyman out of the backfield. They go 5 wide on the second down at 11. Lausch claps his hands, back to pass. Looking, now bounces out of there to the left. And he's going to let one go deep and incomplete as he sailed it over the head of his intended receiver, A.J. Henning. Or nope, that was, Hyman out of the backfield. Zeke Berry was the man in coverage. And it'll be third down and 11.
Yeah, that's a good miss for Michigan because no pressure on the quarterback. He had plenty of time to extend the plays, and that's one of the things that Lausch does really good is as a feel in the pocket. When he has to escape, he does a nice job using his feet, eyes downfield, just sailed that ball a little bit. He had an open Hyman.
Third down and 11. They ought to get the ball to the Michigan 49-yard line. Cats go 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Lausch in a shotgun. Wolverines rush 4. Back to pass is Lausch. Bails out of there to the right. Looking downfield, lets one go, and is it picked off?
Yep.
They're going to say it's intercepted. It's Amir Hall who pulls it in at the 46-yard line, kept his feet in bounds right in front of the Northwestern bench. It'll be first down, Wolverines with great field position.
Mason Graham was in hot pursuit, and when Lausch let go of the ball, I think he was kind of in between. Am I going to try and thread the needle or throw it out of bounds? And Amir Hall did a great job of extending, caught that one actually out of bounds, but drug his feet and was able to stay in.
Great job by Amir Hall, who gets the turnover buffs, and Michigan has great field position here. Is this play going to get reviewed?
They're probably looking at it up at top, but it's going to be an easy, quick review. I think it was pretty clear his feet were in.
Setting the Michigan offense, Hinton, Preeb, Crippen, El Hadi, and Link up front for Michigan's offensive line. Davis Warren starting at quarterback, and Donovan Edwards deep. Now they shift Edwards off the right hip of Davis Warren, who takes the first snap of the game for Michigan, and they'll go rolling Davis out to the right, fires, and he's got it too. Tyler Morris, who gets knocked out of bounds at the 49-yard line of the Wolverines, a short gain. They're on first down. Damon Walters, the man that forced him out of bounds. We mentioned Tyler Morris getting the start, along with Frederick Moore. Colston Loveland and Marlon Klein are your tight ends.
You know, one of the things that Davis Warren has done, other than not turn the ball over, as improved with the first 3 games we saw him this year, is his ball handling skills. That one there really looked like it was going to Donovan Edwards.
Freshman Hogan Hansen in at the tight end spot to the right. They put Moore in motion. Snap, handoff, Edwards bounces it to the left. He's got some room across the 45 and dives forward close to a first down at the Northwestern 43-yard line, where he is submarined by Devin Turner out of that cat backfield.
Yeah, I think he's going to be just shy of the first down, but this is the benefit of having that good ball handling skills that I mentioned on that first play. This time they hand it to Donovan Edwards and get behind Hogan Hansen. Nice pickup.
It'll be third down and less than a yard. Wolverines split 2 receivers out, 1 to either side. Kalel Mullings in there on this short yardage play. Snap, handoff, Mullings, and he's got the first down. Across the 43 down to the 42-yard line into the pile, where Aiden Hubbard is credited with the stop. Move the chains for the Wolverines as they are knocking on the door here. 11:07 to go first quarter.
Well, it's nice to be able to see a quick pass to Tyler Morris, a couple of successful runs. It really feels like this offense, if they can keep that rhythm going, and a little bit of a misdirection of being able to throw the ball on first down. That's not been a trademark of this Michigan offense.
2 receivers split to the left. It's Tyler Morris and Marlon Klein. Colston Loveland now and goes in motion that direction, and they're going to fire quickly out there and get it to Morris with blockers in front of him inside the 35, down close to a first down. Tyler Morris, a gain of 9 on first down.
It's interesting that they would throw on first down both times, catching the Northwestern defense, I think, a little bit off guard. Like I mentioned, that's not what Michigan has done. It's always been heavy run on first down, then they result to the pass. But Tyler Morris, a couple of nice catches, 2 easy, 4 yards on the first.
And that one for 9 there. It's second down and a yard. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Puts Peyton O'Leary in motion. Snap, handoff. Mullings got room running left, and he'll get the first down before the hole closes. And he is brought down at the Northwestern 31. Move the chains again for Michigan. Devin Turner up from his safety spot to make the stop.
That's the nice thing about the way this offense is operating right now. No negative yardage plays. Pick up a decent gain on first down, and then put yourself in position to, again, keep that defense questioning whether it's going to be a run or a pass.
Fred Moore and Kendrick Bell split wide right. One receiver out to the left. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. 1st and 10 from the Northwestern 31. Back to pass is Davis. Going to fire underneath it. Gets batted down at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. Up front, one of the Northwestern defensive linemen, Brendan Flakes, out of Orlando, Florida, against the PBU.
That's one of the things Michigan's quarterbacks have really struggled with, whether it's been Davis Warren or Alex Orji, is the batted ball. That release point needs to come up, and these are quick passes as well, so the offensive line needs to be a little bit stouter at the point of attack. 2nd down and 10 for the Wolverines, well within Dominic Zavada field goal range here from the Northwestern 31. Back to pass is Davis. Going to fire near side. He's got Kendrick Bell inside the 25, and he gets knocked out of bounds down at the 23-yard line. A gain of 8. Josh Fussell on the stop for the Wildcats. Good throw from the far hash to the near side. No, great throw and a great look. I mean, Davis Warren saw a blitzing corner on that one. Donovan Edwards was supposed to pick him up, didn't see him, and when he came on block, Davis knew he had to get rid of the ball quickly.
It'll be 3rd down and 2 for Michigan here. 8:56 to go first quarter. We are scoreless in Ann Arbor. Wolverines got an interception from Amir Hall on Northwestern's first possession, and now they're looking at a 3rd and 2. They go toss sweep. Donovan Edwards cuts back against the grain. Outside the numbers and down to the 15-yard line. Another Michigan first down. They'll spot him at the 14. Move the chains. A gain of 9. And again, Devin Turner on the stop.
Great job getting the big boys out on a pull. Seeing Giovanni out there, Evan Link out there. You get those big boys out in front, Donovan Edwards space to run. There's going to be some nice plays on the edge.
Remember how good Michigan looked in their first possession at Indiana. They've done it again into the red zone. Can they finish in the paint? 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Snap. Handoff. Donovan Edwards up the middle, and there is nothing there. Maybe give him a yard.
No, running right behind Josh Preeb. Obviously, Josh Preeb playing against his former team as a transfer from Northwestern, but nothing to be had on that play. Was just well defended by Northwestern.
You're seeing a bunch of personnel changes. That's the thing, and they're coming in with tempo, so you see that they're prepared for this game.
Wolverines have it. 2nd down and 9. 2 receivers split to the right. It's Colston Loveland and Frederick Moore. Tyler Morris and Peyton O'Leary split left. They're going to roll out quickly, and dumping it off is Davis Warren, who gets it to Tyler Morris, but he gets undercut in the backfield, actually, and lost a couple of yards. It's going to be 3rd down. Thayer Johnson read that play well as they tried to get a quick underneath pass to Tyler Morris.
Yeah, quick look downfield, but that one was going to Tyler Morris all the way. And here's the thing about this Northwestern defense is they're going to keep everything in front of them. They don't want to get beat over the top. They rarely do. So Michigan's going to have to be patient with some of these shorter passes.
Colston Loveland split wide right. Look for him here on this 3rd down and 12 for Michigan. Back to pass is Davis Warren. He's going to fire to the end zone. Colston's out there, and he gets knocked down. There's a flag in the end zone. It's going to be pass interference. Thayer Johnson.
Yeah, he body slammed Colston there.
Well, Colston, that was a nice route. He had them all twisted up, and that was about the only thing he could do without giving up a touchdown.
Pass interference. Defense number 10. The foul occurred in the end zone. The ball placed at the 2-yard line. 1st down and goal.
Well, Jason, the body slam is one way to try to defend Colston.
That's about the only way you can defend him.
I'm still amazed. He's their most consistent threat in the pass game, and he still manages to get open.
It's tough to guard a tight end. Tough.
Especially one that's that good. And we get a whistle, and it looks like Northwestern wants to take a timeout with 6:48 to go here in the first quarter. Scoreless, Michigan knocking on the door. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
Rake in the riches every Saturday in November with the Fall Harvest at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. From 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., join us to win a share of over $300,000 in cash and premium play, plus grand prize bonus entries that could boost your chances of winning. Then, on November 30th at 11 p.m., one lucky player will harvest the biggest win of all, the grand prize of $150,000 cash. Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort, your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season, a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan, after the Amir Hall interception, has taken the ball down to the Northwestern 2-yard line where they have it first and goal with 6:48 to go here in quarter number 1. And John, we've seen them mix the run, the pass here a little bit, but it's good to see them getting some chunk yardage on the ground.
Well, chunk yardage, you had that 9-yard run by Donovan Edwards, took a shot at the end zone with Colson Loveland, but I'm most impressed with the play calling at first. We've been very hard on Kurt Campbell, the offensive coordinator, but he's broken a lot of tendencies with first down passes, second down runs. They've been ahead of the sticks almost the entire way. The only time that it was a disadvantage, 2nd and 10, was the batted ball on first down. But again, that was a first down pass, something Michigan just hasn't done to this point this season.
Davis Warren under center, I formation, Bredesen close and Mullins deep. Snap, handoff, Kalel Mullins running right. Met in the hole, drives to the goal line, he's in! Touchdown, Wolverines! Kalel Mullins, a 2-yard touchdown run, and Michigan takes an early lead.
I'll take Kalel Mullins one-on-one with anybody on that defense with 1 yard to go. That contact was made. Kalel Mullins, as we know, keeps churning his feet. Nice little run off the right side for the touchdown.
He ran over linebacker Mac Uline and into the blue paint.
Mac Uline's their leading tackler. He's a guy that we're going to probably be talking about a lot today. He's all over the field.
Zavada's on for the extra point. Will Wagner will snap. Tommy Dolan will hold. Snap is high. Dolan gets it down. Kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan leads it 7-0 here at the Big House. 11 plays, 53 yards, over 5 minutes and 51 seconds. And that Kalel Mullins 2-yard touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Wolverines on top early. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now for Black Friday, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles. Like the 2024 Ford F-150, Returning AZ Plant lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $3,849 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash, $2,000 trade assist, and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends December 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $399 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Seven 0 Michigan here at the Big House on Senior Day 2024. When the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohls.com, where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need, all in one place. So you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. Well, John, you like them breaking tendencies. I like seeing the secondary make a play.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of really nice coverage downfield, especially when a quarterback who you know is going to be really mobile, you know you're going to have to cover your receivers for an extra, 1, 2, 3 seconds as he continues to roam around in the backfield there. But to be able to come away with the turnover, turn those turnovers into points, and to break those tendencies offensively, Northwestern really is going to be guessing as to what they do the next time Michigan offense takes the field.
Kalel Mullings took it into the end zone for his 9th touchdown run of the year. He still has a shot at 1,000 yards this season, but he's going to have to put together some good games. In the meantime, let's go down the field for an injury update. And Jason Avant. Jason?
Yeah, Donovan Edwards went into the tent. On the first play of the game, he came up holding his back. He came out of the tent and looks like he's ready to go.
Okay, good to know. Donovan playing his final game here at Michigan Stadium. He is the minister of big runs. His career, it's all about the big plays in the biggest games, and he will be remembered fondly.
Yeah, big play, Dono. I mean, everybody remembers, 85 and 75 down in Columbus the last time we were there.
I remember.
The Washington game, that was, in the national championship game, another big play by him. He's always had those big moments.
Penn State. Oh, he had some huge runs against Penn State.
How about his first touchdown pass in that the first Big Ten championship game against Iowa?
That's right. Showcasing his skill set. Tommy Doman will kick off. Hyman and Arthurs are deep. And this one, Hyman lets it go into the end zone. Had a chance to return it, but let it drop a yard deep, and Northwestern will take over at the 25-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. See what Zach Lujan, the new offensive coordinator, has in store on this second drive. Rayshon Benny's into the game for the Michigan defense. Cam Brandt, TJ Guy. Boy, Brandt and Guy were great at Indiana. The next wave of Michigan edge rushers. Snap, handoff. It's Hyman in the backfield, and he is swarmed under at the line of scrimmage for no gain. Mason Graham leading the Michigan tacklers. It was actually Cam Porter on the carry. It had to be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, Mason does such a good job of shedding blocks. He's one-on-one with the right guard there, and just he sticks him with both hands right between the numbers, gives just a hair of ground, and then swims over top to make the play at the line of scrimmage. He's so quick with his hands.
2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats. Shotgun for Lausch. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. They put A.J. Henning in motion from left to right. Snap, back to pass. Lausch looking. Nobody open. He's in trouble, and down he goes. Big Kenneth Grant on the sack, a loss of 8. As the secondary did a great job, and Lausch, as he worked his way through his progressions, ran out of time. Kenneth Grant was in there. Mason Graham was in there. Rayshon Benny was in there.
And it's another look where this Michigan defense is going with those 5 bigs up front. You had Rayshon Benny, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant all in there at the same time. And it just creates a mismatch nightmare. Somebody is one-on-one. They're all one-on-one, and somebody's going to win.
Grant's 3rd sack of the season. It sets up a 3rd down and 18 for the Wildcats. They're going to go a run with Porter. Right sweep. tries to get the edge and gets knocked out of bounds by Makari Page around the 20-yard line. There is a flag down in the area of holding.
Yeah, whoever was blocking Zeke Berry, I think it was a wide receiver, snatched him down. They could have called holding against Mason Graham as well.
That is indeed holding against Northwestern. They are well short of the first down. So I imagine Michigan will decline here.
Holding. Offense number 80. That penalty's declined. It is fourth down.
And the Michigan defense banks a 3-and-out here in the early going.
It's nice to see some penetration up front. Michigan's trying to create as many one-on-one matches as they can. They just know that this Northwestern offensive line can't hold up one-on-one against any of these rushers.
Hunter Renner is on to punt. Averages 45 per kick out of Mishawaka, Indiana. Home of Scott Dryspot, former Wolverine kicker. And this is a short punt. Get out of there, everybody. And it backs up. Lands at the 47-yard line of the Wolverines and bounces out of bounds back in Northwestern territory. And Michigan will have excellent field position again for their second possession of the game with 5:01 to go in the first quarter. Following a 26-yard punt, the Wolverines will have the football here, up 7-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history, crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Hello?
Where are you? The party started an hour ago.
I got, delayed.
Wait, are you at the casino again?
Casino? No, not at all.
If gambling is getting in the way of your priorities, self-exclusion from the Detroit casinos might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today's broadcast is presented by DTE. Participate in energy efficiency programs and rebates, including savings on energy-efficient products and rebates, appliance and lighting upgrades, and more. Learn more at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. Michigan, Northwestern. Let's return to the Big House for more Senior Day football.
Hey, John, when rivalries heat up, choose chill. Coors Light is a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Please celebrate responsibly, John.
Sounds like a good choice.
Yeah. Rivalries heat up. That's next week, man. Yeah. But Wolverines have business to take care of here first, as they started their first possession on their own 47. They'll start this possession on Northwestern's 48-yard line.
Yeah, field position is going to be a huge part of this game. If you get some short fields, especially for this offense, as they continue to try and gain confidence, converting first downs, getting into the end zone, taking advantage of opportunities. Shorter fields are always nice for an offense that's still trying to find its footing.
We see Channing Goodwin in the game for the first time, the freshman, son of Jonathan Goodwin, former Wolverine guard. Davis Warren in his shotgun, back to pass. He's got to fire on first down again. He's got Tyler Morris in the flat near side, and he gets wrangled to the ground by a trio of Northwestern tacklers at the Cats' 41-yard line. A gain of 7 on first down. Xander Muller on the stop.
Well, they ran Channing Goodwin. They used him to run off the secondary, And then they brought Tyler Morris underneath. An easy throw for Davis Warren. And again, looking for plays that they can continue to gain some confidence in this passing game. Nice route tree.
2nd down and 3 for the Michigan offense. Shotgun for Davis Warren in the backfield. Donovan Edwards back to pass as Davis again fires. Colston Loveland on a slant. He's got the first down to the 35-yard line. And with that catch, Colston Loveland now has the most catches in a season in Michigan history for a tight end, passing Benny Japu.
It's such a nice route. He is so hard to cover. You mentioned it earlier. How does he find the way to get open? He lines up in the wing, just avoids the edge rusher, and then brings it across the middle. Just an easy look for Davis and an easy catch for Colston.
Ball at the Northwestern 30, 1st and 10. In the backfield, Donovan Edwards behind Davis Warren. 7-0 Michigan. Snap. They're going to roll Warren out. He's going to fire back against the grain to Donovan, who's got to make a man miss and can't, and he is brought to the ground right in front of the Michigan bench at the 30-yard line. That was close, huh, Jason?
Well, no, they missed Peyton O'Leary on the post.
Yeah.
They definitely missed them there.
Sometimes it feels like there's a decision that's made pre-snap, and he doesn't even look downfield. It took the easy one to Donovan, and there was not much there, but he did miss Peyton over the top.
That's his roommate. Davis and Peyton are roommates. You might hear about that one later. 4 wide now for Michigan on 2nd down and 9.
Peyton is asking for a new roommate.
Shotgun here for Davis Warren with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. 2 receivers to either side. Handoff, Donovan Edwards, not much room up the middle, and he'll get stacked up for no gain. Mac Uline leading the Northwestern tacklers.
Sometimes you just wish that Donovan had a little bit of a better feel. We talk about the big plays, and he's had those moments. But, man, if he had just stepped a little bit to the left, there was a huge hole for him, but just wasn't able to feel it or see it.
It's going to be 3rd down, and call it 9 for the Michigan offense. 2:24 to go, first quarter. Michigan leading 7-0 here in Ann Arbor.
Here's one of those positions where Davis has to be aware. You're well within Donovan Zavada's field goal range. If nothing's there, they're going to call a quick timeout here.
We saw Benjamin Hall in the Michigan
Rolling on the field was a fumble was recovered by the offense. That play is under further review.
Okay, interesting.
It was hard to see that ball up here. I couldn't tell if it came out or not.
I'm literally right on the line and couldn't see that.
That was quite a scrum.
Yeah, but getting back to Davis Warren, and hopefully now that they have a little pause in the action, they're over there telling them, hey, if nothing's there, we've got 3 points, or at least we have the opportunity to get 3 points. Make sure you don't take a sack, takes us out of a field goal range. It's either, hey, it's there, throw the ball, put it on them, and we can convert, try and score a touchdown. If it's not there, we'll take the 3 points.
This Close Shave replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream for whatever your day brings. Choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Well, as Donovan's going down, is a well-placed fist by one of the Northwestern defenders just before he hit the ground.
The ruling on the field stands as called. It's 3rd down.
That's a tough one because there was a bunch of tacklers in there.
I don't think anybody even knew it was out.
But you got a big pile of players, and you're trying to figure out when the ball came out, if it came out.
Well, I could see the ball come out. I just couldn't see anybody. It didn't look like anybody was even trying to recover it. He was so close to being down.
Xander Mueller was the guy who knocked it out now that I see a replay. All right, Wolverines retain possession here. They got to get it to the 20-yard line. It's 3rd down and 9 from the Northwestern 29. 2 receivers split to the left. One of them is Colston Loveland. Backfield is Benjamin Hall. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Northwestern showing blitz, and they do bring an extra rusher. Davis is going to step up, and he's going to step up right into a Wildcat and get dropped immediately by Aiden Hubbard. And poor time to take a sack. Are they still in Zavada field goal range? They are. It just got a lot harder, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I was just talking about. This is one time where you just, hey, if nothing's there, get rid of the ball. And he didn't really have much of an opportunity to get rid of it.
He does have the win now.
Well, this is going to be a 56-yard attempt for Dominic Zavada, who's 5 for 5 from beyond 50. That is already a Michigan career record, and this is just his 11th game. Snap, Good. The hold's put down. The kick is on the way. It's got the distance, and it's good. Dominic Zavada from 56 gives Michigan a 10-0 lead here in Ann Arbor.
How good is Zavada? That wasn't the best hold in the world. Low snap, the guy was able to get it up, but great job by Zavada.
This kid is unbelievable. Said this week, you don't feel pressure when you know you're ready for the moment.
Yep, and he's been ready for it every single time he's been asked.
That was right down the middle from 56. Now 6 for 6 from beyond 50. Let's go to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with our Rob Joyce. Rob?
Hey, Doug. 3 other games going on right now in the Big Ten, including going on 4+ hours in Piscataway. Illinois just took a 36-31 lead on Rutgers. 4 seconds left. Illini had 4th and 13 from the 40. A 40-yard touchdown, Luke Altmaier to Pat Bryant, give the Illini the lead and perhaps the win. Other games in progress, Minnesota 7-0 over Penn State. 11 minutes in, though, Penn State has the ball at midfield. And then Nebraska and Wisconsin tied at 7, 10 minutes in as well. Other finals from earlier, Ohio State dominated Indiana 38-15. Buckeyes ripped off 31 straight after the Hoosiers scored the game's opening touchdown. Iowa went to College Park, dispatch of Maryland 29-13. One game still to come, 10:30 tonight from the Rose Bowl. Rivalry matchup between UCLA and USC. That's your Big Ten scoreboard, brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Abso Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. One national score of note, the playoff picture, Florida upsets number 9 Ole Miss 24-17. That drops the Rebels to 8-3 overall. We'll run through what else has happened around the nation, give you first half highlights and more during the halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. For now, back to Doug and John. Guys.
Team's taking their playoff resume is taking a hit, huh?
Are
Florida?
you ready to watch that classic Big Ten matchup out west? USC, UCLA, 10:30?
Yeah.
10:30.
I'll be up.
We all will be up, but yeah. How about Florida?
Well, Florida and Indiana today. I mean, Indiana couldn't afford to lose the way that they did.
No. Do you think? What do you think the playoff committee will think of that score?
Well, it could hurt them. I mean, it obviously could hurt them. And the thing is, you don't know what's going to happen around them, right? Because that's a big part of this, is what happens around you. If everybody gets upset, Indiana, who might be out this week, could get back in. But
Ole Miss losing, they were the number 9 team. That's got to help Indiana at least stay somewhat in the race.
Yeah, I don't know if Indiana should be in it. Their strength of schedule is so low. Their best win of the year is basically against us.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a good precedent to set for the committee, to have teams that just dog it with the schedule and then try to be undefeated.
Well, I don't necessarily know you could say they dogged it with the schedule. Yeah, they had their 3 non-conference games, but the rest of the schedule was given them by the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana's got to do something with the non-conference schedule because, quite frankly, they almost never play anybody. If they could, they'd schedule the Citadel twice. I mean,
sure, but that's historical, Indiana. This might be a new era with Signetti.
By the way, the 4th annual Giving Back to Give Thanks Turkey Giveaway is tomorrow. 3 locations in Ypsilanti. This is Blake Corum still giving back to the community. And he had a quote on their Instagram post about this, that he will continue to do so through the years. He wants to keep giving back to Ypsilanti, and what a great cause and what a great kid Blake Corum was at the University of Michigan. Great player, and by all accounts, a better person.
Great. One of my favorite people to interview.
I've often talked about how we lost my sister to cancer, and he recorded a message for her and then would ask me every time I saw him, how's your sister doing?
Yeah.
She loaded up on Blake Corum here. He got some NIL money out of Sarah. Yeah. See Jaden Hood and Jimmy Roller in at linebacker as Dominic. Check that Tommy Doman's kickoff win in the end zone, and Northwestern will have it at the 25-yard line with 1:09 to go. First quarter, 10-0, Michigan on top. Bad snap, pulled up by Lausch, fires far side. He's got his receiver out at the 34-yard line.
Hey, John.
Going to the ground is Bryce Kurtz.
What's that?
Zeke Berry is like 12 yards off at times.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the cushion that they've been giving these receivers. And, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, we know that Lausch, I haven't watched his film on him, he's more than happy. If he sees somebody given that big of a cushion, he's going to go there and be happy with an 8-yard pickup.
Second down and 2 for the Wildcats here. 35 seconds to go, first quarter. Michigan showing a 4-man front as they go toss left. And, trouble there for Northwestern. Can he get the corner? Hyman can, and he's wrapped up and forced out of bounds as he did everything he could to get back to the line of scrimmage and maybe got a yard there. It was Makari Page. Boy, he was dead to rights, 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, just used his speed to get to the edge. And, that's – Zeke Berry was given another big cushion. I mean, he ended up coming up to be able to make the play, but it was ultimately Makari Page. They see that cushion, they're either going to run at it or throw at it. They go empty backfield here on 3rd and a yard. And they get a whistle, and it looks like
quarter.
It's the end of the first quarter. That's what it is. Michigan leading at 10-0 here in Ann Arbor. At the end of quarter number 1, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
We asked our team, why did you choose to work for Michigan Medicine? Here are some of their answers.
Being able to interact with patients, offer them hope, and hopefully giving them care that they couldn't receive anywhere else is the biggest thing.
Because it's the best of the best. We have great benefits, we have great leadership.
I love what I do. This is a place where you want to be if you're looking to make change.
To our team, we say, thank you for choosing us. We shape the future of healthcare together at Michigan Medicine.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you ready to raise your game? Introducing 50 States Vodka, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Born and bred in Chelsea, Michigan, 50 States Vodka is crafted from sweet, organic, non-GMO corn and is gluten-free with 0 additives. That's right, every drop is pure, American-made excellence from the heart of Michigan to your glass. It's time to experience the best vodka around. Make sure you're toasting with 50 States Vodka, the pride of Michigan and the choice of champions. Cheers to victory and pure Michigan spirit with 50 States Vodka. Drink responsibly.
Planning for retirement, it's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue. Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
10-0 Michigan on top of Northwestern here in Ann Arbor. And the Wildcats facing a 3rd down and 1. Michigan football sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. All right, guys. Davis Warren in the first quarter, 7 of 8 for 37 yards. Kalel Mullings, check that. Donovan Edwards leading the Michigan rushing attack, 4 carries for 9 yards. Kalel 3 carries for 6, but he's got the 2-yard touchdown run. Time of possession, Michigan possessed the football for 9 minutes and 43 seconds in the first quarter to 5:17. The 1 turnover, Amir Hall's interception on Northwestern's opening drive.
That's a good first quarter for this team. Obviously, the turnover, it's a great way to start the game. You turn that into points. And then, hey, special teams doing their job. And sometimes it's the ball bouncing the right way. Sometimes it's putting pressure on a punter. But to be able to continue to get field position, and you got 1 first down, but you ended up turning it into points. And right now, Northwestern, their offense, only 1 first down to Michigan's 5. So it obviously is you talk about time of possession, start to dig into it a little bit deeper, and you start to figure out why.
These two teams playing for the George Jewett Trophy. He was the first African-American player at both schools. Played for Michigan in 1890 and 1892, then hopped in the portal and ended up at Northwestern. No word on what his NIL deal was.
Also the first transfer portal individual.
10 cent.
He got 10 cent.
10 cent. It was big money back then.
But went to Northwestern for medical school and Great idea to have these two teams play for the George Jewett Trophy. 3rd and 1 for the Wildcats. Again, empty backfield. Michigan with a 5-man front. Now they shift the big running back, Porter, into the backfield, and he'll get the handoff up the middle, and he'll get the first down across the 35, out close to the 37-yard line. He moved the pile, leading the Wolverine tacklers Josiah Stewart, gain of 4.
They continue to go big up front. Michigan does. They're trying to create those mismatches. You got those 3 big guys in there. I tell you what, you see Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Rayshawn Benning when you break the huddle. That's not a great view.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats from their own 38-yard line, trailing 10-0, early second quarter. Lausch in a shotgun. Brings A.J. Henning in motion. Back to pass is Lausch. Here comes Josiah Stewart off the edge, and he throws him to the ground back at the 30. Wolverines leading sack man. Now has 7.5 on the year, a loss of 8.
That's just a straight-out speed rush around the edge. You beat the left tackle, Tiernan. And, hey, this is where Lausch, their quarterback, I mean, you don't have eyes in your head, but you got to have a sense of that pocket starting to break down.
I would argue he does have eyes in his head, just not the back of his head.
Right. Did I not say the back of his head?
You did not.
Yeah, well, the ones in front seem to work well.
Lausch on this 2nd down quickly fires to A.J. Henning across the 30, 35. He runs into Zeke Berry at the 38-yard line. He gets all the sack yardage back. It'll be 3rd down and call it 11 for the Wildcats. That Dominic Zavada was brought to you by Citgo, top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Michigan fans, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go.
I think every time A.J. Henning touches the ball and does anything, he's going to let Michigan know. That one came over to the sideline there. He had a few choice words for Zeke Berry.
Ron Bellamy said he's someone the boys still love and still talk about in the wide receiver room, and I wish him nothing but the best. But, of course, they jaw. 3rd and 11, Lausch back to pass. Here comes the rush. Gets it off. Has his man at the 40 and dropped immediately as his tight end by Quentin Johnson, well short of the sticks. And Northwestern to be forced to punt. Jayshawn Barham was in the face of Lausch, who had to hurry and get rid of it. Didn't let a route develop deep enough. Pumped it off to his emergency valve underneath. Wasn't enough. Tyler Morris deep to field this punt.
Both Barham and Josiah Stewart again in there on the pressure.
Tyler Morris standing on his own 9-yard line to field this punt from Hunter Renner, who rolls to his right and gets it off. It's a low-line drive, and Morris is going to let it roll inside the 10, inside the 5, down to the 3-yard line, and that's where the ball will stop.
For a ball that almost sailed over the punter's head, for them to end up on the 3-yard line, that was a hell of a roll.
It almost hit multiple players in the helmet, how low it was.
It's a bad snap last week that turned that Ohio State Northwestern game. They've been feast or famine on special teams. That goes for 56 yards. What, 40 of it on the ground?
Yeah.
10-0 Michigan on top. They have the football in their own 3 when we continue. 12:08 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Hey, Wolverine fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Michigan football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Michigan Wolverines. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list.
but I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid through November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Carson, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field. 12:08 to go first half. Michigan on top of Northwestern 10-0. And the Wolverines looking at 97 yards of field as they will take over on their own 3-yard line. Their first possession, their own 47. Their second possession, Northwestern's 48. This possession, not quite as good in terms of field position, their own 3.
Nope, you say this one creates an opportunity to add some yards.
Ben Hall is in the backfield. He's off the right hip of Davis Warren, standing in his own end zone. Snap. Handoff, Ben Hall spins out of a tackle right at the point of attack. Gets nothing on first down.
Evan Link got beat across his face. This is where you have to use some anticipation as an offensive lineman. You know that they're going to try and penetrate. If they give up a 6 or 7 yard run, it's the risk versus reward for them. The reward is, hey, if we're able to, I'm sorry, that was actually Marlon Klein that he beat across the face. But you've got to anticipate that they're going to move, try and create penetration inside the 5-yard line when you're backed up.
Second down and 10. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Northwestern a 4-man front. Warren back to pass over the middle. He's got Tyler Morris at the 10, and he's dropped immediately there by Zach Uline. Gain of 8.
Great job on the protection. There was absolutely no pressure. And just like they're going to try and create penetration in the run game, they want to try and get after the quarterback while he's in the end zone and try and make him make a bad decision. Nice to be able to find Tyler Morris. That's his 5th catch to this point today.
Third down and 2 for Michigan. Benjamin Hall in the backfield. Davis Warren in a shotgun. They put Max Bredesen in motion. Turns back to pass. He's got Bredesen at the 10, 15, far sideline, 20, 25. First down, Wolverines. Mac Uline on the stop of Max Bredesen at the 26-yard line, breaking a tendency on 3rd and short. They go to the air and move the chains.
Well, and they've used Max Bredesen how many times to kick out the edge and run the ball inside. They run the same motion. Now all of a sudden, hey, he just slips that block. And, I mean, what does he get thrown to twice a year? Nobody even respects that they're going to throw him the ball. It was a great call.
15 yards. First catch this year for Max Bredesen. First and 10 Michigan from the 26-yard line. Handoff running left is Benjamin Hall, and he's hit immediately and dropped. Not much room to run. No gain again for Ben Hall. Xander Mueller on the stop for the Wildcats.
It's all about penetration. You've got to be able to understand what's happening up front. Sometimes the linebackers will tell you by their alignment. Sometimes you can just see the weight on the hand of the defensive lineman, but you got to anticipate when they're going to be moving around.
Second down and 10 for Michigan. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Looking, he's going to get it to Hall out of the backfield, 25, and drop there. Had to make one man miss. Kenny Soares Jr. on the stop there, and actually it's going to go for a loss of about a yard.
Well, we've seen it already today. This Northwestern team they're a very sound defense. They're really good at open field tackles. We've seen them do it with Donovan Edwards. We've seen them do it with Tyler Morris. And now Ben Hall in the open field. He's a tough guy to bring down one-on-one, and they were able to do it.
He just limped off the field, and Kalel Mullins is in on this third down and 11 for the Michigan offense. They got to get it across the 36-yard line. Back to pass is Davis. Fires over the middle and sails it over the head of Colston Loveland. It's intercepted. 40, 30 down the far side. Northwestern is stepping out of bounds at the 21-yard line. Xander Mueller, too tall for Colston Loveland, and overthrows over the middle are always scary. And the Wildcats now have great field position, trailing 10-0 with 8:36 to go first half.
Yeah, we hear from our defense all the time, tips and overthrows. You got to get those, and this one is just, it sails on them. And I think he thought Colston, reading the defense, was going to pull up in between the safeties. Colston kept running. It was a little bit far behind him, as well as high, and Northwestern was there to pick it off.
Davis Warren's first interception since, I believe, the Minnesota game?
Since week 3.
Was it week 3? Arkansas State. Okay. And taking care of the football. But Northwestern's got it 1st and 10 from the Michigan 20-yard line. Lausch in a shotgun. Snap. Handoff. Running left is his running back inside the 15 down to the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal. Caleb Komalafe with a good run. It'll be 1st and goal from the 9. Amir Hall on the stop.
Yeah, sudden change situations, especially when a team gets the ball in the red zone territory. Defense has to be ready to make a big stand, make a big stop.
Northwestern going towards the south end zone has it 1st and goal from the 9. 8 minutes to go in the half. Michigan up 10-0. 2 receivers split wide right, 1 to the left. Shotgun. And Lausch is going to keep it on a QB keeper up the middle, and he'll get a yard before he is stopped by Mason Graham.
Interesting call by Northwestern there. He's not a guy that they really run the read option with very much. Most of his yardage that he has in the rushing attack is just when, you know, the protection is broken down, he's extending plays and nowhere to go with the ball. I'm surprised that they would do that here inside the 10.
2nd down and goal from the 8, and Michigan's defense forced a field goal attempt. Northwestern breaks the huddle and goes 4 wide, 2 to either side. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Jason Barham creeping up there. Low snap. Lausch in trouble. Rolls out to his right. Tucks the football. He'll get chased to the sideline and step out near the 10-yard line. Ernest Hausman, Zeke Berry were in there. Bad snap. That play was doomed from the beginning. It'll be 3rd and goal for the Wildcats.
Yeah, anytime your snap is low like that, it breaks the vision of the quarterback. Protection broke down quickly, and he just tried to get whatever he could. Ended up losing, 2 yards on the play.
Ball's on the right hash. Fans getting into it. The Wildcats break the huddle. Komalafe continues in the backfield for Northwestern. They split 4 receivers to the short side of the field. That's the right. Now they're going to shift one of them. That's Kurtz, their leading receiver, over to the left. Watch out for him. Back to pass is Lausch, looking to his right. Here comes the pass rush. Bails out of there, throws it, and out of the back of the end zone. Incomplete. He had to get rid of it. And Northwestern will be forced to try a field goal. Kenneth Grant was the man in Lausch's face.
Kenneth Grant was getting there. Mason Graham, I'm surprised there wasn't a hold called on that. He was, I mean, that left guard had his hand all wrapped all the way around him, grabbing onto that front 55.
It's going to bring in Luke Akers to attempt a field goal. Son of David Akers, the former Eagle kicker. Snap is good, hold is good, the kick is up, and the kick is also good. And Luke Akers gets Northwestern on the board following the Michigan turnover with a short field goal. It's 10-3 here in Ann Arbor, 6:25 to go in the first half. Michigan gets the football back. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham got it on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line. Plus, 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us. Plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
Doug Karst, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House. Michigan leading 10-3 here following the Northwestern field goal. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. John, I always like to shout out people I know are listening on that app. Nancy and Ash Collins are listening from down in Texas.
Oh, okay. I was asked, you know what? We have the best stadium staff anywhere in the Big Ten. They do such a great job getting people in and out of the stadium, making sure everybody stays safe. And, you know, 8 home games is tough on them. And they've all, I think, scheduled vacations for the next couple of weeks. And they were all asking, how do we listen to the game? We don't want to miss a moment of it next week against Ohio State. And I said, hey, Varsity Network app, that's the best way to do it anywhere you are in the country.
It's a great app. And let's also plug your podcast, In the Trenches.
Yeah, In the Trenches comes at you 3 times this week. We'll have, obviously, the Monday night recap of the coaches show. Wednesday, Thursday, we have our keys to the game and a locker room speech that will probably be a little energized this week, as well as the post-game edition. So you actually get 4 episodes on In the Trenches.
I can't wait to hear it, John.
Oh, man.
That locker room speech is going to be fired up, I'm sure.
It always is for this one, and this one's going to be a unique one, that's for sure.
Especially after Florida and Ole Miss, right?
No, you know it.
Jordan Marshall is standing on his own goal line, the freshman, and he will signal for a fair catch and make it 3 yards deep in the end zone, and Michigan will scrimmage from the 25-yard line with a 10-3 lead here on Senior Day in Ann Arbor.
Well, it's nice to see the defense go out there. Obviously, that first play from scrimmage was a big run, but they showed the backbone. It's hard to go out there and sudden change. Only giving up a field goal after that sudden change was a big win by Michigan's defense.
Davis Warren continues at quarterback with Donovan Edwards deep. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Tyler Morris goes in motion, and they'll hand it off to Edwards. He'll bounce it outside to the right, try and fend off 1 tackler, and cannot. And gets dropped now for a 2-yard loss back at the 23-yard line. Josh Fussell on the stop.
Yeah, Northwestern's doing a nice job of attacking the edges. Their run support, their corners are playing right at the line of scrimmage. And, I mean, some of that is you've got to show a threat downfield. We've seen a lot of passes. Tyler Morris has 5 of them, but only for 25 yards. So they're not threatening anything down the field, so they're going to get a lot of run support quick.
Davis Warren in a shotgun with Edwards in the backfield. Back to pass, going to fire it to Edwards out of the backfield. And again, the Cats are right there, and they'll drop Edwards for another loss, this time back to the 20-yard line. Damon Walters, Northwestern not fooled.
No, and at some point, I know they went downfield to Colston Loveland, ended up being an interception. I would love to see whether it's Tyler Morris, Kendrick Bell. We talked about Goodwin being in the game. He's a guy that can get downfield, take a shot downfield just to try and loosen up this defense a little bit.
3rd down and 14 for the Michigan offense. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Davis Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap. Going to set up a screen. Kalel Mullings, 20, 25, 30, out close to the first down, but dropped a yard, maybe 2 shy of the first down at the 33-yard line.
Well, that was a nice job of gaining a little extra time on that screen pass by Davis Warren, taking a couple extra steps back. It just linemen were on skates on that one, and you want to give up some penetration because you're trying to draw that defensive line in so you can dump it over the top of them, but you've got to at least have, you got to slow that defensive line down a little bit.
4th and 2.5, and Tommy Doman will punt to A.J. Henning, standing on his own 24-yard line. Clean snap to Doman. Gets off a good punt. Will back Henning up. And he'll catch it on his own 19. To the left. He's got some room. 35, 40, and chased out of bounds by Doman. Out across the 45-yard line. Good return by A.J. Henning, as that ball will be marked at the 48-yard line of the Northwestern Wildcats. 48-yard punt, 30 yards on the return. It's 10-3 Michigan, 4:14 to go first half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
Doug Hart, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the Big House, Michigan, leading Northwestern 10-3. The Wildcats will have the football their own 46-yard line following the 30-yard punt return by former Wolverine A.J. Henning, who's got a couple of catches. Michigan's defense stiffening and forcing a field goal. The last time the Wildcats had it, they took over at the Michigan 20-yard line following a Davis Warren interception, his first thrown since the Arkansas State game. By the way, Davis spent this past Sunday with a young kid who is receiving his final chemo treatment, a kid named Hudson. I know he also had a Zoom call with a kid from New Jersey Tuesday night. He's got a similar battle. He's at Mott every Thursday. This is just a wonderful young man who continues to encourage the young people who are on the same journey he was when he beat leukemia in high school.
It's always been something that Michigan football players have done, Michigan athletes in general, going up to Mott's Children's Hospital at different areas of the hospital. But when you have your starting quarterback, that alone in of itself gives some juice to some of those kids. But then when they hear his story and how he was where they are right now, there's a lot of added juice to that as well. So hats off to him of always being so willing to give up his time.
Ball marked at the Northwestern 46. They've got it 1st and 10 out of the timeout. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Back to pass is Lausch. Looking to his right. He's going to let one go deep. Take a shot downfield. Running out there is Kurtz. Goes to the ground. Did he catch it? It looks like he did. Wow, at the 15-yard line, he went to the ground. A couple Wolverines ran right past it, and the Wildcats are back in the Michigan red zone. Zeke Berry was that man in coverage down there.
Nice adjustment by Kurt. Saw that ball was just a little bit underthrown and was able to stop. Nobody looked back to see where the ball was. And, I mean, Michigan, they owned the line of scrimmage in that first quarter. Second quarter has been a completely different story.
39 yards on the catch to Kurtz. First and 10 Northwestern from the Michigan 15-yard line. Porter running right, runs into Kenneth Grant. Gets a yard, maybe two, before he is dropped. Also Ernest Hausman in on the stop.
So Zeke Berry is pretty aggressive in the second half of that Indiana game, so you knew Northwestern would do a double move on him to test him, and that's what that was. That big game was a stutter go.
You know, it looked like he was there. He just never identified where the football was.
He actually got beat pretty bad, but the ball was severely underthrown.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Second down and 8 for the Wildcats from the Michigan 13-yard line. Lausch in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the pass rush, sets up a screen. And it's Porter chased out of bounds at the Michigan 9-yard line. Looked like it was in danger of going to the house, but Wolverines recovered quickly. Give him 5 yards. It'll be third down and 3 for the Wildcats from the Michigan 8.
It was Ernest Hausman that caught him, and the tough part for him was Northwestern, little quick screen pass. They had blockers out front. He had to come underneath those blockers and ended up catching them from behind.
Big play here with 2:19 to go. The clock running here first half. Northwestern looks like they're going to let it tick down and take a timeout right before the 2-minute timeout. Try to leave Michigan with the least amount of time possible after this possession. And Coach Braun does use a timeout with 2:05 to go.
Team timeout. Northwestern.
It's their second timeout. And of course, we have the 2-minute timeout, 5 seconds away. It's 10-3 Michigan on top of Northwestern, but the Wildcats knocking on the door. Last time they were down here, Michigan's defense forced a field goal. It's a big third down play.
Yeah, it's a huge third down play. If they can, obviously Northwestern wants to see if they can go in tied at half. If they get a touchdown, they'll tie it up. And not a lot of momentum for Michigan's offense. So this is a big third down for this Michigan defense.
In case you're wondering, Northwestern so far in this game, 1 of 5 on third down. They are the worst team in the Big Ten, converting just 30.6% of their third down attempts.
Now, we can't give up a cheap one to them because our guys are too far off in coverage. We at least have to come up to the line of scrimmage and challenge them there.
Well, with the ball this deep in Michigan territory, they're not likely to get beat very deep.
No, and Michigan's going with the big boys up front again. Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, and Ray-Sean Benning.
Porter's the deep back. A pistol formation with Lausch on this critical 3rd and 3. Lausch is going to fire far side, looking into the end zone, and it hits the back of Zeke Berry, incomplete. He was looking for Kurtz out there. And Zeke Berry, the man in coverage, as Lausch underthrows him, and we'll see Luke Akers again try a field goal to cut into this Michigan lead with 2:01 to go in the first half.
Yeah, Zeke Berry was racing to catch up. And as he did, the ball hit him right in the back. He turned at the last moment, didn't see the ball, but was able to obviously get in the way.
Good job by Lausch being so late, prevented a touchdown right there. He was late with that ball.
Snap is good, hold is good, the kick is up, and it is also good. From Luke Akers, his second field goal. And Michigan's lead is now 10-6 with 1:57 to go. It's the 2-minute timeout here in Ann Arbor. Wolverines will get the football back when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now for Black Friday, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles, like the 2024 Ford Escape. The Escape comes with Bliss blind spot information system with cross traffic alert and plenty of cargo space to fit your lifestyle needs. Right now, AZ Plan trade-in lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Escape SUV active all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 24 months with $1,789 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash and $3,500 trade assist cash. Offer ends January 2nd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford Escape for $279 a month only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
(10-6) Michigan on top of Northwestern. The Wolverines will get the football back here. The Michigan defense forcing a pair of field goals on back-to-back red zone trips for the Wildcats. Interesting, we have not seen Jair Hill today.
No, he wasn't on the injury report. We had our questionables and we had our outs. He was not on it this week.
Yeah, usually, we only can speculate, but he hadn't been out there. We know that he's number 35 today, and I haven't seen him.
Normally wears number 20. We got the word before the game that he was switching to number 35. Few number changes today. Freshman corner Josiah Edmond is 41, and Micah Apana is number 29, running back. You heard Sharon talk about in the pregame show. We're hoping to get him involved, but you can't go 3 and out. You got to be able to run some plays.
Yeah. Well, and this is an opportunity. I mean, obviously they're going to be running with some tempo here when they get the ball. Michigan still has all 3 timeouts. Plenty of time to get down the field, but they're going to have to show some sense of urgency here.
Well, the freshman Jordan Marshall has shown a lot of explosiveness in the kick return game. Looks like he could be a real weapon someday. It's impressing the coaches. Sharona has big plans for Jordan Marshall moving forward. He's standing on his own goal line and will return this kick from Akers, who approaches it and puts his right foot into it, and this one will bounce and go out of bounds and give Michigan great field position as a bit of a snap hook.
Kick out of bounds. Kicking team number 11. The ball be placed at the 35-yard line. First down and 10, Michigan.
Decent field position here for the Michigan offense. Got a couple of scoring drives, a touchdown drive on their first possession and a field goal drive on their second possession. They've come up empty since.
Now, they deferred to the second half, so they have the opportunity here to get that double dip. If they can go down and bookend the first half with a scoring drive at the start, one here possibly at the end.
It's a great thing about having a kicker like Dominic Zavada. You're 3 first downs away from getting into field goal range. 4 wide here from the 35. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Back to pass, dumps it underneath. Donovan Edwards makes one man miss across the 40, pushing forward to the 42-yard line before 3/4 of the Northwestern defense piles on him and brings him down. Mac Uline was the first there. A gain of 7, clock running, minute 41 to go. Second down, again 4 wide. Davis takes the snap, back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, rolls to his right. Fires far sideline. He's got Frederick Moore at the 49-yard line, and he's knocked out of bounds right there in front of Zaire Johnson. Moved the chains for Michigan with a minute 25 to go.
Nice job by Fred Moore, realizing where he was on the field. I know he wanted to struggle for a couple of extra yards, but it was just simply, hey, jump out of bounds, make sure you stop the clock, and you don't have to rush to the line of scrimmage to try and run another play.
Wolverines from the 49-yard line, 1st and 10. Davis Warren back to pass, lets it fly. Peyton O'Leary's got it at the Northwestern 45, and he's dragged to the ground right there with a minute 16 to go. Hands the ball to the official, gain of 6, 2nd down and 4. Michigan scrambles to the line of scrimmage, 1:07 to go. Davis takes the snap, hands it off to Donovan Edwards, makes one man miss, dives close to the chains, And they're going to say he's just short, or are they going to move?
I think they're giving the first down. So
okay.
Yeah.
Stops the clock with 59 seconds to go. Devin Turner on the stop. At the Northwestern 41. 3 receivers, split wide right, 1 to the left. Clock running, 52 seconds to go. Davis Warren back to pass, 4-man rush. Dumps it off. Donovan Edwards, 35. Splits a pair of tacklers down to the 30. That's another first down, stopping the clock with 43 seconds to go. 3 timeouts for Michigan. Josh Fussell on the stop, and I think, Sharon Moore will use his first timeout.
Michigan, their first of the half.
30
seconds.
This is where you do want to start to use your timeouts. You got 43 seconds left. You're in field goal range. And Jason, I actually want to ask you this. I was going to ask you at the break, but what's the wind been like? Has it changed at all since the start of the game?
Yeah, so when Dominic kicked his first field goal, the wind was at his back, so it helped him going in this direction. They're going to have to get it a little bit closer because the wind is opposite of him and it's been knocking the ball down.
Still pretty stiff?
It's not as bad as it was at the beginning of the game, but you still can feel it.
Davis Warren at this point, 16 of 18 for 100 yards. It's been an impressive 2-minute drive by Michigan's offense. Out of the timeout from the Northwestern 31 with 43 seconds to go in the half. 10-6, Michigan on top. Shotgun. Davis Warren claps his hands, back to pass. Going to bounce out of there to the right and throw it into the dirt by Donovan Edwards. Incomplete, stopping the clock with 39 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's a great decision by Davis Warren there. Donovan didn't have a lot of room to gain. He wasn't going to get out of bounds. At most, you're going to pick up maybe 2 yards. So stop the clock. Don't have to burn another timeout.
39 seconds to go in the half from the 31, second down and 10. Davis Warren in a shotgun with 2 receivers split to either side. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Back to pass is Davis. Fires over the middle, incomplete, looking for Colston Loveland at the 20-yard line. Devin Turner in coverage. Jason, it looked like Turner might have got his hand on Colston there early. Did I see that wrong from up here?
It was a bang-bang play. It was kind of maybe a second before, but it wasn't that much.
Fair enough. 3rd and 10 for Michigan. 35 seconds to go in the half. They got to get the ball across the Northwestern 21-yard line. 3 receivers split wide right. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Has the snap. Back to pass. Bails out of there to the right. Looking downfield. He's going to fire, and he's got Frederick Moore at the 20. Down to the 15. And chased out of bounds at the 12-yard line by Tyre Johnson. Davis Warren on the run. Clock stopped with 26 seconds to go. A second catch in this game and this drive for Frederick Moore. A gain of 19.
Davis Warren has been so good on the run. That's one of the things. All the biggest plays have really come when he's been outside the pocket trying to create something. That's a great catch by Fred Moore. He was all turned around. Not an easy one to make.
Ball's on the right hash. 3 receivers split to the left. From the Northwestern 11, Davis takes the snap. Back to pass, looking left. Going to let it fly into the end zone and sail it out of the back of the end zone. Incomplete, nothing there. And he'll live to play another down, overthrowing Tyler Morris in the back of the end zone with 21 seconds to go. Second down.
You know, the best thing about that Fred Moore catch is that he was able to get out of bounds. They didn't have to burn a timeout. They picked up the first down. And now with 21 seconds and 2 timeouts, obviously it's second down, but you got plenty of time to use your timeouts. The entire field is open to them. They don't have to target the sideline. They don't have to get it in the end zone. And so they can use those timeouts.
They don't even have to pass it, really.
No.
Shotgun here, second down from the 11. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Here comes the rush. Going to fire, and he's got Colston Loveland at the 7. Makes one-man miss to the 5. Driving to the 3-yard line with 12 seconds to go. And Sharon will use a timeout at 11. It'll be third down from the 3-yard line. Good hard running after catch by Colston Loveland.
Michigan.
That's a nice pitch and catch, but from Davis, obviously, to Colston Loveland, almost got in the end zone. The other thing that he needs to be aware about, they are playing so hard on the run right now. That fake to Donovan drew up all the linebackers. Once they noticed he didn't have it, they completely ignored him, and he was standing all alone in the right flat. A little dump off might have scored a touchdown on that one, so he's got to make sure that he keeps his eyes on the full length of the field.
You remember that toss we had earlier to Dono?
Yeah.
I think that will be a good time now.
Get those big boys out in front. That was a 3rd down and 2. They picked up 9 yards on it. You can get Evan Link and Giovanni Al-Hadi out front. You got the wide side of the field because they're on the left hash. They could get those big boys out in space and see if they can knock down some of them little fellas.
Michigan does have a timeout. 12 seconds left. It's 3rd and 2 from the Northwestern 3. So they can also get a first down here. But you're going to run out of clock. You don't have a ton of plays here. Bunch formation to the right. Now they'll shift Tyler Morris from right to left. Kalel Mullings in the backfield. 3rd and 2. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Now they'll put Marlon Klein in motion. Back to pass is Davis Warren. End zone. Touchdown! Wow. Wolverines! Colston Loveland with 8 seconds to go in the half, and Michigan extends the lead to 16-6. What a drive.
That was a thing of beauty. They managed the clock. They were able to get first downs. They made plays off schedule. Davis finding Fred Moore. That was a big-time play, and then I'm going to have to take a look at that one. But you mentioned, how does Colston Loveland get open? There was nobody around Colston Loveland on that touchdown.
That touchdown ties the Michigan single-season record for a tight end. Boy, he's having a year. Zavada on for the extra point. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up and good. And Michigan, who will get the football to start the second half, goes 65 yards in 11 plays in 1 minute and 49 seconds and scores on the 3-yard touchdown catch by Colston Loveland from Davis Warren. That Wolverine touchdown is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Wow, what a drive.
That was beautiful. They got the ball with, just under 2 minutes, coming out of that 2-minute timeout, giving up that field goal. It's a heck of a lot of a difference of momentum going into halftime. Being only up 10-6, you put that drive together, you go up 17-6, and they get the ball coming out of halftime, so they get that chance to double dip and maybe go up another score.
Yeah, it was aided by the Akers out of bounds, the penalty. Yep. So they got the ball on the 35. But check this out. They checked it down most of that drive to Donovan, and Donovan has made plays with the ball in his hand. It's something that's been unutilized the entire year.
Tommy Doma will kick off with 8 seconds to go in the half, and Michigan leading 17-6. Hyman is deep for the Wildcats. This one will come down inside the 5, and it's returnable. He'll bring it out. 10, 15, and he's wrangled to the ground right there at the 17-yard line with 4 seconds to go in the first half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Like Northwestern will take a knee here with 4 seconds to go from their own 17-yard line. As Lausch takes the snap and takes a knee, and we'll go to the halftime locker room with Michigan on top, 17-6. Boy, this game has changed. Northwestern clawed back into it, but what a turn of events. Michigan utilizing Donovan Edwards in the pass game, as Jason just pointed out, but also both catches to Frederick Moore are plays that were extended by Davis Warren, making things happen with his feet when the pocket broke down.
Well, how about the response by the defense? You get an interception, and then they only give up a field goal. You get a big punt return, and then they drive down inside the 5-yard line, and you only come away with 3 points. It's disheartening for Northwestern, and then the response of being able to go down underneath the 2-minute timeout, put a drive together, and I mean, that's one of the best drives that we've seen all season long.
Wolverines lead it 17-6 at the break. Plenty to do at halftime, including analysis from our Jack Miller. Brian Bush will check in as well. We'll have halftime comments from Sharon Moore as he addresses his team up in the Michigan locker room. Wolverines lead it by 11 here at the Intermission in Ann Arbor on Senior Day 2024. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa presents the 30-second radio hour.
Woo! I ask you, Donna, is cross-country skiing great or what? Yeah, I'm speechless too. Finding your true north can really take your breath away. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Discover your true north moment amid the wonders of nature at Grand Traverse Resort and Spa.
Hey, Donna, how about some snowshoeing after this? Are you kidding me?
Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. No truer north.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the Halftime Show, driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Online at lexusofanarbor.com. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime from the Big House on Senior Day. Michigan leads Northwestern 17-6 as we look back at the opening 30 minutes. With the first half highlights, Wildcats had the ball first, picked up a lone first down. Then the first splash play of the game came via the Michigan defense just minutes in.
Lausch in a shotgun. Wolverines rush forward. Back to pass as Lausch bails out of there to the right. Looking downfield, lets one go, and is it picked off? Yep. They're going to say it's intercepted. It's Amir Hall who pulls it in at the 46-yard line, kept his feet in bounds right in front of the Northwestern bench. It'll be first down, Wolverines with great field position.
Near midfield, the field position just over 2 minutes into the game, they would methodically work their way down the field. 8 plays into the red zone for the Michigan offense with a couple of third down conversions. Pass interference on another third down would make it first and goal from the 2.
Davis Warren under center, I formation, Bredesen close, and Mullins deep. Snap, handoff, Mullins running right. Matt in the hole, drives to the goal line, he's in! Touchdown, Wolverines! Kalel Mullins, a 2-yard touchdown run, and Michigan takes an early lead.
And a 9th touchdown of the year for Mullins caps an 11-play, 53-yard drive, ate up 6 minutes. Michigan up 7-zip just over 8 minutes in. And we get the ball back quickly after Northwestern went 3 and out, thanks largely to a Kenneth Grant sack. Short punt, Michigan had it inside Wildcat territory at the 48. Don't get a whole lot of ground, but Dominic Zavada automatic, a 56-yard field goal. It makes him 6 for 6 from 50-plus this season. Would make it 10-0 the score, and that's the score at the end of 1. Then in the second, Wildcats will get their first signs of life. A drive starting at the Michigan 3 for the Wolverines. Mason Blue would work it to the 26 before Davis Warren was intercepted, giving Northwestern the ball at the 20. Could only muster a field goal out of it. 6:30 to halftime, it's 10-3. After another Michigan 3 and out, A.J. Henning would return a punt to midfield for the Wildcats with 4 minutes left. First play, a 39-yard hookup to Bryce Kurtz would put it in the red zone. Again, though, couldn't punch it in. 2-minute timeout, another field goal. Makes it 10-6. Northwestern only gained 84 yards of total offense in the first half. Michigan, all 3 timeouts would get good field position after the Wildcats put it out of bounds on the kickoff. A completion to Peyton O'Leary crosses midfield. 3rd and 10, Frederick Moore goes 20 yards down to the 11. Colston Loveland drives down to the 3 with a catch and run with 11 seconds left. And then the big man would cap a magnificent end-of-half scoring drive.
Now to put Marlon Klein in motion. Back to pass is Davis Warren. End zone. Touchdown! Wow. Wolverines! Colston Loveland with 8 seconds to go in the half, and Michigan extends the lead to 16-6.
11 plays, 65 yards. The 2-minute offense works to perfection, and the Wolverines will get the ball to start the third with an 11-point lead. It's 17-6 over Northwestern. Today's halftime show driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Check out lexusofannarbor.com. We'll take a timeout and come back. Tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten of the top 25. Some more shakeups to the playoff race. We'll tell you next as you listen to Wolverine football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with one more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Planning for retirement, it's like building a strong defense. You've got to protect what matters. At Foguth Financial Group, the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we're here to help you lock down your financial playbook. Whether you're just starting out or about to blow that final whistle of retirement, visit FoguthFinancial.com and secure your financial future. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Go Blue. Advisory services provided by Foguth Wealth Management LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. For additional information, visit advisorinfo.sec.gov and search 327434.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on the beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Michigan leads Northwestern 17-6 at the half as we take another check at the out-of-town scoreboard. Pair of other games going on right now in the Big Ten. We'll start in Minneapolis. 19 seconds to go in the first half. Penn State an extra point away from tying Minnesota. It is 17-16 Gophers. We'll assume Nittany Lions make the extra point, so tied at 17 as the two are about to head into halftime. The other game is at halftime. Nebraska leads Wisconsin 24-10 in a game in which both teams enter at 5-5. Huskers stole a field goal towards the end of the first half. It was a 14-10 Husker lead, went on a 10-play drive, scored a touchdown with under 30 seconds left. Badgers fumbled on the first play of the ensuing drive with mere seconds left in the half, and then that allowed the Huskers to tack on three more. So a two-touchdown lead for Nebraska heading into halftime. Finals from earlier. The big one in Columbus, Ohio State all over Indiana in the top five tilt, 38-15. Hoosiers scored the game's opening touchdown. Next 31 points belong to the Buckeyes, for the Hoosiers added another one in garbage time. Ohio State, for that matter, also added one inside of a few seconds left in regulation. Game well underway. They tacked on an extra 7 for good measure. Finish of the day came in Piscataway. Number 25, Illinois, was down by 5 at Rutgers, facing 4th and 13 from the 40 with under 15 seconds left. A 40-yard touchdown to Pat Bryant with 4 ticks left would give the Illini the lead. Then Illinois would tack on a safety as Rutgers just tried desperation on the final play. So 38-31 the Illini win, and then Iowa with a comfortable 29-13 victory over Maryland. One game still to come. 10:30 tonight from the Rose Bowl rivalry matchup, UCLA and USC. Teams have alternated wins in the series 4 straight years, all wins by the road teams. That's the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25. It's brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. A couple of games going on right now with playoff implications. Number 3, Texas, up 21-7 on Kentucky. 3 minutes left in the first half in Austin. Number 14, BYU, was down big at halftime in Tempe, trailing 21st-ranked Arizona State 21-3. That is a monster game for Big 12 implications. Also, with big implications in the Big 12, Kansas leads number 16 Colorado 20-14. 14 seconds left in the first half. Jayhawks have 3rd and goal from the 2. Also, a couple of SEC teams and Clemson playing FCS opposition. Nothing of note to tell you there. Finals from earlier, number 8 Miami ran away from Wake Forest in the fourth quarter to win it 42-14. Canes a 22-0 fourth quarter. Florida upsets 9th-ranked Ole Miss 24-17. That hands the Rebels a 3rd loss this year. Ole Miss is 8-3 heading into next week's Egg Bowl. And number 13 SMU, right now on the outside of the projected playoff bracket if the season were to end today, handled its business on the road, cruising past Virginia 33-7. Still to come, 7 o'clock from Yankee Stadium. First meeting between Notre Dame and Army in which both teams are ranked since 1958. That is also the last time the Black Knights beat the Irish. That Top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. Michigan 17, Northwestern 6. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, Jack Mailer break down the first half, and we return. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Wolverine fans, it's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, your official craft beer of University of Michigan Athletics, has the perfect beer for you with their Michigan Pilsner, crafted with only the best locally sourced Michigan hops and the highest quality ingredients to deliver a smooth, crisp taste. Upgrade your game day traditions with their quintessential, easy-drinking Michigan Pilsner. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Craft.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience essential energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Hi, I'm Rick Germain. Football season is here, and like the national champs, we have unbeatable deals at Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor. Whether you're tailgating or heading to the stadium, Lexus of Ann Arbor has the perfect vehicle for every fan. Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor is all about performance, precision, and excellence, just like the Wolverines. Whether you're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle, our winning team can help you drive like a champion. Stop by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of Michigan Athletics, or get started today at lexusofannarbor.com.
17-6, Michigan in front of Northwestern here on the halftime show, which is driven by Germain Lexus of Ann Arbor, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics, lexusofannarbor.com. Brian Bush and Jack Miller high atop Michigan Stadium. Jason Avant is with us down on the field. Jason, we have not seen many drives this year, maybe any drives, where Michigan threw it 10 times.
What?
I know, 10 out of 11 plays on that touchdown drive. What'd you like of what Michigan did methodically going down there, mostly through the air, to take a 2-possession lead to the break?
Well, I love the fact that Davis was able to take what the defense was giving them, and it basically checks down to Donovan, and I don't know for the life of me what Northwestern was doing, but Donovan was making people miss, and then he made a play with his legs to Fred Moore, and then the touchdown pass to Colson Loveland. I don't know how that guy is that open, but I love it, and I'll take it time and time again.
Well, Jason, you said it there, just taking what the defense gave him. And it was nice to see there were a couple plays there, at least one I know, that he threw the ball away, right? And we talked about that a lot this season so far, is if you don't have to make the play, just don't make a negative play. And they were able to do that in that drive. They were smart, they were efficient. When it wasn't there, took the check down, threw it away a couple times, did what they had to do to march down the field. They looked really efficient right there.
You mentioned it in the pregame show, Jack, about the fact that, you know, Northwestern, you kind of know what you're going to get, so treating it like a practice, right?
Yeah.
4 different rushers for Michigan in terms of, obviously, Davis Warren, but we see Edwards 6, Mullings 3, Hall 2, 9 different pass catchers. They're spreading it around and giving a lot of guys a lot of opportunities heading into the big one next week.
You just said that's what I'm more impressed by is the receiving core. I don't think there's been a game to this point in the season where they've spread the ball around in a first half that way, and you see the yards that they had, 25, 17, 22, 26. Guys are getting touches, finding the ball downfield. Davis Warren seeing the field pretty good right now. But it starts with being able to run the ball. I'd like to see him be able to get more towards that in the second half here, especially being up 2 scores. We know Northwestern's offense is not prolific. If they're able to control the clock, run the ball, then they can passing game from there. But it looks good so far, and I'll tell you what, that's probably the most impressive drive we've seen all season, to go up by 2 scores there at the end of the first half.
And Jason, nothing longer than 20 yards, but it doesn't have to be. You don't have to take big shots. What have you thought about the routes, the ways that Michigan has been able to have that success receiver-wise?
Well, one of the reasons they're able to have the success is because Northwestern plays a very vanilla defense. They don't disguise much. You know what you're going to get, so it makes the quarterback more confident, and it also makes the receivers more decisive in their routes. So those guys were able to pick apart some of the zone defenses that they were able to see, and that's what you do. You just methodically move the ball and don't make mistakes. When you get batted balls and you get negative plays, that's when this team doesn't do well. But I tell you this, is that Michigan was able to have good field position because of the defense and also the special teams, and they've been able to capitalize on that.
Well, Jason, I'll tell you this. We talked about it in the pregame. Defense and Colson Loveland. Yeah. We both were right.
That's right.
Yeah.
and I want to talk about the defense.
I was right first, though.
Well, yeah, you were. Brian gave you the first shot at it, but we both were thinking the same thing, and we were right.
Fine, Jack. I'll give you the first word on the defense. What's impressed you most? What will Jason maybe agree with?
Well, I think the defensive line's playing well. At times, they've been able to create some havoc. I think they're playing really well in the back end. We've talked about the secondary getting better as the season's gone on. They continue to find ways to play better. They're correcting the mistakes that you see the game before. I'm really impressed how they're playing in the back end.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to the defensive line. Josiah Stewart with the 3 sacks. When you have 3 sacks and you're putting the Northwestern quarterback into scramble most of the time, I think our defensive backs are playing well. Zeke Berry has to move up toward the line of scrimmage. It's something that we say all the time, but guys are going to continue to challenge him if he doesn't come up toward the line of scrimmage and make it a challenge and press guys, and I think he has to do that.
Other than the Davis Warren interception, which was his first since the 3-pick game against Arkansas State in Week 3 that lost him for a brief time that quarterback 1 spot, Michigan's doing the things you need to do to play a sound football game. No penalties, 5 of 8 on 3rd down, winning the possession time of possession 17-15 to 12-45, getting pressure on the quarterback. And that's the recipe. It should be the recipe every game. But obviously, Jason, it's got to be the recipe in Columbus, too.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. We got to figure out a way to continue to manufacture some offense. The one that was behind coasting in the middle of the field, that's something that we can't do. And on the edges, you may be able to take more chances like the one to Fred Moore. Yeah. But at the same time, this is the recipe right here. Just ball-controlled offense and being able to run the ball, we need to do a little bit more of that.
Yeah, and just playing smart, right? If it's not there, don't make a bad play, right? There's been good plays in there. There's been okay plays in there. They haven't had bad plays, save for that interception. That's the key for this team right now. We are where we are. Just don't let something get into the opponent's hands to help them out. Just play efficient football, make plays when you can, and if they're not there, don't make them, and you can find a way to still win the game.
17-6 Michigan at the half, leading Northwestern. That was the halftime show driven by Jermaine Alexis of Ann Arbor. Stay tuned. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you the second half next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Stay hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure all-natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan or have water delivered direct to your home or office with their convenient delivery service. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Just like your favorite sports team, you need a solid defense to protect your home and business. Whether you're tackling unexpected accidents, fouls, or fumbles, Heartland Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance are on your team. Visit Heartland Insurance Agency today at www.heartlandinsurance.com. That's www.heartlandinsurance.com.
Toyotathon is on. Our biggest event of the year is better than ever, with our biggest and best selection, including the best-selling Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time, with available all-wheel drive. Now through December 2nd, you can lease a Camry LE from just $269 a month for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. Call 1-888-36-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome to Senior Day at Michigan Stadium and the Wolverines clash with Northwestern. Today's broadcast is presented by DTE. Participate in energy efficiency programs and rebates, including savings on energy-efficient products and rebates, appliance and lighting upgrades, and more. Learn more at dteenergy.com/save energy. Once again, here are the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Two teams are back on the field here in Ann Arbor as night has fallen. Lights are on here at the Big House. Michigan leading Northwestern 17-6. Welcome back. Brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. In the locker room, Sharon Moore, the head coach of the Wolverines, addressing the team. And Jason Avant, what did he have to say to them?
For the offense, need to get the run game going, more production. He likes the passing game production. Davis making good decisions besides the one bad throw. Want to start the third quarter off really fast. Defense stiffen up front, be gap conscious. We can't let them run the ball, make plays on the ball. We need to do a better job, and we have to win some of those 50-50 balls. And then lastly to the team, 30 minutes left in this stadium for this year, so let's play our best half of football.
That welcome brought to you by Founders Brewing Company. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Welcome to Kraft. Well, John Jansen, 9 different Michigan receivers caught the football in that first half. Davis Warren, 19 of 24 for 131 yards. Talking with Kirk Campbell this week, he mentioned he's got more snaps this year than he had his entire high school career.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him grow throughout the course of the season. I know if he wanted that, if he could get that one back, he'd love it, that interception, but he's been really good in the first half.
Jordan Marshall will field the second half kickoff in the north end zone in front of the student section with a fair catch. And the ball will come out to the 25-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over in this first possession of the second half, scoring with just 8 seconds to go in the first half on that touchdown pass to Colston Loveland to extend their lead. Michigan hoping to get the double dip here to start the second half. Davis Warren in a shotgun. We'll have Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Ball's on the right hash with 3 receivers split wide left. Northwestern shows a 5-man front. Snap, handoff, Kalel Mullings up the middle. He's got some room across the 25. Drags a tackler out across the 35. And down at the 38-yard line, 13 yards on first down for Kalel Mullings up the middle.
Well, if you're looking to set the tone here coming out in the second half, that's the run that you want to have. Kalel Mullings is not going to be tackled by an arm tackle. He's running through safeties. And that's the thing is he's not even hit by a defensive lineman or a linebacker. He doesn't make contact with the Northwestern defender until he gets into the secondary. And that definitely sets the tone here.
Longest run of the day for the Michigan offense. First and 10 from the 38-yard line. Davis in a shotgun. Hands it off to Kalel again. He's got room across the 45, the 50, down the near sideline, into Northwestern territory. 30, 20, hesitates, gets knocked out of bounds inside the 15-yard line, and that is the longest run of the day for the Michigan offense. Kalel Mullings has got Michigan in the red zone, knocking on the door early here, third quarter.
And a great job of Kendrick Bell down the field blocking, which allows that one to go for another 20 yards at least, because he's putting the effort downfield. But a great job by the offensive line, just collapsing everything from right to left, collapsing it down, giving him a huge hole to run through.
Ball spotted at the Northwestern 15-yard line, 42 yards on that run from Kalel. Donovan Edwards now in the backfield, first and 10, Michigan. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Handoff to Edwards up the middle, dances to his left and knifes forward down to the 13-yard line. Gets what he can. It'll be second down and long.
So what was one of those comments by Sharon Moore coming out of halftime?
Get the run game going.
I think they listened to him loud and clear.
Second down and 8 now for Michigan. 13-16 to go here, third quarter. Wolverines on top, 17-6. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Kalel Mullings back in the backfield. 2 receivers split to the right, 1 to the left. Tyler Morris in motion from right to left. Snap, toss, sweep. Kalel Mullings cuts back inside the 13, down to the 10. And that's where the ball will be spotted as he's dropped right there. It'll be third down and 5 for Michigan.
A little bit of a changeup. Kalel is one of those guys that they love to run in between the tackles. They give him a little pitch, get him outside the tackle. He ends up cutting it back just a little bit, but trying to stretch the field as much as they possibly can and give him some of those cutback lanes.
Michigan 5 of 8 on third down. They're looking at a 3rd and 5 here from the Northwestern 10-yard line. Ball's on the right hash. They go 3 wide to the wide side of the field with Kalel Mullings in the backfield. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Snap, handoff, Kalel up the middle. He's got the first down to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. Kalel Mullings' second touchdown run of the day. And Michigan takes the opening kick of the second half, then goes 75 yards, all on the ground, and they now lead it 23-6.
How about that? 5 plays, 75 yards, all on the ground. You want to talk about, we mentioned the double dip. They score on the 2-minute drive at the end of the first half. They come out, Kalel says, coach says, we want to make sure to establish the run. They go 5 runs in a row, punch the ball in the end zone. That's a great drive.
Dominic Zavada on for the extra point. Good snap, good hold, good kick. And Michigan now leads Northwestern 24-6.
Hard running by Kalel Mullings, but it's about time we saw some really nice blocking up front by this offensive line.
That Kalel Mullings 10-yard touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pioneer State Mutual has been insuring Michigan for over 100 years, and as a Michigan-only company, we're focused on helping our neighbors with over 230 agents statewide. You get all the benefits offered by the national companies with the convenience of an agent who works nearby. If you're ready to make a change, visit insuringmichigan.com to quote your auto or renter's insurance today, and feel confident knowing you'll also have a local agent who can answer your questions. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Honey, did you pay the rent this month? Because I just received a late notice.
Sorry, what's that?
Wait, are you gambling online again?
Me? No, not at all.
If managing the bills and your betting has become a challenge, self-excluding from online gambling or sports betting might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the biggest of the big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go, go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go! Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid to November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field. Michigan leading 24-6 here on Senior Day in Ann Arbor. And Jason, we have an injury update on an important Wolverine.
Yeah, we don't know what the injury is, but Colston Loveland didn't come back out of the tunnel, so we're trying to get an update on that. And I was told that he won't be out the second half.
Well, we certainly hope he is okay.
Yeah.
The Wolverines have to finish this game, and if they do and win it, they got a big one next week.
Yep. They're going to meet him down in Columbus. Hopefully it's strictly precautionary.
No kidding. Dominic Zavada will kick off here. Joseph Hyman and Jake Arthurs are deep, and Hyman will let this one sail deep into the end zone for a touchback. So, Northwestern will take over on the 25-yard line with Michigan on top, 24-6.
Well, Doug, what'd you think about that drive? How does it start the second half?
I got to tell you, between the end of the first half, the 2-minute drive, and then that drive, it was 2 very impressive drives for this Michigan offense, which has struggled this year.
Yeah, and how about the 2-minute drive that was almost exclusively passing, and then this one to start the second half was all on the ground.
Northwestern with it from the 25-yard line. Lausch in a shotgun. He's got Porter in the backfield. Snap, back to pass. Lausch over the middle. It's dropped. At the 30-yard line, he was looking for his tight end. Marshall Lang, he couldn't hang on to it. It'll be second down. He got crunched by Quentin Johnson and Ernest Hausman.
Might as well catch it anyway.
Yeah, you might as well. And having all 3 big boys in the middle there, they were using Josiah Stewart as a drop linebacker. He had the other tight end in the flat, and just showing off all of the different skill sets that he has brought to this Michigan defense.
2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats. Michigan showing a 4-man front. Lausch in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass, delivers over the middle, and a diving catch at the 31-yard line as A.J. Henning, gain of 6. It'll set up a 3rd down.
Yeah, it was Wesley Walker on the coverage there, and they brought Makari Page off the edge, trying to create more one-on-one matchups up front by bringing 5 guys. And Makari, we've seen him before being able to get home on some of those blitzes. Nice job of covering it up by Wesley Walker.
3rd down, call it 3 now for Northwestern. The Michigan defense trying to get off the field. Northwestern with a bunch formation, 3 receivers split wide to the left. 4 receivers out there now. Back to pass is Lausch. Here comes the rush. He's in trouble, and down he goes. Back at the 20-yard line. Josiah Stewart leading the way for the Michigan defense. A loss of 12. And Michigan's defense banks another 3 and outs.
And just another way of trying to create one-on-one matchups. We've talked about bringing Makari Page, using those 3 big guys inside. This time they added Jay-Sean Barham into the rush. And this is an offensive line that just can't block these guys one-on-one.
Tyler Morris standing on his own 28-yard line to field this punt from Renner. Puts his right foot into it. Morris will approach it and catch it at the 36. Running to the near side, to the 45, to the 50, into Northwestern territory, and he's spun to the ground right in front of the Michigan bench at the Northwestern 45-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over, leading this one 24-6 here in Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Help Champion Circle empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL by joining the Everybody In for Michigan campaign. Our goal is to reach over 100,000 Michigan fans to help ensure that Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. For more on the Everybody In for Michigan campaign, head to championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan athletics.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Deep in the end zone, touchdown, Desmond Howard. What a catch and what a call.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Here's Charles Woodson, Michigan legend.
As a young man, I gave my all to the Wolverines, making history, earning a Heisman Trophy, and now I'm back. Introducing Woodson Whiskey, the first spirit sponsor in school history. Crafted with the same passion and excellence that defined my career. Woodson Bourbon Whiskey, where legacy meets excellence. Go blue and go Woodson Whiskey. Cheers, and please drink responsibly.
With a lineup like this, there's plenty to be thankful for at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Lead off with R&B hitmaker Rasan Patterson December 8th, followed by Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Justin Hayward December 10th, and experience the #1 Michael Jackson tribute in the world, MJ Live, December 29th. Only at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House. Jason Avant down on the field, headquartered in Brighton with other convenient locations across the state. Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Visit FoguthFinancial.com to learn more. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. 24-6, Michigan on top, scoring just before the half, and then scoring to open the 3rd quarter. A chance to break this game wide open with the football on the Northwestern 45-yard line following a 19-yard punt return by Tyler Morris. But guys, if you're just joining us or did not hear, Colston Loveland did not come out of the locker room at halftime. Unspecified injury. He was speaking with the media this week, and Colston said people are asking many of the Michigan players with NFL futures, why are you still playing? And Colston said, the coaches have dedicated too much time. My family's dedicated too much time. I owe a lot to Michigan. As long as I'm healthy, I will play. And unfortunately, he is not healthy and is in the locker room.
I mean, who knows what happens? It might have been a previous aggravation of a previous injury. We know he missed a game earlier in the season, so we'll just hope for the best that he will be available next week.
1st and 10, Michigan from the Northwestern 45-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap. And will fire over the middle. He's got Tyler Morris at the 35. He's got the first down to the 34-yard line. Grayson Metz on the stop, not Uline as well. Gain of 11 on first down, move the chains.
A great job by selling the run to Kalel Mullins. I mean, everybody came off the ball there and sold the fact that it was a run, opened up an easy pass for him.
1st and 10, Michigan from the 34-yard line. Davis Warren will take a snap from under center. Kalel Mullins, the lone running back. Davis takes the snap. They go reverse to Frederick Moore, 35, 30, and chopped down at the 26-yard line of the Northwestern Wildcats. Good gain, though. Gain of 8 on first down. Fredro is having a good game tonight. We've been looking for one of these Michigan receivers to step up. And it looks like number 3, Frederick Moore, might be the guy.
Oh, it could be. I mean, we've seen Tyler Morris with 6 catches. We're seeing them use Fred Moore in a number of different ways, and all while Samaj Morgan, who's been a nice target for Davis Warren, is out for the game.
2nd down and 2 for Michigan. Empty backfield here for Davis Warren. Now they bring Kapana in motion. Back to pass is Davis Warren. Pump fakes, and he'll throw it into the dirt in front of Tyler Morris. Incomplete. Nothing there. They were trying to set up a screen.
Yeah, trying to get one of those quick passes to Tyler Morris. Again, that's how they opened up the game. Quick screen pass to Tyler Morris, another short pass to Tyler Morris. Trying to get the ball in his hands with blockers in front of him to see what he can do.
We did see Micah Kapana in the game there for his first snap, the freshman running back. But this is 3rd down and 3 for the Michigan offense. Kalel Mullins in the backfield next to Davis Warren in a shotgun. Now Mullins shifts from right to left. We'll hand it off to Kalel. Up the middle, first down across the 25 down to the 23-yard line. Move the chains again as Kalel Mullins, this senior, coming alive here in the second half.
Well, the way they're using Max Bredesen, whether it's motion or just bringing him across the formation to get set. He got set as a wingback on that one, and for whatever reason, Northwestern is having a hard time adjusting to where he lines up, and they ended up running right behind him for the first down.
8 carries and 83 yards for Kalel at this point. He'll continue in the backfield, 1st and 10 from the Northwestern 23-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap. Back to pass. Looking, wants to take a shot now. He'll check it down underneath to Kalel, who will step out of bounds right in front of the Michigan bench at the 18-yard line.
Well, I like Davis keeping his eyes downfield. He did a nice job trying to find somebody downfield. Peyton O'Leary was downfield. Tyler Morris downfield. Nothing there. And he knew we had the easy outlet to Kalel Mullins. So all of a sudden, hey, just pop it out there, pick up a few yards. Positive yardage on first down.
Davis admitted that was one of the toughest parts about making the adjustment to playing, is getting used to letting the big play go and just taking what the defense gave him. But he's gotten better at it. Takes the snap on 2nd and 5. Handoff Kalel Mullins up the middle, and he gets stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on 2nd down.
Yeah, every once in a while up front, you're going to have a stalemate. Josh Preeb got stalemated there, and that's right where Kalel wanted to go. Once he stopped his feet, it was hard to try and find a path around him, and ended up no gain.
Mac Uline on the stop for the Wildcats. Michigan goes no huddle on this 3rd down and 5. They got to get the ball across the Northwestern 13-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Claps his hands now. They'll look to the sideline to get the play call. Northwestern showing a 4-man front. Peyton O'Leary wide left along with Tyler Morris and Marlon Klein, who now goes in motion. And they'll hand it off to Kalel Mullins up the middle, and he's close to the first down. Did he get it? He did. Down to the 12-yard line on 3rd and 5. Move the chains again for Michigan.
Well, they bring Marlon Klein across, take him back, and cut off the end man on the line of scrimmage. And Kalel did a great job of selling that run front side. Clearly, the target was going to be right behind Josh Preeb. They were able to pick up a nice first down.
6:50 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan on top, 24-6. 1st and 10 for the Northwestern 12. Davis will take a snap from under center with Kalel Mullings, a lone running back. Tyler Morris goes in motion. They'll go jet sweep to Morris. Turns the corner at the 10. Knife between a pair of defenders down inside the 5, and he's brought down just shy of the first down at the Northwestern 4-yard line.
Great job. Hogan Hansen was split out left. That reverse comes right behind him. And for a young player to have the awareness that, hey, I'm at the point of attack. I got to make sure my feet in the right spot, my hands are in the right spot. If he does anything wrong, he could possibly get called for holding out there. That was a tremendous block in the open field by Hogan.
Kenny Soares on the stop on that run. It's 2nd down and 1 for Michigan. Davis Warren under center. They go I formation with Max Bredesen in the backfield behind Davis, and they'll hand it to Kalel Mullings behind Bredesen, leading the way down near the goal line. And dropped just shy of the goal line is Kalel Mullings.
I love watching Max Bredesen play football. They line him up old school power I formation. He leads the path for Kalel Mullings, and whoever he made contact with, he just enveloped him and pushed him 5 yards into the end zone. And before the whistle blow, it discarded him. He's a fun football player to watch.
Wolverines 1 yard away, 1st and goal. Again, I formation, and your guy Max Bredesen is in front of Kalel Mullings. Davis Warren under center. Handoff, Kalel running left into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. And Michigan extends the lead to 30-6 here in Ann Arbor.
They just said, hey, Max, show us the way to the end zone. He puts his face mask right in the chest of a Northwestern defender and escorts Kalel Mullings right into the end zone. That was beautiful.
Kalel Mullings' 3rd touchdown run of the game, and that is Michigan's 3rd straight drive that has resulted in a touchdown.
It's been fun to watch this offense over the past, 10 minutes of game time.
Dominic Zavada on for the extra point. Good hold from Tommy Doman. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 10 plays, 45 yards, over 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And with that extra point by Zavada, Michigan leads 31-6. That 1-yard Kalel Mullings touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If your day sounds like
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
You deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, Michigan, let's go big. I'm Herman Moore, Lions All-Pro wide receiver, and I'm talking real big-time winning on the hottest slots and table games on one incredible app, Eagle Casino and Sports.
Sign up now and get up to $1,500. That's right. We'll match your deposit for up to $1,500, and you'll get 100 free spins.
Eagle Casino and Sports. Made in Michigan, made for Michigan.
Must be 21 or older in Michigan to play.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Today's broadcast is presented by DTE. Participate in energy efficiency programs and rebates, including savings on energy-efficient products and rebates, appliance and lighting upgrades, and more. Learn more at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. It's the game before the game. Welcome back to the Wolverines home matchup with Northwestern.
3 straight touchdown drives for Michigan. That's the first time this year they have done that. The 31-6 lead is matching Michigan's biggest lead of the season. The Wolverines also led Arkansas State by 25 points. Remember last season, Michigan won 9 games by more than 25 points.
Yep.
No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM Big Ten Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2024. Let's go down to the field. Jason Avant with another injury update.
Yeah, our starting left tackle, Miles Hinton, has went into the tent. He's out now, but he went in the last, I believe, 2 plays of that drive.
Okay, well, already playing in the second half without Colston Loveland. Miles Hinton, we'll see if he returns for the Michigan offense, and now leads it 31-6 to the Wolverines. This kick will be fielded by Hyman on the 1-yard line up the middle, and he's hit as he gets to the 15, gets what he can out to the 21, and he is dropped there. And that's where Northwestern will take over with a 25-point deficit for the Wildcats.
Yeah, this is where the defense can really start to pin their ears back, get after the quarterback, put as much pressure on him as possible, and possibly get a couple more turnovers.
12 carries, 92 yards now for Kalel Mullings. Meanwhile, Davis Warren, 21 of 27, 147 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Lausch in a shotgun for the Wildcats. Claps his hands, takes the snap, will hand it off to Hyman, running right. He's got nothing, absolutely buried in the backfield for a loss.
Rayshawn Benny. Wow. I mean, he's so quick off the ball. And when you put him on movement, all he does is come inside the right guard and splits the guard and center and is in the backfield. Penetration will kill an offense. We've been talking about that on the wrong side for a lot this year, but Rayshawn Benny there with the penetration.
3-yard loss, 2nd and 13 for Lausch in the Northwestern offense. 2 receivers split to either side. He'll take the snap, back to pass. Step up in the pocket, he's in trouble, and down he goes again. This time it's TJ Guy, who had 2 sacks at Indiana 2 weeks ago. Gets another one here in this game. Now with 5.5 sacks on the season. He's really rounded into form here late in this year.
Yeah, and when we started the season off, they basically said, hey, Derek Moore, Josiah Stewart, TJ Guy, all 3 of them are starters. They only start 2 of them, but they really felt like TJ Guy had done enough this offseason and was showing enough that he should be one of those guys that's talked about as a starter.
It's Michigan's 5th sack of the game, tied for a season high. 3rd down and 17 for the Cats. Firing over the middle is Lausch, and he's got his man at the 34-yard line out across the 35. They move the chains on a pass to Bryce Kurtz. Wow.
He's been their big play receiver today. He had that long one down Michigan sideline in the first half. And now this one, I mean, this is where Michigan has struggled a little bit. They've been good on 3rd and short, 3rd and medium, but it's those 3rd and longs that have really been a thorn in their side.
Gets 18 yards on 3rd and 17. Good throw from Lausch. He's got 4 wide again. Takes the snap. He's going to roll out to his left and deliver it, and it's caught by A.J. Henning, and he is dropped immediately. Who was that down there?
That was Amir Hall. Amir Hall almost picked that ball off. He read that one.
I mean, he was being blocked while he made the tackle and almost jumped the route Will Johnson style.
Well, yeah, I was going to say we saw that one earlier in the year with Will Johnson, but that's what you've got to do on some of those wide receiver screens. You got to find a way to beat that initial block, and if you can, it's big plays to be had.
Northwestern's run 4 plays this possession. 3 of them have been for negative yardage. But the big 18-yard reception moved the chains. 2nd down and 13 for Northwestern. Lausch back to pass. Here comes TJ Guy off the edge, hits him as he throws, and he delivers to A.J. Henning, who reels it in, but he's out of bounds near midfield. Incomplete. Zeke Berry in coverage out there.
Yeah, boy, Lausch got hit hard as he delivered that ball. It's amazing that ball even made it that far.
3rd down and 13 for Northwestern. Michigan's defense playing without Will Johnson today. We have not seen Jair Hill, who is not on the injury report.
No, but what we've seen this defense do is trying to create one-on-one matchups, putting tackles on island, guards, centers, trying to make sure that, hey, this defense, they're good at rushing the passer. Who's going to win that matchup?
31-6, Michigan on top. 3rd and 13, Lausch back to pass. Delivers over the middle. He's got his tight end near the chains, and he falls forward for the first down. It's Marshall Lang, and another 3rd and long, like you just mentioned, and Northwestern moves the chains. 3rd and 17, 3rd and 13. I mean, those are gifts. You've got to find a way to get off the field when you've done all the hard work to get in that position. 1:55 to go here, 3rd quarter. 1st and 10, Northwestern from their own 46. Lausch back to pass, steps up. Delivers over the middle, and he overthrows Kurtz. Takes a big hit from Wesley Walker. Incomplete. And it'll be 2nd down.
Well, I'm not sure what some of these officials are looking at. Josiah Stewart was tackled on that play, tackled from behind. He had a beeline on the quarterback. Back officials looking right at it. I'm not sure how that's not a hold. But again, the ability to apply pressure, whether they get home or not, Lausch is feeling it.
2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats. They split 3 receivers out to the right. Lausch in a shotgun. Takes the snap. They'll hand it off to Hyman. Nope. Lausch will keep it and deliver it incomplete to A.J. Henning. That might have been a backwards pass. He was rolling out to the right.
Yeah, they're spotting it as a fumble.
Yeah, he threw it. That was indeed a backwards pass, and it'll go in the books as a 3-yard loss.
When you see a quarterback do that, he's really worried. Even though that one was a design, hey, I'm going to run out, he's just worried every time he throws the ball that he's going to take a shot from this Michigan defense.
Feels like Northwestern, however, has Michigan right where they want them.
Yeah, third
and long.
3rd 13.
Lausch in a shotgun, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right on this 3rd and 13. Michigan brings an extra pass rusher. Lausch steps up, fires, and it's broken up. Amir Hall steps in front of Kurtz, gets a hand on it, give him a pass breakup, and Northwestern now will be looking at a 4th down and long with 1:26 to go here, 3rd quarter. They're going to leave the offense on the field.
Nice position by Amir Hall. He's in his hip pocket the entire time, and I know it's really hard to be patient, wait for that ball to get there. Couldn't get around him, but nice job of not giving him a free one by getting PI on that play.
4th down and 13 for the Wildcats. From their own 43-yard line, they have to get it across the Michigan 44. 2 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right. Lausch in a shotgun. Michigan fakes a blitz. They back out of it. 4-man rush coming. Delivers over the middle, and it's intercepted. Jumping in front of that one was Mason Curtis, the freshman.
It's first interception, isn't it?
It is his first interception, and there's a flag on the field. I think it's going to be a sideline warning for Michigan.
After the interception, sideline warning, Michigan. It's their first of the ball game. There's no yardage penalty involved. First down and 10, Michigan. Timeout on the field.
How about the freshman out of Nashville with his first career interception at the Michigan 42-yard line, and the Wolverines will take over, leading this one 31-6. Let's go back to our studios, and I got Rob Joyce at the update desk. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Doug. Big Ten Scoreboard updates brought to you by AbsoPure Water. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. 2 other games going on right now in the Big Ten. 1 to watch in Minneapolis. 5.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Minnesota leads Penn State 22-16. Nittany Lions appeared to have tied things up right before halftime. Scored a touchdown to go down 17-16. Gophers blocked the extra point, returned it for 2. So went into the half up 19-16, and then have added a field goal since. The other game in progress, late 3rd, all Nebraska 34-10 over Wisconsin. Earlier today, Ohio State routed Indiana 38-15 in the top 5 battle. Illinois, a late touchdown to stun Rutgers 38-31 in Piscataway. Iowa handles Maryland 29-13. 1 game still to come. 10:30 tonight from the Rose Bowl. UCLA and USC in their annual rivalry. One playoff hopeful nationally has already lost today. Number 9, Ole Miss fell at Florida 24-17. And chaos in the Big 12. All the favorites. A pair of 5-2 teams. Arizona State leads BYU 27-9. That's a top 25 tilt. And number 16, Colorado trails at Kansas 23-21 early in the third. That's your check of scores. We'll recap the rest of the day in college football, get to the highlights of our game, and get post-game reaction all on the SeatGeek post-game show. For now, guys.
Thank you, Rob. How about that score from Minneapolis?
Oh, my goodness. There's about to be chaos in the college football playoffs.
The Big Ten might not like what went down today. Indiana might have played their way out. Penn State might be playing their way out. Of course, it depends what happens around them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you already had Ole Miss fall. They were a top 12 team. Now you've got BYU just getting ruined by Arizona State. I mean, it's in Colorado right now being down to Kansas by 2 points. It's going to be a wild ride here at the end of the season.
Well, Ward Manuel sort it all out.
Yes, he will. I'd love to be able to sit in that room and hear what the discussions are.
I don't want it anywhere near that room. That's the most thankless job in the world, being in that room.
Yeah, but if you got no sick, you're just a fly on the wall. All right, then you get a chance to hear what's going on. I mean, because we're talking about one-bid leagues at some point. I mean, the Big 12, whoever wins that conference, they're going to only get one team in at this point.
How about the freshman Mason Curtis? Nashville, Tennessee. Came down to Michigan or Ohio State. Said he wanted to go to one of those schools because of the rivalry. Said he got better feedback from former Michigan players. And specifically, Junior Colson steered him here to Michigan. Came in, he practiced at edge rusher, practiced at wide receiver, which he's never played, and then settled in at safety, showed up on film in the preseason, got praise from Wink Martindale, earned his way into the lineup, and now he's got his first career interception. They love this kid. From the 42-yard line, it's 1st and 10 for the Michigan offense. Davis Warren in a shotgun, takes the snap, play action, back to pass, wants to take a shot, has all kinds of time, now will fire it off underneath to Max Bredesen, who runs over a tackler at the 45-yard line out to the 46, a short gain on 1st down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. (31-6), Michigan on top, inside a minute to go here, third quarter. Davis Warren in a shotgun with Donovan Edwards deep. One receiver split to either side. Now they'll shift Max Bredesen into the backfield. Snap, handoff to Dono, running right across the 45, out close to the 49-yard line where he's dropped for a short gain by Aiden Hubbard.
Just a little penetration in center of that defense. But let's go back to that last play. How many times, I mean, did you feel like Max Bredesen was going to have 2 receptions at the start of this game?
I did not.
that wasn't on the bingo card. It was great to see, and awesome to see him deliver a blow at the end of that one as well.
Clock is ticking down here on the third quarter. One of the weirdest stats of the year for this Northwestern team. Over the course of this season, they have won the scoring battle in all their games in the first quarter. They are even in the fourth quarter, but they have been outscored by 50 points in the middle quarters, the second and third quarter, and tonight, no different. Outscored 21-6 in the 2 middle quarters. As the clock expires on the third quarter, and Michigan leading 31-6 with the football near midfield. When we continue with fourth quarter action, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
We know you're a fan, but is Michigan pride in your blood? Here's your chance to prove it. This season, Abbott and the Big Ten are kicking off the largest blood donation competition of our lifetime to fight one of the worst blood shortages in a generation. Simply visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up for the We Give blood drive and help settle once and for all that the Wolverines give the most spirit. Again, visit bigten.org/Abbott to sign up.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU.
Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
31-6, Michigan on top of Northwestern, and the Wolverines with the football facing a 3rd and 5. Here's third quarter turns to fourth. I was saying during the break, this is the first game all year that honestly feels a little bit like last year, but a little bit.
Well, it does, and it's finally, obviously the defense has been the impetus for everything that Michigan has been able to do positive this year. Here, they've already got, the 5 sacks, and they've been able to be dominant here in the second half, but it is, since that 2-minute drive, they've scored touchdowns on every single time they've touched the ball. Here in the third quarter, it was 2 drives, 2 touchdowns, and it's a balanced attack. Obviously, that first drive was 5 plays, all runs, set the tone in the second half, but that last one, 10 plays, 45 yards, they really did a nice job of mixing it up, run, pass, and it's really about Davis Warren. This is a game where he's 22 of 28, and if he could just have that one throwback, that interception, they would love to get it back.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of all the check downs and getting the ball out of his hand, not worrying about what's going on down the field. If he doesn't see his first option, he's getting into a secondary target right now, so he's making good decisions. Yeah, to that point, he's hit 9 different receivers already today, and I don't think we've had 9 different pass catchers at any point this season. Yeah, we may have 9 the entire season, right?
Well, Davis is looking at a 3rd and 5 here as Michigan breaks the huddle and takes the field. Is that Miles Hinton? He's back in there at left tackle, correct? Okay,
yeah, he's in there.
He was in the tent earlier. Michigan already playing the second half without Colston Loveland. An undisclosed injury didn't come out for the second half. He is out for this second half. 3rd and 5 for Michigan. Davis in a shotgun. Takes the snap, bobbles it, steps up in the pocket, looking downfield. He's got Marlon Klein for the first down inside Northwestern territory, and he steps out of bounds at the Northwestern 44, chased out by Xander Mueller. And there's Marlon Klein, the big German, moving the chains.
And Davis had a choice of either running the ball. He could have picked it up with his feet, but a nice job of filing Marlon Klein there on the run. And when Davis has been on the move, he's been very accurate. He hit him right between the 1 and the 7 and allowed him to pick up more yardage after the catch.
1st and 10 from the Northwestern 44. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Handoff Donovan Edwards through a hole. 35, 30, 25, and dragged down at the 20-yard line is Donovan Edwards, the senior, by Damon Walters, the safety. First down, Michigan. And depending on the spot, I believe in the red zone again. Ball's placed right at the 20-yard line, and the Wolverines knocking on the door after a 24-yard run from Dono.
A beautiful job of blocking up front. Josh Preeb pinning everything inside. Marlon Klein coming through the hole to pin a linebacker, creating a wide gap for Donovan Edwards.
4 wide now for Michigan, 1st and 10 from the 20. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. Davis Warren takes the snap. Hand off to Dono. Big hole again. 10-5. Touchdown. The senior into the blue. And the Wolverines have scored touchdowns on 4 consecutive possessions.
And it was the exact same play, this time just to the right. Marlon Klein still the one leading through, but it was a great job up front of Giovanni El-Hadi, pinning everything inside, creating room for Marlon Klein to get up inside, and just a beautifully blocked play.
Really happy for Donovan to get in the end zone on senior day.
Yeah.
Khalil's got 3. give Donovan one, and he got one. Zavada on for the extra point. Snap is good, hold is good, and the kick is up. And it is good, and Michigan's lead is 38-6 on what has been an offensive outburst from this Michigan offense. Crazy.
Yeah, the defense is like, where have you guys been all year?
Well, but the beautiful thing is, with the game on the horizon, you got to develop some confidence, and certainly Michigan's offense is starting to play with some confidence.
That drive, 5 plays, 58 yards, over 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Donovan Edwards, a 20-yard touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 38-6, Michigan on top, 13:40 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Leave those cooler fall temps behind and escape to the islands, beaches, and neighborhoods of Fort Myers in beautiful Southwest Florida. Celebrate Thanksgiving with college basketball and support your Wolverines at the Fort Myers Tip-Off. See who will own the fort November 25th to the 27th. Between games, visit nature preserves, check out the craft brewery scene, and get out on the water. Or just relax on a beach under the Fort Myers sunshine. Direct flights arrive daily at Southwest Florida International Airport. Plan your trip at visitfortmyers.com.
Are you interested in a career in metals and plastics distribution? Join the Alro team. Alro Steel and Alro Plastics have over 3,000 teammates in 80 locations covering 16 states. At Alro, you will receive extensive upfront training with many opportunities for advancement. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. We offer competitive compensation and an excellent benefits package. Apply today at careers.alro.com.
At Greenleaf Trust, we're prepared to help you win. Our clients, having achieved financial success in their own endeavors, come to us not for what they already know, but rather to benefit from our considerable expertise. With a nearly 100% client retention rate and specialized wealth management disciplines, Greenleaf Trust's Michigan-rooted team helps clients play the long game from one generation to the next. A brighter future begins at greenleaftrust.com.
Hey, when the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohls.com, where you'll find amazing deals on everything you need all in one place. So you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. John Jansen, you said during the break, that was beautiful. Exact same play. 24 yards up the middle, Donovan Edwards. 20 yards up the middle, Donovan Edwards. Touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, one was to the left, one was to the right. It was a thing of beauty.
Tommy Doma will kick off into the wind. Joseph Hyman will field it at the 1 and return it to the far side of the field. Cuts up the middle of the field at the 10. Gets out of one tackle. Now he's hemmed in and will be dropped inside the 15. And that's where Northwestern will take over. Speaking of running the same play over and over, with Ohio State on deck, I want to go back to 1996, John, when you guys got the football back leading Ohio State midway through the fourth quarter, 10-9. And you went on a long drive running the same, basically 2 plays all the way down the field.
Yeah, drive in Plymouth. It was our counterplay at the time, and it was so much fun knowing that when the play came in, we already knew what it was going to be. It was just a matter of execution, and we knew we had the confidence to dominate.
You guys churned out 4 or 5 first downs before Ohio State stopped you, kicked a field goal, and won that game 13-9. Jair Hill is checked in, and Northwestern goes right at him immediately, and he gets a pass break up right in front of the Michigan bench on first down. That'll be 2nd down and 10. We have not seen Jair all day, but he almost made a play on a pass intended for A.J. Henning.
Nice read on it, nice play on the ball, and if he just able to keep his feet just a hair longer, he might have had a pick 6.
No DB goes from 20 to 35. I don't know what Jair Hill did. Nobody wants to do that. That's a demotion.
Lost a bet.
For people who don't know and didn't hear, he's now wearing number 35 instead of number 20. The run Cam Porter left. He'll get a yard, maybe 2, before he's chopped down by Jimmy Roller, who's in there. You know, I was thinking about Lausch, who was the top outfield prospect in Illinois.
Yeah.
If you put together an all Big Ten baseball team made up of just football players, the outfield would be awesome. Bryce Betcher, who was a first-round pick of Houston, is the middle linebacker at Oregon. You've got Lausch, who is a highly regarded baseball prospect. And remember Deuce Robinson, the number 2, the tall wide receiver for USC. There's your
Betcher at Oregon, wasn't he a walk-on on the football team too?
Yes, and he was a high draft pick of the Astros. And Roller played football. He can go play first base.
Yep.
Throw over the middle, too tall for his receiver. Lausch, and another 3 and out for the Northwestern offense.
Great decision by Brandon Hillman there. I mean, he's that heat-seeking missile that we saw against Indiana, and he had it zeroed in. And, you know, when you have that reputation of a guy that's going to drop the hammer, you get some alligator arms there in the second or for the receivers, and I think that's a carryover from what they saw on film.
Tyler Morris standing on his own 35-yard line to field this punt from Renner, signaling for a fair catch, and making it as Morris at the 37-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over, leading this one 38-6. Can they have 5 consecutive touchdown drives? We'll find out when we continue. From here at the Big House, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time to light up the season during the Ford Get Holiday Ready sales event. And right now for Black Friday, enjoy limited time offers on our full lineup of Ford vehicles. Like the 2024 Ford F-150. Returning AZ Plant lessees can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $3,849 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,500 year-end sales event cash, $2,000 trade assist, and $1,500 renewal cash. Offer ends December 2nd. See dealer for qualification and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lease a 2024 Ford F-150 for only $399 a month. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
$109,830 here on hand for this one, the 323rd consecutive sellout in Michigan football history. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be with the Wolverines. John Jansen leading into Ohio State week. It's been the best in the game so far for the Wolverines.
I mean, it's hard to go away from the 5 sacks that the defense has had, but I got to give my hat to tip my hat to Davis Warren. 23 of 29. I know he had that one interception, but this offensive explosion all started with him orchestrating that 2-minute drive at the end of the first half. We know it's been a tough season for him. It's been a tough season for this offense. He's been a tremendous leader on the field, and to see him have a night like tonight of some really nice checkdowns, throwing the ball away when necessary, but then hitting 10 different receivers now. It's been a great game for Davis Warren.
12:29 to go in the ball game. Michigan on top 38-6, and we see Jordan Marshall in the backfield. The freshman with a ton of potential. Heck, he might be the lead back next year. He has yet to get a carry. He's returned a few kicks. But he could get his first carry. Indeed, a handoff up the middle. Jordan Marshall across the 40 out to the 45-yard line. A good gain for Jordan Marshall. Devin Turner brought him down.
there's so many things that the coaching staff, when they talk about Jordan Marshall, descriptors that they use, but I think the one that everybody will be excited about is they compare him to Blake Corum in a lot of different ways.
It's a lofty comp.
Yes.
2nd down and 2. Davis Warren looks to the sideline, gets a play. Jordan Marshall in the backfield off his right hip. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Snap. Handoff. Marshall met in the hole, pushes forward. Gets a yard, maybe 2, close to the first down. Not quite there. Devin Turner out of Lone Star High School in Little Elm, Texas. On the stop. I've called that name a lot today.
Well, when you watch Jordan Marshall run, and you start to see what type of back he's going to be, not going down with the first hit. I mean, there was a nice hole on his first run. The second one, he got hit about a yard behind the line of scrimmage and still picked up a yard and a half.
3rd down and 1. Marshall continues in the backfield. Snap. Handoff. Marshall up the middle. He's got the first down into Northwestern territory. Down to the 49-yard line where he gets brought down by Xander Mueller. Move the chains for Michigan.
Nice job by Davis Warren. That snap came in high and hot. There was a lot of juice behind that one. To be able to catch it and still hand that ball off to Jordan Marshall, that was a nice job by Davis.
It was Michigan's 22nd first down today. From the Northwestern 49, Davis Warren in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to either side. Jordan Marshall continues in the backfield. Snap. Handoff. Marshall. Can he break a tackle? Oh. He can't, but inside the 45 down to the 43. Was 1 broken tackle away from maybe his first house call. And again, it's Devin Turner on the stop.
Well, the nice thing is, again, I mean, he was hit 2 yards past the line of scrimmage and then dragged that tackler for another 6 yards. He's an aggressive style of runner, but a nice job up front of opening up a nice hole for him, right between Hinton and Preeb.
Freshman out of Cincinnati, Archbishop Moeller High School. Jordan Marshall, 4 consecutive carries here. Snap. Davis is going to throw. Triggers far side, looking for Kendrick Bell, and he bounced it just short of him at the Northwestern 38. Josh Fussell in coverage out there for the Cats. That'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, that's a long throw from the left hash all the way outside the opposite numbers. But one that we've seen Davis be able to make before. I think Kendrick Bell slid just a little bit early on that one.
3rd and 4 with the ball at the Northwestern 43-yard line. Jordan Marshall in the backfield. Bunch formation to the right, 1 receiver split wide left. That's Marlon Klein. Snap, back to pass, over the middle, delivered wide open. It's Tyler Morris, 30, 20. Tyler Morris puts the brakes on at the 18, inside the 15, and dropped by Damon Walters at the Northwestern 14-yard line. Another first down, another 3rd down conversion, and Michigan once again.
Yeah, these are some of the routes that we were hoping to see a little earlier in the season, where you've got Tyler Morris, who's now caught 7 passes, but wide open in the middle of that defense.
28 yards over the middle to Tyler Morris. Shotgun, Davis Warren. From the Northwestern 15-yard line. Now they'll look to the sidelines. Change of play. Joe Taylor's out there for the Michigan offense. Along with Channing Goodwin, Jordan Marshall in the backfield. Snap. Handoff to Marshall. Tries to bounce it outside to the left. Gets maybe a yard inside the 15. Najee Story on the stop for the Wildcats.
You don't want your offensive line to start taking anything for granted. This Northwestern team, as you mentioned earlier, right? They've won the first quarter and the fourth quarter. They're not going to give up. And Evan Link just got beat right across his face. You still have to anticipate the motion and the movement of this defense.
Now we see another freshman running back on the field, Micah Apana, who split out wide left. Jordan Marshall in the backfield. They bring Apana in motion and go jet sweep. Apana to the 15, tries to bounce it outside and gets dragged down at the 11-yard line. His first touch is a Wolverine. Damon Walters on the stop.
Jordan Marshall just realized this is the Big Ten right there on that block.
Yes, he did.
Did he get buried?
I'm not sure he wants to be the lead blocker very often. He got a little taste of what Max Bredesen sees on a play-by-play basis.
Yeah.
I'll give him an A for effort. Now tight formation with the Wolverines looking at a 3rd down and 6. Jordan Marshall in the backfield. Shotgun for Davis Warren. Takes the snap, back to pass, looking over the middle, delivers. Peyton O'Leary at the 6, and he gets knocked down. And they're going to mark him at the 7. Tahir Johnson was the defensive back that brought him down. That'll be 4th down and 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sharon's going to continue to go for it. They're going to bring in their true lead back, and that's Max Bredesen. Don't be surprised wherever he goes, generally the ball follows.
Well, Bredesen will split on a wing left. Now they'll shift him from left to right along with Marlon Klein. Jordan Marshall in the backfield on this 4th and 2. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Snap. Handoff. Marshall up the middle. Did he get to the 5? It looks like he did. And if he did, it'll be 1st and goal for Michigan. Indeed, that's what it is with 6:50 to go and the Wolverines up 38-6.
Max is such a smart football player. He saw the defense, and when he lined up right in the hip pocket of Marlon Klein, actually rested his left hand right on his hip so that there could be no penetration across his face, and that ball came right behind Marlon Klein and Max Bredesen off the right side as the defense pinched down.
1st and goal, Michigan. The Wolverines have scored touchdowns on 4 consecutive possessions. The first time all year. They've never done it more than 2. I formation. Handoff, Jordan Marshall running right, runs into a tackler, tries to bounce it outside. Now he's in trouble back at the 10, and that's where he's dropped. Najee Story and Devin Turner on the stop there for the Wildcats. Loss of 5.
Now Michigan's going to have to take a look at that formation, because as soon as they lined up in that formation, the Northwestern defense overloaded everything to the defensive left side. That's right where Michigan ran the ball, and there was just nothing to be had. They were overwhelmed.
2nd and goal from the 10. Hearing chants of Beat Ohio coming from down below here at the Big House. The Wolverines 1 week away from playing the game. Shotgun back to pass as Davis Warren stepping up in the pocket, delivers into the end zone at the feet of Marlon Klein, incomplete. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 10.
He knew when he stepped up, he only had a split second. Probably threw that ball a little bit sooner than he wanted to, but he put it in a place where, hey, if Marlon Klein can get to it, great. If not, hey, we'll live to throw another play here on 3rd down.
By the way, that pop pass they ran to Apana was the 11th different receiver. That goes in the books as a completion. 11 different Michigan receivers have caught footballs today. 3rd and goal from the 10. Davis in a shotgun. Jordan Marshall in the backfield. Back to pass. Davis Warren steps up in the pocket and fires underneath to Tyler Morris, who takes a hit at the 5, incomplete. Tyler's slow to get up. Tahir Johnson, the one delivered the blow, and Jason, you didn't like that.
No, in that situation, either Tyler had to sit down, and if he doesn't, Davis Warren can't throw the ball in that situation.
Kind of left his receiver out to dry. Dominic Zavada on. A 28-yard field goal attempt with 5:26 to go in the ball game. And Michigan on top, 38-6. What a year this kid has had. What a find out of the portal. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And the Wolverines lead now 41-6 here over Northwestern with 5:22 to go in the ballgame.
14 plays, 53 yards, just over 7 minutes. I mean, this offense right now is operating with a lot of confidence, and that's what we wanted to see coming out of this game, obviously going into the Ohio State game.
Wolverines on top, 41-6. 5:22 left. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid to November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
It's Tommy James and the Shotgun. Saturday night party night, November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Classic 60s hits with Tommy James. Tickets start at $35 and are on sale now at the box office at etix.com.
My baby does the hanky panky.
November 30th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Don't miss Tommy James and the Shondells. SoaringEagleCasino.com.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On Big Ten Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Sports.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo. The most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Michigan's final regular season home game is on the air. It's the Wolverines and the Northwestern Wildcats. Today's broadcast is presented by DTE. Participate in energy efficiency programs and rebates, including savings on energy-efficient products and rebates, appliance and lighting upgrades, and more. Learn more at DTEenergy.com/save energy.
Wolverines on top, 41-6 here in Ann Arbor. Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. John?
Only one game. That's the Ohio State game. And I tell you what, we talked about it a little bit. I've been in a lot of seasons where things didn't necessarily go our way during the regular season, but you line up against Ohio State, anything can happen. We've seen a ton of upsets across college football, not just some of those that might be going on right now or earlier today, but that's one that you just, there's no way you can't get up for it.
Tommy Doman will kick off. Hyman will range over to his right and field it in the end zone, and he'll bring it out to the 5, to the 10. Gets hit at the 13 and dropped before he gets to the 15-yard line by Zach Marshall. And that's where Northwestern will take over. Our preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2024 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Well, John, Northwestern's Lausch was 6 of 10 through the air in the first half. He's thrown 5 straight incompletions. He's 4 of 11 in the second half. And Northwestern has -3 yards rushing in the ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that -3, obviously, that sack yardage plays into it, but this Michigan defense has been absolutely dominant, and the incompletions are somewhat obvious because all the duress that he's been under.
Hand it off to Hyman, running right, and he gets bent over backwards by Kayshawn Bennett. That was Caleb Komolafai on the carry.
Yeah, they got the backup quarterback Ryan Helinski in there now.
Helinski, his brother Kelly, is a quarterback at Columbia. Late brother Tyler was a quarterback at Washington State. Ryan Helinski transferred from South Carolina. Looking at a 2nd and 10. After Komolafe was dropped for no gain. Back to pass is Helinski. Steps up, delivers down the sideline. It's almost picked off. Wolverine out there in coverage was the freshman, Josiah Edmond, out of Northwood High School in Indiana. You know where that is, John?
Northwood High School in Indiana?
Yeah.
No.
It's nestled in between Wakarusa and Napanee.
And you know that.
Does that help?
Exactly. Okay, yeah. Where's Wakarusa?
Google it. Cole Sullivan, the freshman linebacker's in. 3rd down and 10 for the Wildcats. Michigan showing a 5-man front. Snap. Helinski rolls out into his own end zone and will throw it into the dirt. And there's a receiver maybe in the area. No, they're going to get a flag, and this could be a safety for intentional grounding. I mean, Helinski made a dead run into the end zone.
Offense number 3. There was no receiver in the area. The foul occurred in the end zone. By rule, that's a safety.
There you go. Another 2 points added to Michigan's total with 4:28 to go in the ball game. The lead is now 43-6.
How about today? I mean, this has been about as good of an outcome as you could possibly have, because you've had seniors, Kalel Mullins with 3 touchdowns, Donovan Edwards, another senior with a touchdown. We've seen the ball spread around to a number of different receivers, 11 of them to be specific, and now you're getting a chance to see some of that youth. Jordan Marshall, Michael Capana in the backfield. We've had an interception by Mason Curtis. I mean, you're starting to see some of these young players that obviously Michigan fans are going to be excited about in the offseason leading into next year.
Speaking of leading into next year, we'd like to welcome any recruits or commitments of late.
Yes, welcome to the family.
Yeah.
We'll take as many as you that would like to make a commitment here before National Signing Day, which is the 9th of December, I believe it was.
4th? Did we say
was
the
4th?
December 4th?
4th, yeah.
That's the early signing period,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Anyway, welcome to anyone that just may happen to be.
Yeah. It's an exciting time. Whether it's no matter who the coach is, Jim Harbaugh always used to love to sit down and talk about the recruits. In a couple of weeks on In the Trenches, we'll get a chance to talk to Sharon Moore and talk about the recruits that are coming in. So many young individuals making a decision to commit to the University of Michigan, to commit to this program, to commit to getting a degree from Michigan. Excited for all those that are going to have that opportunity.
Game changers are coming, people.
I think they're committing for some dollars too there. I don't know.
Things have changed, Jason.
Yes.
Jordan Marshall on the return of the free kick following the safety, and he's got a seam up the middle. Jordan Marshall to the 50, to the 40, down the near sideline, outside the numbers. He gets dragged down by Akers, the kicker, at the 20-yard line, and there's the freshman showing what he's capable of.
We've seen him on kick returns. Love how he attacks each and every return. In this one, the blocking set up just right. Great vision, great feel for where Northwestern was, and that was a beautiful run by him.
Have we scored 50 points this year?
Nope.
I don't think so.
No.
Jason.
Yes, they have. Cumulatively, they have scored over 50 points. Jaden Davis is in at quarterback now, the freshman. In the backfield, Tavier Dunlap, a senior. Davis in a shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off to Dunlap, who's got a seam to the 15, to the 10. Tavi Dunlap! Touchdown, Tavi! And the Wolverines' lead now is 49-6. As flags rain down, the Michigan bench got a little too excited. But how about Tavi Dunlap?
Yep.
Senior out of Del Valle, Texas.
We'll wait
this call.
Sure.
Result of the play is a touchdown. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, Michigan number 56. That's his first for the ball game. That 15-yard penalty being forced on the ensuing kickoff.
That's Dom Janice. What did Dommy Mutz do?
Probably finished the play.
20-yard touchdown run by Tavi Dunlap, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. That's his first carry of the year, his first touch of the year, and the first touchdown of Tavi Dunlap's career. How about that?
On senior night. Love to see it.
Yep. Parents are here. They got honored before the game. Extra point attempt is up, and it is good. From Charlie Menser was on for the extra point. How about that? You'll love when you can do this on senior day and get guys in there.
Yeah.
Menser, a senior out of Northville, played at Detroit Catholic Central. He is in the books as kicking the extra point that gives Michigan a 50-6 lead.
I just wish we could have spread out this 50 points over the season at some point.
Yeah.
Last couple of games.
Well, Jason, I'll ask you this. We'll take it any way we can get it. But, the one thing that we wanted for this offense, especially coming out today, was some confidence. What does that mean for you when you watch this offense, the way they've been able to operate? 11 different receivers. Davis Warren finally feeling comfortable throwing the ball downfield going into next week against Ohio State.
Yeah, you want to have the confidence to go out there and perform, and I think our guys have found it tonight because, you know, they were able to pass the ball around the first half, and then they just depended upon this offensive line, and that's what we're going to need. The most consistent part of our offense all year has been the offensive running game, and I thought they did a great job of that second half. But if our quarterback can continue to protect the football and just take what the defense gives them, I think we got a shot, and that's all you want is a shot.
Yep. And I think you nailed it. Like, being able to protect the football is going to be the biggest thing down in Columbus next week.
Tommy Doman will kick off from his 20 following the personal foul on Jadis, and fielded by Hyman at the 10 to the 20, 25, out across the 30, weaving through tacklers to the 35-yard line and dropped at the 37. And that's where Northwestern will take over with 4:01 to go in the ballgame, and Michigan on top 50-6. Jason Hewlett on the stop. Going over some of these numbers, Davis Warren, 26 of 35, 195 yards and a touchdown. Tyler Morris, 7 catches, 64 yards. Khalil Mullings, 12 carries, 92 yards, 3 touchdowns, along of 47. Donovan Edwards, 10 carries, 65 yards, a touchdown, along of 24. And I believe both Mullings and Edwards, on their last touch here in the big house, took it to the house. Walensky at quarterback, hands it off up the middle, and carrying it out near the 45-yard line is Caleb Komalafe, where Brandon Hillman takes him down and lost his helmet. So Brandon's got to check out of the ball game for a play.
Doug, there's a player for Northwestern. He's in the ball game now. He's a junior, Lawson Albright. His dad was my teammate. He was our long snapper in Washington. We were roommates for 9 years, and it's fun. I saw him from the moment he was born. We were really good friends, so it's kind of special to see him on the field for Northwestern right now.
2nd down and 5 for the Wildcats. Walensky takes the snap, quickly fires, and it's caught out across the 40 to the 45 by Donnie Gray, and he is buried right there by Josiah Edmond, the freshman, getting some run.
That was a play right there, John.
Yeah, I tell you what. I mean, we talked about Brandon Hillman, now Josiah Edmond, Mason Curtis. I'm excited about this secondary and some of the young players that we've seen step up here in the second half of the season, but again tonight.
Braves have 3 true freshmen on the field right now for this defense. Edmond, Curtis, and Cole Sullivan. 3rd and 1 for Northwestern. Walensky in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off. Up the middle and getting the first down is Komalafe. The change for the Wildcats with 2:35 to go. And Michigan on top 50-6. Jason Hewlett on the stop.
Hey, John, Luke Akers I've known since he was a baby, and he's the kicker for Northwestern. So it's like one of those moments that you realize, hey, we're getting old, buddy.
No, that's exactly it, yeah. Former teammates having players. Obviously, I had to witness that when John Runyon, he and I were on the same line here. And obviously, he was your teammate in Philly, too, but then calling, games with his son here at Michigan. And now he's in his, 5th or 6th year in the NFL.
We haven't put 2 and 2 together. Of course, Jason had a great career with the Philadelphia Eagles, and Luke Akers, the kicker for Northwestern, his dad, David, is in the Eagles Hall of Fame. He's a great kicker.
Great kicker.
Through the years with the Eagles. We've reached a 2-minute timeout. This last call is presented by Founders Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of Michigan Athletics. It's not a Michigan game day without a Michigan-made beer. Founders Brewing Company, welcome to Craft. 50-6, late 4th quarter here in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hello?
Where are you?
The party started an hour ago.
I got, delayed.
Wait, are you at the casino again?
Casino? No, not at all.
If gambling is getting in the way of your priorities, self-exclusion from the Detroit casinos might be for you. Learn more at don'tregretthebet.org. A message from the Michigan Gaming Control Board. Have a gambling problem? Call the National Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to visitors, Ann Arbor wants you. You as you are. You as you want to be. We're a place for originals, unlike anywhere else. We are creators, innovators, and visionaries. We're a world-class spot for arts and culture where you'll find the trailblazing as well as the traditional. We're home to a global dining scene, and we're a year-round outdoor oasis. You're an original. We love that. We invite you to see yourself in Ann Arbor. We urge you to be yourself in Ann Arbor. Visit annarbor.org for more.
You just slept on it funny. I think it's supposed to be that color. It's probably just something you ate. That'll clear right up with some aloe. Some chicken soup will have you back on your feet in no time. Not sure. But Mom will probably know.
Don't rely on guesswork. For 85 years, Blue Cross has been providing Michiganders with access to the care and resources they need, and will be ready to help for the next 85 years.
Doug Cars, John Jansen, Jason Avant. All year long, our spotter at home has been Rich Marion. Statistician at home, the great Bruce Motti. Brian Bush hosting all our broadcasts. We appreciate, of course, Jason and Jack Miller, their insights throughout the season. Tony Butler is the best in the business as an engineer. And then, of course, there's Rob Joyce in our studios. And all the board ops out there working these Michigan games. We do appreciate it at all our affiliates. This final home game, John, you and I get to know these kids, and I'm so happy that the grind and what they're not used to losing, but it's paying off with a great senior day, and maybe, just maybe, next week.
Doing something special.
Yeah. You did it twice when you guys were heavy underdogs. 1st and 10, up the middle, it's Kolafa'e for the Wildcats into Michigan territory to the 49. Michigan on top 50-6 with the clock running, 1:50 to go. Now we get a flag. We'll stop the clock. By the way, Penn State with a 1-point lead. James Franklin on his own 30-yard line and a 1-point lead on 4th and 1 ran a fake punt late and got it. Now there's 3 minutes to go, and Penn State's trying to run out the clock. From his own 30, he went fake punt.
After the play was over, there was 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, one against each team. Defense number 6, offense number 11. The penalty's offset. It is 2nd down.
Brandon Hillman and Donnie Gray there exchanging pleasantries, and that's going to cost Hillman a few snaps as he goes to the sideline.
It may have cost him the rest of the game here, because you don't want to give him another one for next week,
Good point. We see 31 in the game. It's either Max Reyes or Nico Andrighetto. It's Reyes. It's Reyes. Okay, good to know. Handoff, Kolafa'e running to his right. And some hard running down to the Michigan 46 with 1:30 to go in the clock running.
Yeah, things have been a little chippy all day today. This Northwestern team, they're not going to give up anything. They're a physical team, a very prideful team, and things, just like us, have not gone their way a lot this year.
Correction, it's Nico Andrighetto that's in there, not Max Reyes. So Kayshawn Harris in at one of the corner spots. And you love to get to empty the bench on senior day, don't you?
Yeah, it's nice to see all these guys get in.
3rd and 4 for the Wildcats. Inside a minute to go. Holinsky in a shotgun. Takes the snap, quickly fires, caught, and cutting up field and getting the first down is Northwestern inside the Michigan 40. Where that was Max Reyes taken down. The ball carrier moved the chains for Northwestern. And with 44 seconds to go, they'll get one more snap. Michigan on top 50-6 to improve to 6-5. This ensures Michigan will go to a postseason game. And their best performance all around of the year, leading into the biggest game of the year. Handoff, Kolafa'e up the middle. He gets buried at the line of scrimmage. And that may do it here in Ann Arbor. Inside of 20 seconds to go. Northwestern, it looks like they've had enough. As Coach David Braun leaves his sideline, make his way over and shake the hand of Sharon Moore as Michigan gets the win, and the fans that are still here give them a resounding applause. They look to the seniors. Final game. Incredible careers you had. 3 Big Ten titles, 3 wins over Ohio State, 3 trips to the college football playoff, a national championship. That is an incredible career. So congratulations, and perhaps you can top it off with a stunner next week. Let's go down on the field. Our Jason Avant is caught up with a member of the Wolverines. Hi, Jason.
I got El Hadi here. How does it feel getting this win against Northwestern today?
Man, it feels amazing, man. Last home game, being a senior is crazy. It's my last home game here, and it's a blessing, man, from God, for real.
You guys have dominated the second half, especially when it came to the run game. That was a point of emphasis for Coach Moore. How did you guys have success running the football in the second half?
We just wanted it more. We got to want that shit every play.
You can't curse.
We just wanted it more, We just wanted every play, and we just went out and ball. We played as a team, and that's what we got to do every game. That's what we were missing.
Last question I'll ask you is, next week is a big rivalry game. What's the focus for you guys?
We got to do what we did today. That's the focus. We got to play as one, and no one can stop us.
Back to you guys upstairs.
All right, Jason, thank you. Michigan with the win, 50-6. We apologize for the language. The Wolverines improved to 6-5, and as you heard Gio say, on to next week and Ohio State. Lots to do in our post-game show, including words from the head coach, Sharon Moore. That is coming up momentarily. Also, some analysis from Jack Miller. Jason Avant will head into the Michigan locker room to talk to players as well, as the Wolverines are making their way over to the student section to sing the victors with their fellow students. 50-6, the final from here in Ann Arbor. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.